don't know if this is working.
Check 1, 2, check.
Why'd that not work for me? Bear with us. Okay, but it's still not. Closer. Okay, I'll eat the mic. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Maui Planning Commission meeting on August 11th, 2012. If the department could do roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commission. Commissioner Kamai.
Here.
Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Commissioner Okoliko.
I'm here.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Good morning, here.
Commissioner Lin.
Online in Kipohulu Valley, in my office alone.
Thank you. Commissioner Elizares.
Present.
Commissioner Doikos.
Aloha, good morning, everyone. I am alone in my office in on Oahu with maybe a colleague coming in, one colleague coming in periodically.
Thank you, Commissioner Doikos. Vice Chair Kealoha. And Chair Ward.
Thank you very much. Today we'll be opening the meeting with agenda item A1. If you could please read us into the agenda, please.
Thank you, Chair. This item was actually scheduled before the Commission about a month and a half ago. If you recall the meeting that we had, the McKenna State Park, the applicant was present, but of course, because of the McKenna State Park item, we never got to them. But in any case, first item today is Bamboo Living on behalf of the Gay Family Trust Estate requesting a special management area use permit for the construction of a 4,100 square foot, 2-story single family home that was destroyed by the August 8th, 2023 Lahaina fire. And the assigned planner to this is Supervisor Colette Cardoza. Thank you, Chair.
Aloha and good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I am Staff Planner Colette Cardoza, assigned to present this application, and I swear to tell the truth. The applicant is proposing construction of a 4,114 square foot, 2-story single family residence to replace the home that was destroyed by the August 8th, 2023 Lahaina wildfire. The scope of work also includes minor grading, pool restoration, and landscaping. This application is under review today, your review today, because the proposed scope of work will take place on a shoreline parcel located at 25 Kaipali Place in Lahaina and is therefore located within the special management area, which requires Maui Planning Commission review of the project under Hawaii Revised Statutes 205A. There are a couple items that I want to address in the staff report. The subject SMA use permit application was processed under the Maui Planning Commission special management area rules that were in place at the time the application was submitted on August 24th, 2024. The amendments to Title MC12, Chapter 202 Special Management Area Rules for the Maui Planning Commission and amendments to Title MC12, Chapter 203 Shoreline Rules for the Maui Planning Commission that went into effect on August 25th, 2024 do not apply to this application. For our new commissioners, that means a difference in shoreline setback of where development can be sited landward of. Additionally, the length of time that this application has been under review by the department can be attributed to the shoreline rules requirement for a state certified shoreline survey. On the agenda, under the application link, you'll see that there is a draft environmental assessment that begins on page 17. The department has determined that although the project does trigger Chapter 343 environmental compliance for use of a historic district, an EA exemption can be issued as it involves reconstruction of a previously existing structure. Therefore, an EA was not required, and an EA is not part of the MPC's review or approval today. This document is only considered supplemental information to the SMA application. Per Hawaii Administrative Rules, Title 11, Department of Health, Chapter 200.1, Environmental Impact Statement Rules, Subchapter 8, Exemptions, Actions, List, and Notice Requirement, Category 2, Replacement or Reconstruction of Existing Structures and Facilities, where the new structure will be located generally on the same site and will have substantially the same purpose, capacity, density, height, and dimensions as the structure replaced. This is the exemption category the application qualifies for. All right. And then there are also 2 updates to the staff report since it was posted. Number 1, the department and UHC grant continue to work with the applicant on revisions to the applicant's sea level rise mitigation plan. The applicant has coordinated with UHC grant and both have been out to the site together. The applicant's Slarexa mitigation plan now includes a dune management plan and planting plan. The Slarexa mitigation plan is nearing a final review and will soon be deemed satisfactory by the department. Update number 2, the applicant has applied for a shoreline setback approval application for landscaping work within the shoreline setback area. Landscape within the shoreline setback area is a permissible activity that can be approved administratively by the department. As of yesterday afternoon, the department Dropbox received 20 letters of support for this project and 1 letter recommending denial. I will now turn the time over to the property owner, Mr. Craig Gay, who will introduce his team and give a brief introduction about the family's history at the parcel. And then we will follow up, or to be followed by a presentation by Mr. Gay's architect, Mr. Siro Padani of Bamboo Living. Thank you.
Is the applicant here in person or are they
There we go.
online?
I am online and I
Okay.
just unmuted my mic. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Craig Gay, and I'm present on behalf of my family regarding our application to rebuild the home that we lost in the fire. And I've prepared a statement.
If you could just swear to tell the truth, please.
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I've got a statement here I'd like to read. It's short, but it will kind of explain who we are and what we would like to do. Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, mahalo for the opportunity to speak to you today for the tremendous work you have undertaken to guide Lahaina's recovery following the devastating fires of August 2023. I'm sorry not to be present in person this morning, but personal circumstances have prevented me from returning to Maui at this time. I'd like to take a moment just to introduce our team briefly and then to offer a personal statement. So the team, first, you'll be hearing from Siro Padani. Siro is our architect and the president of Bamboo Living. And we are deeply grateful to Siro for all the careful thought he has put into this project over the last couple of years now. You'll hear much more from him in just a few minutes. He'll be taking charge of our presentation. Next, we have Mark Howland of Whale Environmental Services. Mark is online, and he has been instrumental in preparing our special management area application. And then we have Robert Judd. Rob is also online. Rob is my oldest friend, and he is the trustee of the Gay family estate, which is the owner of the property. Then we have Courtney Clark, a longtime Maui resident who manages our property and has been our eyes and ears in Lahaina over the past several years. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge all of the help that we've received from Colette Cardoza. Colette's advice has been invaluable, not to mention her patience as she has guided a greenhorn like myself through this fairly complicated process. So thank you, Colette. Now, before speaking about our own experience, I want to acknowledge that Lahaina is far more than a place where my family has spent time. It's a place of profound cultural significance, deep historical importance, and enduring community. And the losses suffered in the fire by Hawaiian families, longtime residents, businesses, churches, and cultural sites are immense. But we're grateful for the opportunity to participate in Lahaina's rebuilding. And we are committed to do so in a way that respects both the land and the community. Now, my parents, Jan and Henry Gay, first fell in love with Lahaina in the 1960s and returned frequently over the years. Lahaina's warm, dry climate was especially beneficial to my mother after she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1970. And when the opportunity arose in the late 1970s for them to purchase a freehold lot on Baby Beach, they seized it and built a home designed to allow them to spend a good chunk of every year for 40 years and all of their final years of their lives. My parents were extraordinarily hospitable people, and nearly every evening they sat on their patio watching the sun set over Lanai and talking story with neighbors, visitors, and anyone who happened to pass by the beach. And over time, they became fixtures in the neighborhood. Many relatives, friends, and guests still speak fondly of evenings spent at the house on the patio enjoying the view of Baby Beach and Lahaina town. The house became part of our family story. My son celebrated his first birthday there in 1991. 24 years later, he asked the woman who would become his wife to marry him on Baby Beach. Our children and grandchildren grew up visiting Lahaina, swimming in its waters, walking its streets, and developing their own affections for this amazing place. Some of our family's most meaningful memories are tied to that house. My mother passed away peacefully while sitting on the patio one evening in 2017, and my father died the following day in the house that they had created together. And just months before the fire, our young grandchildren were playing in the sand in front of the house, and our daughter-in-law remarked that it was her favorite place in the entire world. Well, because the house has meant so much to us for many generations, we worked hard after my parents' passing to preserve it. And between 2018 and 2020, we completed an extensive renovation, restoring and updating the property while preserving its character. And by the summer of 2023, it was in beautiful condition. On August 7th, 2023, we received a message from our neighbors informing us that a portion of our roof had been damaged by unusually strong wind. We were concerned, but assumed that it was a repairable problem. And the following morning, another message arrived. There had been a fire near Baby Beach, and our home might be gone. Well, like so many others, we struggled to make sense of this. When photographs of Kai Poly Place finally became available, the devastation was overwhelming. Nearly 3 years later, I still find it difficult to grasp the loss, not only of our home, but of the Lahaina that all of us had grown to love. In the months after the fire, we reached an important conclusion that the best way to honor both our family's history and our connection to Lahaina was to rebuild responsibly and thoughtfully, in line with the community's vision for recovery. For us, rebuilding has never been simply about replacing a structure. It's about restoring a place that has connected generations of our family to Lahaina for nearly 50 years. It's about preserving a legacy passed down from parents to children and now to grandchildren. And it's about continuing a relationship with a community and a place that have profoundly shaped our lives. Now, throughout this process, we have sought to design a home that is environmentally responsible, resilient, and respectful of its unique coastal setting. We understand the privilege and the responsibility that comes with building on this shoreline. We are committed to being careful stewards of the property and of the surrounding environment for future generations. Since September 2023, we have worked diligently with our design and permitting teams to prepare this application. We've done so with patience, respect for the process, and appreciation for the many difficult issues the county, the commission, and the Lahaina community continue to navigate in the recovery. We can't replace what was lost. None of us can. But we hope in some small way to contribute to Lahaina's renewal by rebuilding a home that reflects both our family's history and our commitment to the future of this extraordinary place. Now, I recognize, we all do recognize that you are asked to weigh many important considerations: environmental, stewardship, cultural values, public safety, and the needs of families seeking to rebuild. I appreciate the seriousness with which you approach this task. We've tried throughout the process to be respectful of these concerns, and we hope that our application reflects a sincere desire to rebuild in a way that honors both this place and the community to which it belongs. For more than 50 years, Lahaina has been woven into our family's story. Approval of this application would allow that story to continue for, who knows, perhaps another 4 generations. So mahalo for your consideration and for your service to the people of Maui. And I'll turn the process now over to Siro Padani. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and comments, and for sharing your story. If you could please make sure you state your name and promise to tell the truth.
My name is Siro Padani, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Aloha, Maui Planning Commission, and everybody in attendance. I'm Siro. I'm the architect from Bamboo Living, who has led the design and planning of the project since we started in 2023. Before we start, I want to say mahalo to the committee for the heart and intention you've put into this process and truly looking out for to protect the most precious aspects of Maui. We're here on behalf of the Gay family, who have chosen to build with sustainability and resilience at the center of their home's design. At Bamboo Living, we build the world's only ICC certified bamboo homes designed to truly honor and care for the land that they sit on. We, like you, the committee, believe that how we rebuild matters just as much as what we rebuild. It is my hope that our plan and presentation reflects that goal. The stewards of this land are the Gay family. Craig, you just heard from, his wife, Julie, who loves to garden and care for tropical plants. Their 4 children and 4 grandchildren. Also pictured here is his best friend, Rob, who is the part of their trust, and they've been best friends since 3 years old. Craig, Julie, and Rob were in attendance the last time we were on the agenda, which was in late June. It was an important trip for them as it was the first time they were able to see the property since the fire in person. They were sad to not be able to be here in person today. I'm representing Bamboo Living, the architectural team. David Sands is our founder, who started building bamboo houses in Maui in 1995. Others on our team who had significant contributions to the project are Raquel, Maria, Alejandro, and Juan. Our environmental planning consultant is Mark Howland, who Craig introduced, who hugely helped us with all the environmental documentation needed for the SMA process. I need to give a huge mahalo to our planning supervisor, Colette Cardoza, for her support, guidance, and follow through to keep us on track with all the information that we needed to consider and complete the many steps of this process. I'd also like to thank Wes Kreil and Tara Owens from Planning Department for their scientific and technical information they provided about dune and shoreline restoration. There have been many others in the planning department and Maui County agencies that have given great feedback and helped us ensure that our design is treating all the sensitive conditions of the shoreline as it needs to. So thank you. A quick outline just of the presentation today, so you have an idea of what I'm going to cover. I'm going to start with a brief history about the original build and the Gaze family connection with the land, how that original design came about. And that's going to set the personal context of the project. Then I'm going to cover an overview of the general plan, regulatory compliance, and permits and approval. Next, I'm going to cover the architectural design and some of the elevations and how the home is going to look and feel. And then lastly, we'll look at the best management practices and the landscape design. This is a pre-construction early site visit to the property from Craig's Family Archives here on the screen. Here's some additional photos of the original home. In the early photos, you can see how this was one of the first homes built actually on this stretch of Baby Beach. Yeah, you can see that Craig's mother actually chose this site and designed the home. She really loved this part of the coastline here because of its view of Lahaina Harbor and the island of Lanai. Here are some more current photos of the original home before the fire. It was a modest, well-loved family residence built in 1980. The home has been a vacation home for the Gay family every winter since it was built. They would stay, his parents would stay 6 months out of the year until they moved there full-time in 2019. As Craig mentioned, his parents were well known by beachgoers due to their friendly presence. And they would end every day enjoying the sunset and talking with people and enjoying the beach activities going on Baby Beach and just watching people connecting with the natural environment. As Craig mentioned, his mother was disabled with multiple sclerosis, and she needed to have caregivers that lived in the home. So she designed the home to have 2 separately functioning stories so that the caregivers could live upstairs and her and her husband could live downstairs. Each of the stories were functioning separately at that time with kitchens on both floors. She also included a pool in the design. As she was unable to enjoy the ocean because of her disability, the pool was her favorite way to exercise and enjoy spending time in the sun. The home had separate entrances as well for the 2 floors. After Craig's parents passed away in 2018, Craig and the family renovated the home to where it had 3 bedrooms on each floor, but the kitchen still remained. The Gay family applied and received an STVR permit in 2019, as Craig and Julie were not yet able to retire and spend more time at the property. The home is deeply important to Craig and Julie and their 4 kids and 4 grandkids, who are all living in different places now with their own families. Maui is where the entire family has gathered since it was built in 1980. Site, let's see, yeah. The site today is cleared and ready as determined by the Army Corps of Engineers. Craig's mother's pool remains somewhat undamaged and still holding water, as seen in the drone image on the left. Parts of the driveway remain as well. Here we can see the view of the coast as it stretches towards the Lahaina Harbor, and behind that, the West Maui Mountains and Pu'ukukui, which is a 5,788-foot tall forested mountain in the distance. At the site, one can see and feel the connection between Malca and Makai. The views are best from the ocean, and there is also a quite important view corridor that happens right near the shoreline path, which owners are intending to steward and care for by trimming the coconut trees there, making sure that it stays open for the beachgoers. Project alignment with the Maui County General Plan. One of the general objectives is to encourage a mix of social economic age groups within neighborhoods. The neighborhood already reflects the county's vision for mixed housing types. Our single family home is part of a diverse housing ecosystem that includes affordable apartments, condos, and townhomes, all within one block, which we can see on the diagram. Another objective is design of neighborhoods to foster interaction between neighbors. Baby Beach is a gathering point for Lahaina residents and visitors. This home on a quiet street with walkable access to downtown is woven into the fabric of the neighborhood. Our design intends to protect Lahaina's small town character while honoring its recovery. The gay family is connected to their neighbors, and they have stayed closely in touch to support each other during the rebuild process. The proposed design preserves the scale and character of this Lahaina Beach neighborhood. In a few slides, we'll get to see how the design actually responds to these needs. So we've determined that there are no significant impacts on the natural resources, wildlife, or public views. The site is elevated above the flood zone at approximately 10 feet above sea level, and we are within the 41-foot shoreline setback submitted before the latest shoreline rules went into effect. Our permits and approvals. Our flood development permit has been approved. Land use development permit has been approved. The UDRB was approved with the following conditions, which we have completed. Number one was a BMP drainage review by, that's best management practices drainage review by civil engineer. And we had CDF civil engineers reviewed and commented and helped us refine that design. Construction access adjustment. There was a silt fence that we had to redesign to allow for proper access to the project, and we additionally added a drainage strip across the driveway to prevent any runoff towards Kai Poly Place. Another comment was to think about resilient siding materials. So we added cement board and batten cladding for the primary siding material to the building, but we still kept our natural split bamboo siding, which would be protected underneath the eaves on the upper part, so it's not going to get as much salt spray from the ocean. And lastly was the defensible landscape strategy. To select and maintain trees that will allow for space around the structure in the event of any other fire issues. Also in that process, we got to go through the National Historic Lahaina review, and they had some comments on the design. Some of those design revisions had to also do with the board and batten siding to help tie into the neighborhood character. Removing some curvature from the roof lines to do more of a traditional Dutch gable roof. Changing the windows to hung windows from sliders, and ensuring that our landscape design would help soften the scale of the two-story building. Building review has been approved by 4Leaf since 2025. and water supply, our shoreline setback approval for the landscape work, and planning department are pending approval. Our design is for a 2,898 square foot, actually, no, that's not right. So it's 4,114 square foot, two-story single-family home. This is a smaller footprint and less square footage than before. We'll be able to see the comparison between the original home and the proposed home on the next slide. Bamboo is the primary structural material. We intend to preserve the pool and install a cover to prevent evaporation. We also are planning to rebuild the driveway. We spoke a little bit about the additional drainage measures to prevent runoff. And is it still working? Check. Oh, yeah. Perhaps the most important aspect of the proposed design is the native drought-tolerant, low-lying landscape, which we'll get to see towards the end of the presentation. Here's the comparison showing the pre-fire building and the proposed. There's a 34% reduction in footprint and a 24% reduction of square footage under roof. This is due to building less interior square footage, removing the garage, increasing the lanai. The distance from the shoreline increased 10 feet, 10 inches away from the shoreline due to us intentionally using a smaller footprint than the original home. So total square feet of the original was 5,411 and the newly proposed is 4,114. The slide to change. The design of the home was created not only by us, as the architect at Bamboo Living and Craig, but all of his children as well gave input on the floor plans and the bedrooms to ensure that they would be able to gather in the way that they envisioned. There's a small private main floor suite included for one of Craig's sons, who is a scuba diver and plans to live on Maui full time. Intends to continue operating the home as an STVR under their existing permit until they relocate permanently in the next few years. We can see the architectural elevations. On the bottom is the north elevation. This is facing Kai Poly Place, and this is what the neighbors and passerbys will see. The added entryway adds to the human scale, and the elegant plantation style hip roof lines will add an understated architectural beauty to the building and the location. The larger ko trees and kukui trees will help soften the scale, cool the house, and add visual beauty. The south elevation is the other important elevation, which is the view from Baby Beach. This is where we can see the two main lanais of the building, which allow the house to slightly recede into the shade and add to its passive cooling strategies. The dormer in the middle of the roof will allow for hot air to escape as it rises while adding natural lighting into the heart of the home. The landscape on the beach side is low-lying, drought-tolerant native plants. I think this is likely the project's most important design aspect, is to showcase a diverse palette of plants intended to protect and preserve the most sensitive aspects of the site right in front of the home. Some of the other design strategies is, maintain a similar smaller footprint to the previous, which we went smaller. Design landscape which softens visual impact. using Dutch end gable roof shapes, which is a roof style that you can see in Lahaina in the historic district. Exterior materials mentioned the cement board and batten and a dark toned bamboo. Entry roof over the door helps to break up the scale of that front facing facade. Hung windows, short fences. Materials of bamboo the bamboo style is contextually appropriate. It's a regenerative, eco-friendly material, and the natural textures reinforce that connection to the environment. And the color tones themselves were selected. The dark browns, bronze, caramel tones are selected to match the colors of soil, earth, and plants around so that it has a lower visual impact. And actually the plants can kind of take a more prominent character in that way in front of the darker toned home. The home is built out of prefabricated structural bamboo panels, structurally engineered to withstand hurricane force winds and earthquakes per the International Code Council's requirements. Bamboo as a structural material is a climate solution. It absorbs CO2 and acts like a carbon sink. It's one of the only materials where the more you use of it, the better things get. The symbolism of natural bamboo material connects people to their love of nature and is a source of inspiration to care for and protect for what's most important. This choice reflects the Gay family's commitment to rebuilding responsibly after the fire. Our bamboo is lightweight and flexible. It's a forward-thinking material choice for Hawaii. Our bamboo homes have been proven up to 200-mile-per-hour winds during a hurricane in the Caribbean and are well suited in coastal environments due to their resilience and strength through flexibility. Bamboo grows 4 to 7 times faster than trees, and you don't have to kill the plant to harvest and use it as a building material. Another unique and special attribute to this building is its modular panelized system. The nature of the building allows the primary elements to be disassembled if a planned retreat is necessary in the future due to sea level rise. This isn't a simple process by any means, but because the primary structure of the building and the roof is all bolted together with accessible bolts, it's possible to plan for the future in a non-destructive and responsible way. Estimates say that this could be in the next 50 to 75 years or sooner or later, depending on environmental conditions that so far are unknown. The owner is willing to take responsibility for relocating and removing the structure at the time the environment calls for it. A big mahalo to the UDRB review team for helping guide us on the best management practice and helping us increase their effectiveness. At the driveway entry here, we've added gravel drainage area to prevent runoff. That's at the tag A you see towards Kai Poly Place. We have a stockpiles area with sediment trapping devices all the way around the proposed construction site. We would be doing dust control in conformance with air pollution control standards to not create any dust nuisance. We're using slope protection methods for the areas that are sloping towards the beach and also towards Kai Poly Place. Temporary stabilization, permanent stabilization, and also using a pool cover to reduce evaporation and to conserve water. Our landscape design strategies, meeting with Wes and Tara from the UH Planning Scientific and Technical team was hugely helpful in learning how we can best create a cohesive plan in support of the integrated coastal plan that Wes, Tara, and their team are working on designing and implementing along the whole Lahaina shoreline area. This has become a huge source of inspiration for us to have the ability to help restore the coastline and mitigate erosion by building a sustainably minded, drought-tolerant, low-lying native dune buffer zone. Native hedges and small trees will be used further from the coast to protect the structure from wind and to add and as well to add privacy. Larger trees are intended to be planted on the Kai Poly Place side of the home to help soften the scale of the two-story building. Our biggest goal with the landscape plan was to create as large of a buffer zone as reasonably possible, and we were able to achieve between 18 feet and 30 feet due to the shape of the lot. Aki, Pohoi, and Pohina plants are layered in a three-part system that stabilizes and transitions from the beach towards the home. Native shrubs set up the next layer of landscape closer to the building to add privacy and wind protection. Towards Kai Poly, we have planned larger shade trees like the kukui tree, and lolu palm. We understand that each step of this process needs to be done with the absolute care and respect for the land, and all measures must be taken to mitigate the effects to this sensitive shoreline environment. Mahalo again to everyone here in attendance and for allowing us to share the details of our project. We're happy to answer any questions from here, and we look forward to your feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. Colette, is there anything further, or can I move to public testimony? Okay, thank you. We can move to public testimony, please. We can start with in-person.
Testing. It's good. Chair, there's no one signed up in person or online.
So to clarify, no one in person or online, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With that, I will be closing public testimony in 3.
I raised my hand.
Okay. If you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kai Nishiki, and I swear to tell the truth. I'm testifying in opposition to the permit for the Gay Family Trust on Pu'unoa Beach. I recognize the tremendous loss caused by the Lahaina fire, and I understand the desire of folks to rebuild. But rebuilding on the shoreline requires us to consider more than what stood there before the fire. It requires us to consider what will happen to this beach in the decades ahead. Baby Beach, also known as Pu'unoa Beach, is one of Lahaina's most treasured and family-friendly and heavily used beaches in West Maui. The staff report acknowledges that this property is located at the transition between an accreting shoreline and an eroding shoreline, that a portion of the property is within the 3.2 Slorexa area, and that coastal erosion is projected to affect it by 2100. Most importantly, this is the last house on the sandy portion of this beach. Rebuilding a large permanent vacation home in essentially the same location without preserving adequate room for the beach to migrate landward will eventually contribute to the loss of the beach itself. A beach is not a fixed strip of sand. It survives by moving. As sea level rises and the shoreline advances landward, the beach must also be allowed to migrate landward. If a house, pool, landscaping, and other improvements occupy that space, the beach will eventually become trapped. The staff report concludes that this project will not significantly affect shoreline processes or recreational resources. I respectfully disagree. Approving permanent development in the future path of our shoreline eliminates options for the beach and for future decision makers. This is a cumulative and potentially irreversible impact. The proposed house contains 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms and is intended to continue operating as a short-term rental vacation home. This is not simply the restoration of housing for a displaced Lahaina resident. The commission should carefully consider whether rebuilding a large vacation rental in an environmentally sensitive location presents a compelling public interest that outweighs the long-term risk to the beach. Too often we make decisions based upon our present window of enjoyment, what one
30
owner wants
seconds.
today, or what may survive for the next 10 or 20 years. This commission's responsibility extends far beyond our lifetimes. The decision you make here will reverberate for generations. Living on the shoreline is an extraordinary privilege, and with great privilege comes great responsibility. That responsibility includes accepting the natural movement of the shoreline and leaving room for the beach to survive. Please deny this application. Many folks are disillusioned by the decision on the
Time.
Deal House and would be here, but they just don't see that this commission is going to protect our public trust resources that you have been entrusted with. So please prove them wrong and stand up for our beaches.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions?
Thank you for the feedback and the testimony. One question I have is, what are your thoughts about the incorporation and monitoring of the strict landscape proposals to help restore the entire coastline and keep the sand where it is, based on UH's work to restore this part of the coastline?
Thank you. I very much support Tara and Wes of UHC Grant, and I am glad that you folks are working closely with them. And I applaud the landscaping adjustments and the commitment to that. And so, you know, I fully applaud you folks on that. But plants are not going to replace the need for relocating the hardened structures that will cause our beaches. You know, if that hardened structure remains, the beaches don't have any place to migrate. So I think that it is poor planning when you have been given that information that this beach is going to kill this house is going to kill that portion and contribute to the loss of our beach for our future generations. So I really feel that is irresponsible and selfish to just think of your current enjoyment and not think that our beaches are a public trust meant to live on forever. And it is going to be decisions that we make today that will foreclose those options. So I just asked, you know, you guys gave a great presentation. The family says how much they love the beach and enjoy it. Well, don't you want that for future generations? I think it's our responsibility to think long term and not just our immediate enjoyment. So I applaud you on that, but I just feel like that it's just like it's like this feel good little like sticker or star that you know you're going to put on yourself of like, yeah, but look, we're like planting some good plants, you know, like that doesn't negate what's going on behind the plants of a pool and a huge monstrosity of a home that is a short-term rental. That is not what our community needs. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, one other thing I would ask is, thank you again for that feedback. I'm curious your thoughts also on the intention behind planned retreat, and is there a mitigation plan for the future if we see it the shoreline kind of continuing back over the next decades Is there a planned retreat plan or agreement that would change your position on ensuring that the beach has the room to go where it needs to when that time arises?
Fantastic question, and and thank you for considering that. And yes, you could absolutely look at the sea level rise viewer, and it is considered conservative. In fact, it's probably double what is projected. And so what would be great is if you would commit to a bonded, funded retreat plan where structures are incrementally removed over time. And if you folks could put in writing and show that there is funding to carry out that phased rebuilding, you know, that would go a long way. And then, yeah, I could actually support a project that that can demonstrate that. That would be remarkable, and the best thing that you could do to show this community that you are committed to investing in protecting this public trust resource. You know how important Baby Beach is and how well loved it is by our community. And it would be just wonderful if you and all of the neighbors would make that commitment. But I understand you can only speak for, you know, yourself and your clients. But that would funded, phased relocation that there's no wiggle room for, you know, somebody in the future to get out of. Thank you for that consideration.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No further questions right now.
Questions from the commission? Seeing none. Okay. Go for it, Vice Chair.
This question's for anybody, the applicant and the department.
Real. Oh.
Okay. Seeing no questions for the testifier, we'll move to the next testifier if we have any.
I still see no one online
Okay.
or in person.
Then public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. And with that, we will open up questions from the commission to the applicant. Vice Chair, since you seem to have some.
Chair, real quick, I just wanted to add, this is Colette up here.
It's a different format, so I'm trying to figure out where everybody's at.
We do have Tara Owens from University of Hawaii Sea Grant on the line, as well as Kavika Farm from the department long range. He did the design review. So I just wanted to acknowledge that they are available online.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. Vice Chair.
Yeah, that's perfect. Actually, I have a question for Tara based on the conversation or the testifier. Tara, can you hear me? Tara, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Oh, there you are. You're on mute.
We can see you, but we cannot hear you. Okay, since we'll be waiting for her to dial back in, Vice Chair, do you have questions for the the applicant? And we can come back to Tara when she comes back.
Yeah. I have a question for the department. I'm wondering if like the option to build within the minimum buildable area was presented to the applicant. Okay, and that they decided not to do that.
Yes, answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Colette, could you just confirm who you were for the record?
Colette Cardoza, staff planner. The answer to your question is yes. We did inform them. Obviously, the rules became available, or the new rules were adopted, I think the next day that the application was submitted. So we did inform them, of course. So yes.
I have a question on, I'm just trying to get an idea like of where everything is on the map, right? So there's the house, there's the property boundary, there's a Slerexa, there's the EHL, and do you have a map that puts that all together so we can see everything?
Oh, no. Oh, right, sorry. Yes, 1 second, sorry. This level's the best. So this shows the placement. The gray line is the 3.2 SLR line. The orange is
Like do point when you do that?
Yep. See this highlighter?
Oh.
Like this, so that line. That's the 3.2. You see that arrow? And then this one is the orange one is the 2.2 foot sea level rise line. And then 1.1 is right here, the lighter orange.
So the red, so half of the proposed new structure is within the Slerexa, is in the 3.2.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess now I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Gay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I guess like my just very blunt question is, if the home is projected to be in the water in 40 years, maybe, like, why would you want to, after everything you've been through and you just rebuilt the home and then the fire happened, it's like, why would you put all your resources into building a home that's just going to be in the water in 40 years?
Well, I mean, it's a good question, and an obvious question. I think I mean, the first thing to say is that this place, that lot, is has been a part of our family now for nearly 50 years. That this is our place. And anyway, it's meant a lot to us. In terms of the larger question, I look at it philosophically. I mean, I think, you imagine going to the doctor and receiving the news that you have 6 months to live. What do? Well, you commit to living all the time you have left as fully and as meaningfully as you can. And we may only get another 40 years out of this property, but that's another at least 3 generations of our family. That's 40 years of memories. It's 40 years of family gatherings. It's 40 years of conversations on the lanai. I mean, these are priceless. All of the memories and things that not just our family, but many other people have shared over the last 40 years. I think we are committed to trying to rebuild in such a way that when the time comes to retreat, we will be able to do so in a way that has the least impact on the beach. My sense also, I mean, is that in my experience of Baby Beach over the last almost 50 years now, the homeowners along the beach have taken the stewardship of it very seriously. I mean, I remember as 30 years ago, my mom would direct us to go down to the beach and clean it up. We did that every day. And there was always, there's always a lot of junk that's left and garbage and whatnot, and as well as stuff that blows in and comes in on the tide. But we were committed to taking care of that stretch of the beach, and we weren't alone. I mean, our neighbors did the same. And I think that is why Baby Beach continues to be such a beautiful place and why it's so popular. Anyway, so I think we're hoping to get another 3 or 4 generations out of this property, and we'll be grateful for that if we can. So, does that help to answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'd like to do.
If I could, Mr. Gay, I'd like to ask a follow-up question regarding to the proposed statement from the testifier of securing a bonded and funded signed agreement with no loopholes and it be set in perpetuity, that if shoreline encroachment does come into play and you do have to retreat, is that something that you would be open to?
I mean, I'm open to it. I'd like, it's obviously a legal document. It would have to be, we'd have to have a lawyer review it.
Sure.
But yeah, sure. I mean, I assume that that's going to be our responsibility one way or the other. I mean, I don't know that. I mean, that's no surprise to me that she suggested that. I think that will be required of us. So yeah, sure. I'm definitely open to that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Commissioner Doikos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For the applicant, I'm wondering if you could pull up the site today slide. Is that something you can pull up?
Which slide was that?
The site today just shows
Yep.
an aerial shot down the coastline.
Yeah. Let me redo the share real quick.
So I do want to start with I'm sorry for your loss and all the stuff you're going through. I do appreciate all the information provided about caring for that shoreline, about the history there, about even the structure of the home, you know, looking at living materials that are environmentally good and passive design. I love all that. So appreciate you sharing all that. Yeah, maybe go back. Maybe it was the slide before or after, maybe an after. It just shows down the coastline. Yeah, that's the one. So I'm sure you guys are familiar, but when we talk about beach squeeze, right? Essentially, that's what we're looking at. So your neighbors to the left, to the south, that beach has been squeezed out because there's nowhere for that beach to move. So I think what I'm hearing with some of the questioning and some of the response is, of course, we all understand that beach moves, migrates inland, and everyone wants to accommodate for that. But what happens when the time comes is what you're looking at here, is just the loss of the beach. Even though it's protected by our public trust laws and all of that, what inevitably happens is the landowner wants to hold the line. They request, look at Kahana, look at, you know, a lot of West Maui is, they want, hey, we didn't know, we're in a compromising position, we need more time, give us a revetment, let us repair the seawall, let us repair a sinkhole, let it, you know, they need more time, more time, more time. You guys are in the fortunate, well, that's, I use that loosely, but you have the ability to rebuild now. Other places are struggling with that opportunity to relocate. And if you have the resources to build a short-term house and take it down and move it somewhere else, then that's great. That's, you know, that's a decision you guys make. The concern is, for me, is that public trust side. So when I look at this photo, I already see encroachment from the vegetation. And I know a lot of people on this beach, you don't want the beach goers right in front of your house, right? So a lot of people grow grass and they grow vegetation to create a buffer. That's what we can see sort of between that little beach area between your house and so I don't know if that's an encroachment. I'll get to that, but that's kind of where it starts. And that's been the big concern, is property owners, even though, like the testifier said, should have the responsibility of planning and providing room for the beach to migrate, they tend to do the opposite. They grow, they extend their footprint out onto the beach as an encroachment. So I think in this discussion, and you guys have stated, hey, we want to restore the coastline. We're working with UH on the beach plan. All that is great. I would like to talk more about the guarantees that movement. So first question I had, and that might be another slide, is where you show the shoreline and then you show the three setbacks. Sorry, you show the three models of Storexa. You had it previously. Yeah. I'm just curious, that shoreline, is that a recent certified shoreline, or when was that shoreline defined or certified?
Yeah, April 29th, 2025 was that shoreline. The one that you see right here. Right there.
Okay. And was there any encroachments determined? Like none of the vegetation was on the Mackay side of that? It was all, you guys were all behind that?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, there actually was, and it was all removed after that was discovered from that shoreline survey. So there was
the vegetation was
vegetation.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some planter around a coconut palm, so that was removed as well. And then
Okay. And then just the 3.2 you have there, that slices the house in half. Like that is the 2014 model, which has been incorporated in the PACO LOS viewer. But the new models are actually 4 feet. So that would represent a 2075, which I think is what was mentioned, 50 years half of that house would be not just underwater. There would be no land, right? The erosion hazard line is where there's no more land. It's eroded away. So going back seems like a crazy place to build, but if you have the resources, do a temporary, and you did get in before the new rules. For me personally, I'm thinking, well, if you want to throw money into this and then throw money into relocating it, but to get back to protect that beach, we just want to know that I didn't see anywhere in your plan the incremental relocation. Like, where is that? Where is the space in your plan to allow that beach to continue migrating? And that's what we kind of want to lock in, so that public trust doesn't end up like every other public trust beach to the left of you, just dead and nowhere to access it. So I guess my question would be similar to Commissioner Ward's and it sounds like you're not sure what that document looks like, that guarantee, and maybe that would be a question for planning. If we wanted, I guess I got to think how we would do that. Would that be an incremental relocation plan based on the science? So we know at this time, the best available science will show the shoreline is here. And in order to not impede with that process, this would be removed, and that would be a contractual agreement that would be with the deed. So there would be guarantee that beach would continue to have space to move.
Hi, Commissioner Doikos. This is Staff Planner Colette Cardoza. So in the staff report, it is already a requirement. I can read this section. It says, in the event that the proposed project is damaged by coastal processes or hazards after construction commences, the property owner will be required to remove all structures and debris that are transported to the marine environment or become a part of the marine environment as a result of coastal processes or hazards. So this is part of the requirement for a hold harmless agreement for the county as well. So the applicant is required to file this with the Bureau of Conveyances. So it is actually recorded on their deed, and then they send the department a copy of this. So for the 4 previous SM1 applications for reconstruction for Lahaina Shoreline, this already exists in the staff report. So we already are starting to see these recordings from the BOC for these property owners. So just letting you guys know what you're asking for might already exist.
Okay, and Chair, just to follow up to that.
Please.
Sorry, I can't see. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was taking myself off mute.
Okay. The follow-up. So I am familiar with the condition you're referring to that's now being implemented in the SMAs. The question is, if the beach is being impeded at some point and the landowner refuses, maybe they want to go to litigation, whatever, you guys have the experience, how those things unfold. What is the guarantee that, let's say they just abandon and leave the property to fall in, like some of the structures we're finding on the coast now. What bond provides some additional insurance so that if the state has to remove the encroachment, they have funds to do it? Or maybe you could address how, if that trigger happens, that condition referred to in the SMA, we know that there's a structure on the beach that's impeding beach migration. They maybe walk me through the process. They get a notice, a violation, and then how does that get enforced? And that was probably a question for Colette.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Doikos. So I can talk about the department's enforcement process, and I think you're probably somewhat familiar with it. You know, we would perhaps get a complaint, or maybe someone would inform us what's happening on the property. Our inspectors would probably then, you know, send out a warning or a violation. We would have this condition that's, you know, part of the land. So if somebody were to purchase this property in the future, I mean, it's pretty undeniable that this condition would be recorded. And, you know, we would do what we could do, right? I mean, we have the ability to issue fines, et cetera. But I do think there would be a point, you know, as you're saying, if they just outright refuse to do it, or if they abandon the property, et cetera, I think that would start kind of heading into like the legal realm, because, you know, the department, we have certain tools, but to actually like go after people in that sort of way, we would have to then basically like get our legal team involved.
Okay, but and bonding, anything? I'm not an expert on bonds, but maybe that's a question for legal. If they had a bond applied, so at least funds were available to remedy the violation, is that allowed? And how would that work?
Thank you, Chair. So the next step in the enforcement process would be to bring legal action, which could include something called injunctive relief, which would be a court order to potentially remove the debris or whatever's in violation of the SMA rules. If there's a case, I'm not sure exactly what the facts would be, but if there's a case where an owner's just left, I'm not sure how that would work. Where, I mean, there would presumably be still a record owner of a beachfront property, which could be brought into a legal action. But in the event that that's an issue, I think bond or some type of security is something that has been done in other cases to ensure the completion. It's usually to ensure the completion of improvements. I do know for we looked at this a while ago for the state special permit for solar, for a solar project requires under state law adequate, I think security is the language to talk about decommissioning the site. That sounds sort of similar here, where there's some type of security required to make sure that that's done. I don't know of a case where that's been applied in a shoreline context, but yeah, normally a bond or something to that effect is used to ensure that an improvement is completed, and then the bond is released after the improvement's completed. That's where I'm generally familiar with them. But I do know for the for the state law for solar projects in the state agricultural district, there is a requirement for adequate security for the decommissioning of the site. That's not necessarily exactly analogous because we are looking at some degree of, I guess, science-based, but still speculation versus like a solar farm where you know there's going to be a for sure limited lifespan of the project. But I mean, theoretically, a bond is something that we've had in projects before. How it would work in this particular context, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a precedent for that, but it has been used in other cases for condition compliance.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking the planning, obviously the science can help with the planning, but you're not going to know, you know, how exactly that erosion is going to unfold. So the trigger to implement the removal would be a certified shoreline showing an encroachment. So that's already in place. So someone would complain, there would be certification, the encroachment, if and when there's an encroachment, that would trigger the request for removal. And the bond, is that something we could craft here or an executive session, or you have suggestions on that?
don't know why that would need to be in an executive session necessarily. You could also, I guess, ask the applicant for, what applicants oftentimes propose conditions to mitigate project impacts. It could start at that point. That also gives us an idea of what's, is willing to be done. I suppose, we could look at that as the planning department could sit down with the applicant. Our office could be involved too in those types of discussions, because I'm not sure what I'm not sure exactly how that would work. I don't see necessarily a need to craft that in executive session though, because that I mean we talk about conditions like that often.
Okay, so I guess just back to the applicant, and it's already been asked. But essentially, like they said, there already is a clause, a condition in the application that's tied to the deed that requires you to remove structures that interfere with the natural process of the beach. We're just looking at, and you said no problem. You guys are already designed it. You're doing the panelized design so you're already preparing for that. We're just looking for a little extra lock-in, like we will put money on a bond just to reassure everyone that yes, once it's determined that we now have an encroachment on public trust land, we will remove that encroachment and allow the beach to receive. Is that something that's amenable?
Commissioner Doikos, I think the applicant's already answered the question about that they'd be open to a bond. Unless you have a different question, I think we should move on.
Let me just speak just very briefly. Yes, I mean we're already committed to doing this. We take that commitment seriously. We also take seriously the environmental implications of not allowing stuff that we build to damage the coastline. The question of the bond is a legal question that I just am not. I'm not qualified to really answer. I mean, we received an insurance settlement for the loss of the property, which it was something, but it wasn't. It's going to hopefully will be enough to actually accomplish this build. Setting aside a big chunk of money is just not something that we're easily able to do. I mean, we can probably figure out how to do it, and then the question is, well, where does this money go? Who gets it? Do we ever get it back? Does all of these things? Those are important questions. So I don't know. I'm open to it, but I'd really like to take a close look at it with a lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. I would agree that those are important questions. And from my perspective, I think the ask would be, if it would be a condition that would be put in place, is that you're open to the discussion to work with the respective parties in coming up with a plan. So my perspective would not be to lock you in to say you have to put X amount of money in bond and some of that, those specifics. So as long as you're comfortable with that, I think we should move on if there's other questions for the applicant. Commissioner Lind.
Hello, Mr. Gay, and welcome, the applicant. I too grew up in the beach house, so that was built before statehood. There was no, enforcement of the SMAs back then. That came after statehood, 1974. Anyhow, yeah, we had to go eventually because the water was coming in our house. So that's what we're talking about. They were mentioning Commissioner. But I know that this property is right next door to a similar property that we dealt with a couple months ago. I think it was the Long's property, and before that, the Deal's property. That's your neighbor, right, Mr. Gay?
Yes.
Okay. The rest of the commission, I think I voted in favor of both the Long's property and the Deal's property for rebuild after the Lahaina wildfire. They both did the same pattern. It's the same thing. They got the permits in before the new rules was put on. And I just wanted to know, first of all, before I jump into the similarities, maybe you can answer a simple question about the plants. First of all, Tara Owens, the koi. First of all, it's a side note that I don't think it'll grow down there. I'm not too sure, but this is just to add that to the section. But yeah, go ahead. Oh, but I feel you. I understand this situation, but for the commission too, I kind of feel when we go into our talk session that this is a something similar right next door to the last estimate permit that we approved. So just wanted to bring that into motion. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Circle Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. While we were on the topic a little bit of the certified shoreline, I did have a question in looking at least the exhibits we were provided. Exhibit 2, which I think is really the one that's on the screen. And then Exhibit 9 is the copy of the certified shoreline we did receive. And it's just a little hard to tell, but I don't know if you have Exhibit 9, the actual certified shoreline. The question I have in regard to, I guess, potential encroachments, on the certified shoreline map, it looks like it shows a wall between the neighbor and this property that extends beyond the property line. I don't think it extends into the certified shoreline, so probably not an encroachment. But ultimately, I guess I just want to understand, is this wall extending onto the beach beyond the property line, or is it just hard to interpret from this small map?
Yeah, that's on the neighbor's property, but it sure looks like it's encroaching.
So that line is that wall is entirely on the neighbor's property. Oh, okay. Then I guess my question is not for you.
Hi, Colette Cardoza, staff planner. Yeah, if it was identified on their property, they would have had to have either remove it, right, or get an encroachment agreement, right? Yeah. So it's on the neighbor's property.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Doikos.
I have a question because I understand Commissioner Lynn saying this is just another one of these shoreline properties. I did have a question because we did do the deals, and I'm curious. We did require a certified shoreline because there was a massive encroachment there. We forgot, or I forgot to say that needs to go in place prior to development, right? So they move forward with development, and they could do a certified shoreline 100 years from now because that wasn't stated. So our fault. But let's say they do get it done, and it determines that there's, whatever their parcel they've started to build on the encroachment side. And this will apply here too. When they start seeing those scenarios, like, because it's a state county boundary, like, do you go back to the deals and say, by the way, you now have an encroachment you have to resolve, so we need to stop work order until you resolve it with the state? How do you deal with encroachments in the sense that would only be the state property side?
Commissioner Doikos, I just want to clarify, is this a question about this case or a previous case? If it's not regarding this case, then it's not something that we'd be addressing in this forum.
Well, it's this case the deals already have an encroachment. They've dealt with their encroachment with vegetation, but probably within a few more years, they're going to have more vegetation encroachment, right? So when that happens, because the encroachment is on state land, it's this weird, state can't get involved unless the county triggers it. So I just, we all want the beach to breathe and migrate naturally. We're all in support of that. But when it comes down to that actually happening, I just want to understand the process so that we can put the proper things in place if currently there's no clear process for that. So maybe just to clarify, so they came to you for this application. That required a certified shoreline, which they got. That showed there was vegetation encroachment, which they had to clean up prior to this point here.
Yeah,
So
that's correct. Yeah.
is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So the SMA application is what triggered the rectification of the encroachment. If they no longer need a permit and the encroachment is there, how does that process get triggered? Because the state can't say, I mean, based on what they told us last time, their hands are tied until county triggers them. So can someone explain to me how that process happens without them applying for a permit, or the shoreline property owner applying for a new permit where all this gets assessed? I guess it's a violation of the condition, and therefore you would need a complaint to trigger it. That what we described before.
Right. I believe that would be the response, is that if there was a complaint, then the department would be able to go and send out the team, investigate, and determine from there. If it was something, I think as you're going for, if there was damage done due to coastal processes, I think that's a different process versus shoreline encroachment. So I think there's slightly difference, but again, I need to bring us back to that we should be asking questions about this case, and they do have a shoreline certification from 2025 that is being leveraged and being used. So I think we need to make sure that we're asking questions that are directed to this case. And I think that from the perspective that they've had the shoreline certification, it's done, department's aware of it, it's on file. So if there is a complaint and they're making modifications based on that if there are complaints, then those would be addressed, and I'm going to look to the department for that when those complaints come in, you would address them accordingly, correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Does that clarify things, Commissioner Doikos? I'm not trying to cut you short. I want to make sure.
I understand. I understand. Do you have one separate question? Just a quick question.
Absolutely.
For the applicant, just so you're on slab, you're doing this on slab. I know you're doing panelized, which is easy to relocate, but you're not post and pier.
Yeah, it's a slab. Yeah.
Okay. And what is the plan to remove? I mean, to move the slab, just
you'd have to
demolish it.
You'd have to demolish it. You'd have to have a machine break it into pieces and then haul it off the site.
Okay, and that's the choice because there's already a slab, as opposed to doing a post and pier.
Yeah, we considered post and pier, but one of the issues that brought up is the height of the house would then it would be changing kind of the character, the architectural character of the neighborhood, and have an impact in that way. So it's at 28 feet tall right now, and there's a 30-foot height limit as well. So there's a couple things that were kind of preventing that.
Okay. And last question, I saw in the photos you previously had a hedge line there. Is there any type of armor structure that you're putting on the oceanfront property line, like a retaining wall or something?
No, nothing like that. Yeah, just that's the critical area that the native landscape needs to be, so that the sands are as protected as possible.
Okay, the concrete trim that I'm just seeing on the slide there. What is that?
Yeah. There are those two remaining. Those are around planters. Those are kind of low palm planters around the coconut palms.
Okay. How deep do you think those are?
I can tell you about those. There's a history there. When the site was being prepared for the original house, I don't know the details, but it was built up, And it was built up in such a way that unless we protected the palm trees that were already there, protected the basically the intersection between the trunk and the ground level, that it would kill them. And we didn't want to do that. My parents didn't want to do that. So we built these protective walls around the palms so that we wouldn't kill them when we when they built the site up a little bit. And they don't go down very far. It was just enough to maintain the I think it's the trunks actually have to breathe at the ground level, and that's so it's just basically creating airflow at that point. But we were required to take a couple of those out, which we did. It was not hard to do. I don't think you could construe them as sort of a structure that's going to impede the movement of the beach. And you know, if you want us to take them out, we'll take them out. I just think it'll kill the trees, and I think the trees are valuable.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just curious how deep they were. They sound like very shallow. No problem. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Ehlers-Ivers and then Vice Chair.
It's not on. Is this on? It's on. You can hear me? Closer than this? Oh yeah. All right. So page 70, that's like right after the, anyway, there's a plant layout.
Oh, is this from the PowerPoint?
It's from the exhibits.
Oh, okay. This one? Is it this one?
Oh, next one, I think. Perfect. So I was just wondering about that part on the bottom. It said myoporium. Is that something? I'm looking at it.
One moment. Let me just. And sorry, which was the?
I think it's the next one. It had the plant layout.
Oh yeah, this is the. Oh, on the side here, the plant legend.
Yeah. Oh, this is different than what we have. What we have, it says there's a myoporium on the property buffer area.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, apologies for that. There's we've been having a lot of recent discussions over the last 2 months with Wes and Tara. And I was able to meet Wes on site actually and walk the shoreline there, and he was describing the plants that were actually going to be the most effective, and so we had to make some adjustments to the shoreline buffer there. So these three plants, the Aki, Hoi Hoi, and Pohina Hina, were the three that was recommended to be used in a 3-part layered system.
Sorry if I can interrupt. So you're going to go with those recommendations rather than what your response was to the UDRB?
Yeah, those recommendations seemed, from what I learned from Wes, those were consistent with the plan for the whole shoreline. So it seemed a lot more appropriate for the buffer to be consistent with what was going to be hopefully protecting the entire shoreline there as much as possible.
Thanks for catching us up.
Yeah.
And then my next question is on the next page. Sorry, Chair. One more question.
No problem.
I think it's on the next page. There's a rendering.
Oh, okay. Is it the elevation?
No, it's still to do with plants. Sure, this one works. I was wondering, so I guess on the top one, nope. Can we go to the one that has the candle nut tree?
I think that's it was intended to be represented on the left side of the building here. The kukui.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so that's, I was just wondering how accurate these pictures are of the candle. I was wondering what species. It looks like sapote rather than kukui.
Yeah, this one here, it doesn't seem that accurate for what the kukui would look like. I think I selected it just because just to go for like a lighter green leaf tone and kind of the roundish shape of the kukui, but the trunk and the branches don't look as much. Yeah.
Makes sense though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was just trying to, the main thing with this image was really trying to show that scale of tree and that shape is going to help lessen the scale impact from the street side. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Chair, I have 3 hopefully quick questions. But if first maybe if Tara's on the line, if I could go back to asking my
I'm here.
question.
Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you.
We can. If
Hallelujah.
you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Hello, everyone. This is Tara Owens with the University of Hawaii Sea Grant Program, and I swear to tell the truth. And sorry for my technical difficulties. I resorted to having to use my phone.
Worries, Tara. So my question is, there's been like discussion of dune restoration, and there is some, mention of protecting the shoreline. And I mean, I've, done quite a bit of work on this beach, and I'm not a dune expert. That's what you do. So I guess my question is like, I don't think of this beach as having a dune. And can you build a dune at a beach where dunes don't exist and expect that dune to persist? Like, what is the purpose of, you know what I'm getting at, right?
I do know exactly what you're getting at, and it's a really good question. A lot of times when we think of coastal dunes, we think of larger scale systems like you might find on the north shore of Maui or on the south shore of Maui, where they're wind-driven systems, aeolian-built dunes, and we don't have that type of environment on the west side. So sometimes what we call dunes in West Maui, which are much smaller in scale than some other regions, they're dunes, but you also might refer to them as a vegetated berm. They're mainly wave-built structures. So again, smaller in elevation, smaller in width, just smaller in scale all around. But regardless, the idea is to reestablish native plants so that you can stabilize the backshore to some degree, and recreate some degree of natural buffer. And we have some example projects in other places in West Maui, like at Kahekili Beach Park. We have a small vegetated dune or berm there. We have one burgeoning example at Ka'anapali, and that one was a really good example because recently we had a swell that overwashed the plants, similar like this environment that we established. And that's when those dunes or berms collect sand, is when they have overwash from a high tide or a high wave event, and they collect sand. But it happens on a much smaller scale.
Okay. My other question, thank you, Tara. My question, I don't know, maybe it's to Tara or the department in general, is the sea level rise mitigation plan. Is that a new requirement by the department as part of the application process, or is that specific to this project?
Colette, would you want me to answer, or do you want to answer that question?
I can answer. No, it's not specific to this project. We have been requiring these for all new development within the sea level rise exposure area. So the previous 4 SMA major use permits that you approved for shoreline reconstruction, they all have sea level rise mitigation plans as well. Or if they didn't, it was required as a condition of their permit approval. Those mitigation plans live within maps, and they are tied to the parcel. So, anyone reviewing a future permit can see what the mitigation plan is. In addition, we also, if you're doing work within the sea level rise exposure area and it's maybe an SMA exemption, like you're re-roofing or something like that, not on the shoreline, just within the SMA, but you are within the SLREXA, we do require an acknowledgement that you are at least doing work within this area. So yes, it's not new.
Okay, just quick follow-up. So the application is still complete even if the sea level rise mitigation plan is incomplete.
Yeah, it's not a requirement of within the rules of our app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting
No,
at.
it's not within the rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just one more question, Chair, and this maybe it has to do with the last discussion that was a little bit confusing, but I'm just wondering if, because there's some discomfort in the process of, us waiting, we have to rely on somebody to make a complaint, and then the complaint has to go to the department, and then, there's some, I don't know, there's a little bit of discussion about what happens after that happens, but like, what if the applicant had to do shoreline certification survey every, some span of time, 5 years, I'm just throwing numbers out, then we would know automatically when the property was impeding on the shoreline, and then that condition that we have in place would be triggered, right? And then it's not like a gray area anymore. I don't know. I guess I'm posing that question to anybody who might know if that's a legitimate solution to the issue.
So just to clarify, if I can, I think you're asking the department that if we had a condition that included a shoreline certification, and I'll just use your 5-year as an example, when that was completed, the department would receive it, and then that would potentially have them review where it is within, where the results are compared to the house, and then they could potentially engage if needed for follow-up.
Would that be helpful?
So I would look to the department to answer that.
It's hard to say because essentially, if we're talking about that condition about retreating, we still need the applicant to cooperate, right? So we could engage a little earlier, but we would still need for them to actually, is that what your question is?
If they're conditioned to get the shoreline certification survey, then we as the public are not we don't have to worry about, I guess no one has to worry about somebody making the complaint. And if the complaint doesn't happen, then the department can't act. But if they have to do this thing, then you guys don't have to do anything. All you have to do is receive the shoreline certification survey, and then if you need to act.
What you're describing sounds, good, but it's actually a massive amount of work for the department. To what you're saying sounds like that you'd want that in perpetuity. That would require, a planner to be able to review, probably go to the site. And then there's no permit application. Typically, we use a permit application to trigger, the requirement of a state certified shoreline for development. Also, just being consistent with other approvals that you've done so far for reconstruction on the shoreline. So.
Vice Chair, does it answer your question or is it still confused? Any further questions? Okay. I will ask if there are any other questions from the commission. Commissioner Pateo.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question about the swimming pool. I think earlier Mr. Gay was mentioning about the swimming pool. I just need clarity on it. Was it for his mother that had MS? That's why it was difficult to get to the beach. And is mother still here? And is the pool still necessary, being so close in proximity to the shoreline? If I can ask that question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. Yeah, his mother has passed, but that is originally where the pool came from. Was her ability to have recreation and exercise there. The hope was to keep the pool because of all the memories that are tied to it, and that it's still in working condition, holding water. Actually looks fairly nice. They had recently retiled all of it in the renovations that happened in 2018, I believe. And the intention was to install the pool cover and use some sustainable pumps just to help make sure that all the water is being, reserved as carefully as possible. And in terms of its location, it would be part of the planned retreat in the event that the shoreline is encroaching on the lot. That would also have to be removed. So
yeah, that's why I was kind of asking, and
yeah,
my condolences for mother. And I appreciate the time for coming last time and this time. I know it's a commitment, but that's why I was asking, because half of the pool is also going to be where the structure is, right? And I understand there's going to be a pool cover that helps with evaporation, but it does take you do use a lot of gallons of water in backwashing processes, right, to keep the filters going. I had another question, if I'm able to ask.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to get also clarification on the building materials for the bamboo aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Does that partnership with the cementitious board? I know bamboo has a lot to do with reducing emissions. I understand that there's going to be an oak finish, and then there's also a partnership with cement board and batten. Does that dig into the reducing the emissions of the bamboo at the property?
The last part of the question again, you're asking about
well, if there's an oak finish, does the bamboo reduce emission at the property, or are you talking about where it gets harvested from?
Oh, yeah.
And then if there's an oak finish on it, does that hinder the reduction of emissions? And also being partnered with the cementitious board, the building material.
Yeah. There are some conventional materials used in the structure as well as the bamboo, but it's in thinking about like the design of a home, a lot of it has to do in that choice of what materials you're bringing and using on the site. So there'll be a lot of bamboo. So the whole second story walls are all bamboo wall panels, all of the truss systems, all of the purlin panels on top of the trusses, all the lanai panels, and all the porch panels for the first and the second stories. And then the outside of the panels do use a plywood, a structural plywood, and then that's where the cement board and the bamboo siding would be fastened to that part of the structure. So yeah, so there are some conventional materials used, but overall with the use of the bamboo and how much carbon that's storing, it's a much lower footprint. And we've seen actually a negative carbon footprint on a lot of our homes, even considering the shipping. Yeah, so it's one day we hope to have a home that's just all bamboo, but we still need to make sure that it's going to weather and be resilient.
Yeah, and is there plans to regenerate where the bamboo is being harvested from?
Yeah, all the bamboo. So we actually get the bamboo in Vietnam is where we build the home packages, and we source the bamboo from farmers there, small farmers, and they just grow the bamboo as well as their other crops, and they harvest usually about 30% of the crops and then allow it to keep regenerating and keep growing. That's a huge part of the climate strategy so that it can keep absorbing the CO2 into the plant while we use the parts that are harvested when the poles are mature and ready for structural use.
And final question, if I can. Thank you, Chair. I just needed a greater clarification on, I thought I heard moving back full-time in 2019 was also the same year that a short-term rental application was submitted. Is that correct? That part didn't kind of make sense to me.
Craig, could you clarify that one for the timeline?
Well, I mean, my parents passed in 2017. We wanted to hang on to the house, but I'm still working, so we decided to apply and at least see what happens, see if we could get a short-term vacation rental permit. We did kind of in the hopes that we could keep the thing afloat until we actually moved there, actually retired there, which was at that point a few years away. I'm still not retired. It's looking like I might retire this coming year. I've sort of assumed that I don't know what the status of short-term vacation rental permits is at the moment. Ours is still valid, and if we are allowed to continue renting the house on a short-term basis, we probably will when we're not using it. As all of you know, I mean, it's expensive to have a house over there, and we've somehow got to make ends meet. So yeah, that's where we are at the moment. We're looking at retirement will be official, I think, this coming May. At least that's the plan at the moment. And we would hope to make the move within the next year or so following that.
Thank you for sharing that. That's the reason I asked, because we talk about this Slerexa and these models, but this short-term rental, whatever it might be sooner than that, right? And if the timeline lines up, because the reason I asked that question is because in the early part of what you were sharing, which I appreciate, is that your mother or your parents had you guys go down to that beach and steward it every single day, you said. So I'm wondering if there's something, if it is a short-term rental and there's people coming in and out, how does someone steward that beach still if they're not there daily? Because part of the stewardship aspect is being there constantly, right? And so I'm wondering if there's a piece that can be added somehow, or something that you could think about that would help people who come in to continue to steward that beach.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We have thought about it. You'll see in the plan that there is a part of the first floor that is kind of separate off to one side of the rest of the house. One of our kids is hoping to move into that. And so in part, there will, ideally always be a family member present at the house all the time. And yeah, I mean, I would expect them to continue that task of stewardship. I mean, the other thing, even when we were doing the short-term vacation rental, the house was managed by a professional manager, and that was part of their job, was to clean the beach up, and they did, and and raking it, and getting all the stuff off of it and whatnot. So I mean, I understand the question, and it's a good one, but it is something that we've thought about, and we'll make we'll get done, or we'll make happen as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Doikos, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First question for Tara, Ms. Owens. So the the dune restoration, that's happening on the private side of the parcel. Is that correct?
It would be, but you touch upon something else that I should have maybe said with Commissioner Kealoha's question earlier. We're starting to engage in these conversations for the individual properties that are coming along with redevelopment plans. And so similarly, at the very other end of this stretch of sandy shoreline is the Lahaina Jodo Mission. And they are also working toward a renaturalization of their shoreline area, potentially even pulling out some hardscape that's there, and advising them on the right kind of plants that are adapted to this environment and creating that natural buffer. So we kind of have the two endpoints there with the Jodo Mission and 25 Kaipali Place. And so our hope, intent is, in all the spare time we all have, is to then sort of develop an overall shoreline landscape or dune or berm revegetation plan for the entire stretch of shoreline. And then where that gets implemented, whether it's on private property or on what's called unencumbered state lands, kind of changes as you move down along the shoreline. Because that shoreline, you've probably already discussed it earlier when I was dealing with technical difficulties, but it's been historically an accretionary area. So in some places, there's actually space between the property boundary and the high wash of waves, or what would be the certified shoreline. And that space, that open space, is technically belongs to the state, but it's kind of unmanaged land. It's called unencumbered state lands. So our intent then for this whole shoreline is to kind of develop a master plan and then work with the state to decide, if it's the homeowner that should be implementing this effort, or if we should be working with community groups to implement it. And we have other groups interested in supporting that effort, including Surfrider Foundation, and even the testifier, Ms. Nishiki, has been involved and engaged in those discussions. So it's not a one-size-fits-all situation in terms of ownership and where you would ideally place native plants on the shoreline.
Thank you.
So the shoreline to the north is accreting. Are you saying the shoreline in front of this property is also accreting?
Well, yeah, to the north, in front of all those properties to the north, between 25 Kaipali Place and the Lahaina Jodo Mission, that stretch of shoreline has historically been accretionary. And so some properties have quite a bit more space between the property boundary and the high wash of waves. Here at this property, 25 Kaipali Place, we are working on, I think we're working entirely within the property boundary for the placement of plants, but that won't be the case for all of the properties to the north.
Okay, just want to be clear. There's an erosion happening here, not an accretion at this specific site. Okay.
Right,
okay.
because this property is right at that transition between
right.
the accretionary portions and the erosion portions, which is why actually we can work primarily within their property boundary and why we can't on some of those properties to the north.
And having done the site visit and knowing how much, there's already been encroachment of the vegetation which has been removed, but that highest wash of the wave is obviously knocking on that property pretty quick. And do you see in the near term, like structures that might need to be removed because they're so close? Someone who understands the science of the migration, how quickly it's happening, haven't done the site visit. Are you concerned that there'll be encroachments in the near future, or is there plenty of space until something like that might occur?
Okay. It's kind of a complex question. We know because this property is developing under the old rules that the redeveloped structure isn't entirely Malca of the erosion hazard line. And as previously mentioned in testimony, the erosion hazard line is even at this point a conservative estimate of the future shoreline. So there will come a point presumably at some point in the future where the shoreline reaches the structures that are going to be rebuilt even. It's hard to say exactly what the progression of that looks like over time, because you have this sort of slow moving migration of the shoreline in the face of sea level rise, but you also might have event-based situations, or like a storm or an extra high tide combined with a swell that increases the wave energy at the property. And so you can have rapid adjustments to the shoreline while the slow adjustments to the shoreline are happening. So we can't predict exactly how that will go. What we can do is, with the space we have between the structure that is presumably going to be built and the high wash of waves, is try to strengthen the condition of the shoreline with these plants that are adapted to this type of environment. And then I think there are good questions occurring amongst yourselves about, how we manage the situation in the future when the shoreline does migrate as far as the developed structures.
Okay, thank you. And then the managed plan that you've been asking, the long-term managed retreat plan, is that something you work with them? Is that the ones that I've seen are pretty much dismissive of relocation because it's expensive, and I don't see this incremental. Is that changing? Are you guys working with the plan, or is it up to the applicant to develop some type of management plan without any sort of guidance on what that looks like?
I mean, the department may have to help me answer this question, because I definitely don't want to say something that's not aligned with the department perspective. But what they're asking for right now are these sea level rise exposure area mitigation plans. So if it looks like any part of a development is going to be within the SLREXA, then this mitigation plan is requested. And within the mitigation plan, the applicant is ideally supposed to identify alternatives, and then mitigation for any of the alternatives if they can't avoid these future conditions. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a retreat plan. It's more like getting landowners aware of the conditions and the risks that they are going to be facing in the future, to hopefully be prepared for those, and for the day that will come when the structure is affected by these conditions. It doesn't necessarily ask them to retreat or require them to retreat, although ideally, if necessary, and for the particular circumstances, those conversations are happening.
Okay, thank you. I had a water question, but I'll defer since I'm taking up all the time over here.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Thanks, Chair. This is on? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I wanted to ask this question because I was related to Commissioner Patau's. He asked the first part of my question, and this is a real quick one for the applicant regarding the STWM permit and their intentions to occupy the home. In my information here, it says it expires May of 27. So is the intention then that you are going to renew or try to extend the ability to have a short-term rental? Or will you be occupying it by the time the current one expires?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think we will apply just because these permits are hard to get, right? It's a long process. I think, however, and this is a question for Colette, because the house is now a new house, we may be forced to reapply as if we were starting from scratch. In that case, I'm not sure we will. Just because it is a pretty long and involved and expensive process. So, I just have a question mark over that for ourselves. I'm sort of assuming we won't do that, or we won't be allowed to do that. But, if it happens that we are, then I think we would apply for the permit. It's a valuable thing to have. It does two things. I mean, for us, it vastly increases the property taxes that we pay. And somehow you have to compensate for that with rental. But by the same token, if we don't have the permit, it vastly reduces the property taxes that we pay. So, I don't know. I haven't really thought that one through yet. I've just been focused on trying to get, permission to rebuild the house. Yeah. So I'm sorry I can't be more helpful to you on that question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Should have asked this earlier. I seen that the garage was being taken out. What's the plan to park the vehicles? Can you still park it on site, or is it now become street parking?
No, Siro, that's a question for you.
Yeah, we have 4 parking spaces on the site, so it's kind of integrated into the landscape in between where we're going to have the trees. So they'll be shaded out by the trees, but no structure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you, Chair. This is for county. I know the water permit is pending, and just maybe some background. Is that due to the seaworm review of all the permits on the west side, or what is the pending?
Yeah, it's a building permit thing. It's just upgrading the water meter from 5/8 to a 3/4, and there's just some paperwork that's pending on that, but everything's been submitted.
Yeah, we just have to pay for it, basically. It's been approved, I think, by the department.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Can county clarify? That's right. They've got the water use. It's just upgrading the meter. This has nothing to do with the greater water use issue, right? That we're dealing with.
Right. Yeah, the fixture counts have been approved for the permit, which ties into the water use.
Okay, and that's I can't see who's talking. That's the county responding?
No, it's the applicant's.
That was. Yeah,
okay,
that was me.
Just can the county confirm?
Thank you, Commissioner Doikos. That's correct. Getting water approval is essentially part of the building permit process. And if there wasn't enough water, then we assume the Department of Water Supply wouldn't approve their permit.
Okay, so you're waiting for them to approve the permit, or it has been approved? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's not completely finalized. So what happens first is we submit a fixture count of all the plumbing fixtures in the design, and that required us to be upgraded to a 3/4 inch water meter, which then there's a cost associated with. And so the step we're at right now is the fixture count has been approved and the paperwork has been submitted to have the invoice generated to be paid for that 3/4 inch water meter upgrade. But it's not technically approved until that payment gets made.
Okay, so just for Commissioner Diaz, so the water department has approved the permit once the payment is made. That's what we're working with. Is that accurate?
I'm not super familiar with water department's process, but essentially for them to get a water meter, there are certain calculations that must be submitted. And according to the applicant's representative, it sounds like they just need to make a final payment. So I guess it's not 100% approved, but up to this point, there's no indication that it's going to be an issue.
Okay, sounds like it's a payment, not a water issue. Okay, my last question, I swear it's my last. That just to go back and maybe to go back, I think Commissioner Kealoha made a great recommendation, tracking all of these. So my question is, I assume they're required to do a year-end report or some kind of reporting. And then this idea that if they're required to do a certified shoreline every 5 years, I assume the reporting isn't required in perpetuity. So one, it could be incorporated when there's reporting that they demonstrate the certified shoreline, but could you have reporting of the certified shoreline be part of the grant in every 5 years, something like that? That I make that as confusing as possible.
Actually, I was sort of prepared for this in conversation with Commissioner Kealoha. So I see where you folks are going with this, and it's definitely a valid concern. So I think what the department would propose is adding a condition that states that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey at the department's discretion to ensure that damage or coastal processes are mitigated and prevented in a timely manner. And what that does is it allows us to, because my assumption is you folks don't want to wait until it's too late and then we start trying to resolve this issue, but try to resolve it ahead of time. And so in the future, and we don't know when this is, and you know, it could be 10 years, it could be 60 years, we don't know. But when there is that point where the department recognizes that you know, there is this issue, that we can then proactively require a state certified shoreline survey from the applicant or property owner at that time.
Well, if I could respond to that.
Sure.
So that's a little different. You guys have way too much on your plate. Guarantee you're not going to be going out monitoring these properties to see when the encroachment occurs. So that was, and then the allow it at the discretion of the planning. That's kind of what it is now on SMA permits. And so I was thinking to relieve the burden so that the burden is on the applicant. Certification of the shoreline is a state process. So they would take it upon themselves to get that certification and show it to you that they're clean, there's no encroachments. So that wouldn't be a bigger burden on you other than reviewing that, but the trigger would have to be added as a condition, right? So it would be tied to the deed, and all the effort you would have is, you know, when that comes in every 5 years, you look and say, okay, it looks clean. Is that different than what you were proposing?
That is a little different. What I was proposing was, you know, essentially the department would monitor this area, and because we don't know exactly, you know, what or when the shoreline is, you know, sort of going to encroach on this property, that we would leave it sort of open-ended. But your suggestion is that they're more proactive and just do this every 5 years regardless. So it's a little different.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I have one quick question for the architect, and I think I know the answer, but just so we have it on record. Hearing the concerns, obviously, of the placement of the home, is there any flexibility in the placement of the proposed structure to move it slightly out of the way or further away from the shoreline or erosion line?
Yeah, it's been moved back as far as we can with the current footprint and with allowing just like reasonable access into the site. It's a pretty steep turn up there, and to be able to just park the vehicles was kind of the main criteria. Still keeping it where it's at. Yeah.
And it could be slid to the, I'm going to say left.
Yeah, I believe it's right on the setback on the other side. So it's, yeah, has been moved back as far as possible.
Again, I assumed that was going to be the answer, but just wanted to make sure we asked that.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, Fletcher, you have a question?
Yeah. I have one more question, actually. Exhibit 18A, and just going back to maybe the discussion about water, the Department of Water Supply has a pretty long list of recommendations and conditions for approval. And usually when we see a response from the applicant, we see like individual responses to each of their comments. Whereas in this case, the response is like, thank you, and we'll take these comments into account. So I just, does that mean you are going to follow the recommendations and conditions for approval to each of the Department of Water Supply comments? Is that like,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah, it
yes,
was overarching.
encompasses everything, we will do that.
Yes. Yeah, we definitely want to follow their guidance.
Thank you.
Yes. If there's no other questions, I'm going to call for recess because I think everybody could probably use a bathroom break at this point. And then when we come back, we will go into discussion with the commission. So it is 11:28. I'm going to say a 15-minute break so that everybody can go do their business, check their phones and all kind of stuff. So if we can come back at 11:45. So this meeting is recessed until 11:45. Thank you. 11th, 2026. We are still currently on agenda item A1, and the commissioners will be entering into discussion. So with that, I will open up for questions and discussion from the commission.
Chair.
Commissioner Elzares.
Is discussion where we can make a motion, or we still got to talk? I think we talked quite a bit.
We should start with discussion, just so that people can, if there's no discussion, we can then move to making a motion. So I'll just do a quick count. Yes, Commissioner Doikos.
Yeah, maybe we just to get the temperature of the commission, we did discuss and maybe get some insight, which we already have from Corp Counsel. So two things. There was a recommendation for certified shorelines, maybe every 5 years. That was one recommendation that we have discussed. Seems the applicant seems willing to, to give us the comfort necessary that they will act appropriately when the time comes. And then the second one was the bond, which I don't have a lot of experience with, but sounds like there is precedent on a different, as a condition on a different type of SMA. Maybe we could expand on. These are areas I'd like to explore more. If there's further discussion or concerns, maybe we can discuss them.
Is there a specific question or that you're looking for, Mr. Doikos? I just want to make sure we're guiding it in the right direction.
Yeah, I guess this maybe if we do friendly amendments, that's the time we'll get into it. but I just wanted to put it out there if there was some concern. Yeah. I guess no questions here. We're just putting it on the table for discussion, and maybe the appropriate place is if we want to do friendly amendments, is my guess.
Okay. Since I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand for discussion, I would propose, if you're comfortable, Commissioner Doikos, that we hold that and we can discuss it when it comes up to if it is a motion or a friendly amendment. With that, I will close discussion. And is there a recommendation or a motion that someone on the commission? Oh, you're correct. We should listen to staff recommendation. Thank you.
The department would like to request one floor amendment to the staff report. Condition number 5 will be changed to today's date, August 11, 2026. The application meets the criteria for SMA use permit. The department is recommending approval based on the 13 conditions as listed in the staff report and recommendation. In consideration of the foregoing, the Department of Planning recommends that the Maui Planning Commission adopt the department's report and recommendation prepared for the June 2023, 2026 meeting as its findings of fact, conclusion of law, and decision and order, and to authorize the Director of Planning to transmit said written decision and order on behalf of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Is there a motion that a commissioner would like to present?
Yeah,
Commissioner Lazarus,
yeah, I'll make a motion to approve and adopt the,
if you could speak into the microphone, please.
I'll make a motion to approve and adopt the staff report with the 13 conditions. I think we may want to work on number 10 together.
Yep. Thank you. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Lazarus, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Commissioner Kwai, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nope.
Yeah, I will open it up for discussion. Commissioner Doikos.
Yeah, I would like to make a friendly amendment that we add a condition that requires a state certified shoreline certification every 5 years be submitted as a compliance report and tied to the deed of the parcel.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Doikos, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think the shoreline is always a complex issue. Of course, we're burdened with probably the only body that tries to enforce our coastal zone management acts and all that. So it's a complicated scenario. We need the property owners to assist the staff, even the state are so understaffed to sort of deal with these encroachments. We see what happens to our beaches year after year when those encroachments go unresolved. We get the beach squeezed, we lose the beach. Here we have a perfect opportunity, an applicant willing to do what shoreline property owners should do, and that's give room for the beach when the time comes. And so this could be a great opportunity to showcase what responsible beach property ownership is. So, but to remove the burden from the county that's got to manage so much and try to track this once the permit goes through, I think putting it on the applicant to do a certified shoreline, it's not a huge process. That would keep them, put the burden on them as responsible stewards of the coastline and minimize the requirement for the county to have to monitor and do all that extra work.
Thank you. Vice Chair, would you like to speak to your motion or second?
I just, echo what Commissioner Doikos says, but I think for me, like, both properties need to be protected, right? Like the private property and then the public resource property. And I think that this is like a really great step towards doing that. And I feel really comfortable if this condition were to get approved. So yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So if the intention is to have this run with the land, I'd recommend that amendment maybe be made. Well, I mean, I think I would first discuss with the planning department potentially on checking on something every 5 years in perpetuity. But there's already an agreement that is required to be recorded, and that agreement has to set forth the conditions, the requirements of conditions 3A, B, and C already. So if you're going to add a requirement for a certified shoreline every 5 years, you may just want to add that to 3C and make that 3C1, and then existing 3C1 and 2 can be C3, 2, and 3, if you're following me, because the conditions already require a unilateral agreement to be recorded and have certain things, and it references existing conditions. So if you want to add that as a new condition, maybe do that as C. I guess you could do it as C3 or where appropriate, but that would be, I think, the way to do it so that the agreement they already have to record would have to include that.
Thank you. And I guess burn that with department.
Yeah, I think we can add that to condition 3C and make that number 1, since it just kind of flows with the requirement. And then just for the record, what I have here is that we'd add a condition that states that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey every 5 years, with the first being required by August 31st, 2031, to ensure that damage or coastal processes are mitigated and prevented in a timely manner.
So I do see the applicant's hand up. Typically, we don't engage during discussion, but because of the condition, I will allow a short statement if you have a comment.
Well, thank you. No, my only comment is 5 years is, it took almost a year to get one of these. It takes almost a year to get one of these things done. And every 5 years means that we're just going to be doing it constantly. I think that's overkill. I agree with what you're trying to accomplish here. It makes sense to me. I just think 5 years is too frequent. 10 would do what you want it to do, and it would be much less of a burden on me and on property owners. So if you just might take that into consideration, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to echo as I was going to ask the department, but also to the commission, if 5 years was a little too quick, and is 10 years maybe a better line to consider. So, I'm sorry. So first of all, I'll ask the department, is 5 years too aggressive, and is 10 years a better benchmark? Okay, I believe Colette is going to be comment.
Yes, I would agree that 10 years would be more appropriate. 5 years would, like he described, would be quite burdensome.
Okay. So that said, there is a friendly amendment on the table.
Procedurally, I think calling it friendly or not, it's still an amendment that's been seconded. So that's on the floor. There could be another motion to amend to change the 5 years to 10 years, and a second, and then a vote on that, and then a vote on the first motion. But procedurally, I think that's how you would handle this. So if another member wants to change this to 10 years, they can move to do that, and then you would need a second, and then you could have discussion on that. And I don't think you can amend further on that level. You can have your main motion, then one motion to amend, and then another motion to amend the amendment, and then I think that's about as far as you can go with amending an amendment. But I think it accomplishes your goal.
Thank you. Just for clarify, but if the Commissioner Doikos and Vice Chair were willing to amend their motion to 10, Is that not acceptable?
Under parliamentary rules, technically, once the motion's been made and seconded, that's before the body. And so that has to be changed by amendment. I know we've been less formal in other cases. I think it may be a good habit to get into this. I also don't know if Commissioner Doikos or Commissioner Kealoha, how they feel about it. But if they're okay with that change and the rest of the group is, then you'll just have a motion to amend. That'll be amended, and then we would go from there. So it's already been stated before the body. So I think you've got a motion on the floor for 5 years.
Chair,
Commissioner Elizarz.
I'd like to amend the amendment. Make a motion to amend the amendment from 5 years to 10 years.
10 years. Commissioner Circle Woodburn, seconds.
Sure.
Would you like to speak to your? One moment, Commissioner Doikos. I'm in the middle of dealing with we have a motion to amend, so I have to close that out. Would you like to speak to your motion, Commissioner Elizarz?
I also thought 10 years is kind of a quick turnaround especially for that area and getting the people out to do those surveys. So I still think 10 years is kind of a quick turnaround if you're doing it every 10 years and the burden is on the property owner. But this property owner has agreed and mentioned that they'd be okay with 10 years. So more power to them.
Thank you. Commissioner Circle Woodburn, would you like to speak to your motion? Thank you. With that, I will open it up for discussion. And Commissioner Doikos, I will start with you because I believe you probably had a comment.
Yeah, I was just hoping in discussing that the 5 years is too much of a burden, somebody discussed why that's a burden. If it's a burden on the county to receive and look at a certified shoreline, maybe expand on that. I think there's an argument there, but from what I know was involved in certified shoreline, it may take some time to get it scheduled with the BLNR or whoever. But as far as the actual conducting a certified shoreline, I think the cost is minimal, and especially if you just had one done. So I'm open to the new 10 years instead of 5. I'd just like to hear more about why 5 would be too cumbersome.
Sure.
Commissioner Elizarz.
We're in discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Commissioner Doikos, I can share on this for this discussion that I have a family member who has property on the shoreline, and it took them 3 years to schedule to get their certified shoreline, and it's been over a year, and they kept on pushing it back. I'm not sure what the state has to do. I would hate for it to be that this applicant is held to this and the state or whoever is going to do their certified shoreline and then turn it in and go through all that paperwork is dependent on this family staying out of their house for another 8 years rather than whatever it is. So kind of just giving them a little leeway, knowing from personal experience how long these things take. That's all I have for discussion.
Thank you. So I would like to ask staff if they could comment on the 5 years versus 10 years, just from a procedural perspective and just overall efficiency for all parties involved.
Yeah, we would agree with what Commissioner Elizarz said. We do know that it can be somewhat of a burden to get these certified shoreline surveys, and so just factoring in timelines, et cetera, I think 10 years is reasonable.
Thank you. Commissioner Doikos. Yeah, I see a beat you to your hand.
I'm just wondering, since the burden seems to be on the timing, the delay for feedback or for the certification, could we change the language to be an application? A submitted application would be every 5 years, then they'd have that response time. They're not penalized by the response time, but they're actively pursuing that certification. I mean, just looking at how quickly things are happening on the shoreline. Look at Kahana Sunset in the last few years. I mean, stuff is happening extremely fast. And the damage and the danger that people can be in can happen extremely fast. So I don't think 5 years is, I mean, we know certified shorelines are good for a year. There's a reason they're only good for a year, because things are changing so rapidly. So 5 years seems, but I do understand there are delays. So I guess my request, do we change that the application be every 5 years, and therefore the actual certification, they have time to get that scheduled?
I will defer to staff, but I'm a little confused when you say that application is submitted. There wouldn't be an application submitted. There is no application to submit. So, but I will defer
So
to
the-
staff to.
Just to clarify, so the certified application goes to the state. You get a survey done that gets submitted for certification. And then there's a delay for them to, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's BLNR, it might be OCCL does the approval, but it gets scheduled and then approval. So everything the applicant has control of is getting the certification done, the application submitted, and I think the delay is then getting the response.
I would say no, that the 10 years is probably better for the department. What you're describing sounds like multiple steps that the department would have to keep track of. And this is something that's going to be in perpetuity. So I don't know if 50, 60, 70, 80 years from now, when we're all gone, that someone's going to have to be facilitating what you're describing from the department. So I would rather not have a 2-step or 3 steps. I would rather just have, please submit it within 10 years, the actual certification. I think that's best for the department.
Commissioner Doikos, I mean, we could amend this condition to I'll just read it from the beginning, that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey every 10 years or more frequently at the discretion of the department, with the first being required by August 31st, 2036, and so forth.
Thank you. Mr. Doikos, does that sit better for you? Commission.
I mean, no, but it's okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the amendment for the 10 years? Commissioner Circle Woodburn and then Vice Chair.
Just confirming it's currently as written. We're potentially voting on how Mr. Diaz just read it at the discretion.
No,
I'm
we're
confused where we're
only voting on when we do the vote is it 10 years or not? So it's just the 10 years.
Oh, not at the discretion.
It's just 10 years. Then we'll go and do a motion based on what Mr. Diaz just read.
Oh, we can't just.
We're gonna have three. We're gonna have 3. So, Vice Chair, did you have a comment? Okay. Mr. Diaz, could we please have a vote? They're good.
So on the floor, we have a motion. The main motion was to approve with staff recommended conditions. There was an amendment made and seconded to add as part of the recorded unilateral agreement, a requirement that a certified shoreline be applied for by the applicant every 5 years. Then there was a motion to amend that amendment to the main motion to change the 5 years to 10 years. And that's where you're at. So you can vote on that one way or the other. And so you'll have then after that, you'll have a pending motion to amend the main motion for either 5 years or 10 years to submit a certified shoreline for either 5 years or 10 years. That'll be a pending motion to amend the main motion. You could also at that point say, oh, in addition to the 5 years or the 10 years, I also want to say more frequently as determined by the department. I'd also recommend you provide in some criteria for the department to make that determination. So it's not just arbitrary and capricious or anything like that. So you may want to have that. But at this point, it's the 10 years, and after that's voted on, this is why you can't go to a third tier of amendment, or at least Robert's rule says you're not supposed to, so that you can stay focused, and then you'll still have the ability to make other changes to this amendment to your main motion. So right now it's 10 years or 5 years, which you prefer as far as the motion to amend.
Thank you. Can we please take a vote?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lind?
Aye.
Commissioner Elizaris?
Yeah.
Commissioner Doikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Kella?
Aye.
That is 8 for approval, so motion carries. Thank you, everybody. We now are at the amendment for the main motion. Are we ready for a vote? Commissioner Doikos.
I just want to, for discussion on the floor, friendly amendment to apply a bond to the removal of structures that are impeding natural beach
That happened a
processes.
lot. This is so cute. Does it match your shorts that you had on this morning?
For anybody that's online, if you could please mute yourselves, we can hear your conversation.
The shorts you were.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Doikos.
So I would defer to Mr. Hopper on maybe how that could be crafted to resemble what was already done, but essentially it would tie a bond to the removal of private property that is encroaching.
So for something like this, I'm not comfortable doing this on the floor. I would want, which is certainly something you could do, I would want a deferral and to work out this condition. I would also not be sure of the amount of the bond. That was something I would want to have a basis for. Normally for like a bonded improvement, you get an estimate for how much the improvement would cost to put in. And then you would find that out. So we would need an appropriate amount. And I'm just not comfortable right now coming up with that language. I think it's possible to get done and to consider it, but I just couldn't do it right now on the floor with this, given the information that we have. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I would request a deferral in order to come up with that language, which we can work on. But I apologize, I don't have that now, just because I don't have I didn't know that would be an issue raised today, and B, I don't have a background where that was done in a case like this. The reason you would have a bond is if you believe, obviously, the property owner would not do the work, would either abandon the property or something else. So that's, that would be your bond, the bonding requirement. But it's, like I said, it's different than other cases. So I'm not comfortable doing that, unfortunately, on the fly without having some time to review this.
Thank you. With that, Commissioner Doikos.
Just a clarification, for example, Kahana Sunset has been requested to remove their structures by the state. So generally an encroachment would be a removal of structures on state property. Because this is a county permit, does that mean even if we implemented the bond and everything in here wouldn't apply because you're not asking them to remove anything on their own property? just arguing against my motion, basically.
I would suggest, Commissioner Doikos, that the bond topic be outside of this motion. I think as Corp Counsel indicated that there needs to be some thought put into it. So I wouldn't want to try to, I would propose we not muddy this motion up trying to do that. So my recommendation, if you're okay, would be that we take the vote, and if we want to bring up the bond as a separate motion, we certainly can. But I think combining the two would be a misstep.
Oh, I thought we were on the main motion. I'm sorry.
No, we're not on the main motion. So yeah, I'm okay with if you want to raise that, but I don't think it should be included in this motion.
Can you remind me what this motion is?
This it's actually your motion. Right. So if this is the shoreline certification every 10 years, leaving it at that, we have to then still deal with department's recommendation that they made on based on their, what was the language exactly, Danny? By the requester in that kind of text. But it was your motion and then second by vice chair.
Okay. I thought we voted on it.
We voted on the amendment of 10 years, but not the First Amendment. So we're at the First Amendment motion to now vote on. I have to correct Corp Counsel now. Not yet. Okay, so Danny, can we take a vote on the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Oh. So
I'm not gonna have the exact language, but the motion on the table at this point is to have shoreline certification every 10 years. And that's it at this point. The department had made a recommendation to extend that to that they had the right to make a request in addition to that or prior to that, but that's not part of the motion that we're voting on at this point. So it's just shoreline certification every 10 years. So Danny, if you could read the original language excluding what you had added, and then we take a vote.
So again, we had a main motion to approve with conditions, then a motion to require to amend C3, or 3C1 for a new C31 and appropriately renumber the others to require that the applicant apply for a certified shoreline every 5 years. And then that was amended by amendment to say every 10 years. Now we are back to that 5-year motion as modified, which is now 10 years. So right now we're looking to, the question is, do you want to amend to require the applicant to apply for a certified shoreline every 10 years? That's what's on the floor right now, to replace C1 with that and appropriately renumber C1 and 2 as C2 and 3.
Correct.
Sure. Just
Commissioner Doikos?
just to clarify, because that we talked about the application and that was ruled out. So it's providing a certified shoreline survey, not an application. Just a correction. Yeah.
Yes.
okay, so for the record, the condition reads that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey every 10 years, with the first being required by August 31st, 2036, to ensure that damage or coastal processes are mitigated and prevented in a timely manner. So with that being said, Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lind?
Aye.
Commissioner Elizares?
Yes.
Commissioner Doikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Kealoha?
Aye.
That's 8 votes. That means the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. So at this time, well, there can be other amendments made, right? So we're at the main motion. If there's no further discussion or additional amendments, we can call for a vote. I believe, Vice Chair, you maybe had a motion you wanted to propose or amendment?
Can I move to amend the condition that we just voted on to include or at the discretion of the planning department?
Yes, you can. Is there a second? Commissioner Circle Woodburn. Vice Chair, would you like to, you don't want to speak to your No discussion. Okay, any discussion from the commission? Seeing none, if we can call for a vote, please.
And I'll read the condition again, just to be sure everybody's aware. So that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey every 10 years or more frequently at the discretion of the department, with the first being required by August 31st, 2036, etc. So Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Akoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Elizaris?
Yes.
Commissioner Doikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keller?
That is 8
Forgot-
votes for.
Forgot me.
I think.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
Thank you for calling us that. Not that. With that, that's 8 votes for, so motion carries. Is there any further discussion or additional amendments, or are we ready for a vote on the main motion? Okay, seeing nothing further, if we could call for a vote on the main motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Akoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lind?
Yes.
Commissioner Elizaris? Commissioner Doikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keller?
Aye.
Thank you. That's 8 votes for, so the motion carries. At this point, Commissioner Doikos, is there a condition on the bond that you want to discuss, or no? So that means we are at the main motion. Correct, Danny? Okay, with that, if we can have a vote for the main motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Akoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lind?
Yes.
Commissioner Elizaris?
Yes.
Commissioner Doikos? Vice Chair Keller?
Aye.
That's 8 votes for, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. I know it was a little painful, but we got there. With that, okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, 10-minute recess before we move on to the next agenda item, which is B1. It is currently 12:21. We'll be back at, we'll recess until 12:30. Thank you. It's 2026. We are going to be entering into agenda item B1. If the department could read us into record, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is AC McKenna requesting a decision from the Maui Planning Commission on the acceptance of the final environmental impact statement prepared for the proposed McKenna Malca project, a low-density master plan residential community that incorporates 2 existing 18-hole golf courses and will offer resort-oriented market rate housing with residential workforce housing as well as related amenities. The assigned staff planners to this are Kurt Wollenholt and Wilton Leao and I. If I may, Chair, just take a couple minutes to sort of explain where we're at. With environmental impact statement, it's a very long process, years long generally. I believe this came to the department at least 2 years ago, I believe sometime in summer of 2024. And this isn't the first time that this commission has reviewed this EIS. It came before you in December of last year. And essentially what an EIS is, it's an environmental disclosure document. The applicant does numerous studies. I don't even know how much they had to do, but it ended up being a 8,000 plus page document with numerous reports, etc., engineering reports, water quality assessment reports, acoustic studies, view analysis, cultural impact assessment, just a multitude of documents. And the ultimate purpose of this is to disclose all the impacts that this project will have. So when the draft EIS came before you in December, that's when the bulk of the review occurs. And that's when comments from this commission, from agencies occur. And essentially you review that 8,000 page document and you say, can you add more information to the traffic impact analysis? Or can you study this certain area a little more, et cetera? So the commission had, I believe, about 30 different comments. And so between December and now, what the applicant does is essentially take those comments, address them, maybe update certain studies, et cetera, and they provide you with the final EIS. And that final EIS is redlined. It shows you all the changes that they made. And so what you're tasked with today is essentially accepting this final EIS, and it's accepting, not approving, right? And the reason why the word accepting is there is because this doesn't allow them to really do anything. There's still a bunch of permits that they'll have to come in for. This is a disclosure document, essentially. And so, as I mentioned, what you're tasked with today, if you accept this, is saying that they took your comments and they updated the information that you requested and that it is incorporated in this final document that was provided to you. So that's sort of the process in a nutshell. I think I can just turn it over to Mr. Kell.
Chair, Commissioners Elazaris and Circle Woodburn had informed me that they plan to recuse themselves from participating in discussion or decision making in this case. I think that's based on former or based on employment situations. So you will still need to have 5 votes to approve something. To approve, actually to take any action, but I just wanted to note that for the record, they had disclosed that and will not be participating in deliberations or decision making today.
Thank you very much.
With that, do I have the floor?
From there, I will turn it over to you. You can have the floor.
As long as my mic is on. Does this sound okay? I think
It does.
so. Good afternoon, everyone. I think when I thought about what to say, I started with good morning. So we're still here. I appreciate the time and attention that all commissioners have provided so far today and through this process. Out of respect for your day, we plan to present as quickly as possible, but I think it will probably still take about 45 minutes. As Mr. Diaz shared, the entire EIS document is about 8,000 pages. So even at that pace, we're condensed, but we will get through it as quickly as we can. So good afternoon, Chair, members, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Hopper. Nice to be with you again today and nice to be presenting on this McKenna project. I'm Cal Chipchase, Lindsay McAneely to my left, and I represent the applicant. We're also joined today by Chris Wilhelm, who is in the audience. He is the senior representative for the project. As Mr. Diaz explained, we're here seeking the acceptance of the final environmental impact statement. You've reviewed this, as Mr. Diaz explained, through the draft. In addition to that, as we'll see in a moment, it's been through a number of public processes, other public meetings, public commentary, responses to those commentaries. So this is a well-circulated, well-reviewed document. And the document is really the foundational or the first step toward the McKenna Malca project. That is a master planned residential community. The total project area is little more than 1,000 acres. But the total area where there will be residential development is under 500. So about 55% of the total project area will be open space through golf course and through preserved areas. The project will include both market and workforce housing on site. And so in addition to that, we will include or incorporate the 2 existing golf courses, one of which is actively used and one of which will be restored. And there will be other support buildings forming the totality of the project. There were, for EIS review, you look at whether you have a trigger, something under state law that says a review is required. We met those triggers here. And so in accordance with Chapter 343 and the administrative rules, which are set out at HAR 200.1, we prepared this document. It is a disclosure document where we look to identify the potential impacts of the project, disclose them, and review potential mitigations to those impacts. But it is the first step in a very, very long process. This step alone, we've been in for more than 2 years now. Beyond this step, there are portions of the project that require Land Use Commission review and approval, County Council review and approval, ultimately SMA review and approval, which takes us back to the Planning Commission. So we will be at this for a very long time. And the question before you today is, have we identified and disclosed the likely impacts of the project in a sufficient way that meets the statute and the rules? To help us look through or work through those questions, we have, I think our next slide puts up what we've done so far. We had 2 public scoping meetings. We extended that period so there could be additional public commentary. We incorporated those and prepared the draft. And we had additional public commentary. We came before the commission for the commission's commentary. We incorporated all of that, as Mr. Diaz said, into what the final EIS is. And to bring us to this point of the project process, this final EIS acceptance, we have a number of presenters to help us along. Put up on the screen the consultants who will be presenting us today. We have a couple of folks from in-house. Mr. Brad Anderson, Ms. Leahi Hall will talk about McKenna and this project. And then we will hear from consultants who prepared some of the studies today. Heidi Guth, who worked on the social impact assessment, Kehal Watson and Matt Clark, who worked on together the archaeology and then the cultural work. And then we'll hear from Rick Barbosa, who worked on the flora-fauna study. In addition to them, we have a number of consultants who worked on other reports, from traffic to water quality to water resource to engineering and infrastructure, available if the commission has questions that fall within their particular area of expertise. And as our guiding point, once we hear from Ms. Hall and Mr. Anderson, we'll hear from the staff, the planner, sort of was the project lead on this from Minakio Haraga. He will walk us through the process, the project overview, and hopefully give enough information the commission can understand and make an informed decision today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brad Anderson to talk a little bit about McKenna and this project. You can sit or you can stand.
If you could just state your name and swear to tell the truth.
My name is Brad Anderson. I work for McKenna Golf and Beach Club on behalf of AREG AC McKenna Propco LLC, the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Brad Anderson again. I was born and raised on Big Island, up in a little town of Waimea. I moved here to Maui in 2013 with my family when I began working with.
Quick question. There's debate if you swore to tell the truth. If you could just repeat if you did.
You should double check.
I should double check. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
So I moved with my family over in 2013 when I became employed with the applicant down in McKenna. And I want to say mahalo for all of you for taking the time. I know it's been a long road with us. We received a lot of comments and help from our last meeting with you folks in December. And we've been working since then to improve our final draft that's here before you today. And as you've been able to read with it, we've responded with additional analysis. We've increased our mitigation commitments. We've been able to reduce some of the project improvements and increase some of our project impacts. And if we take a few minutes, I'd like to just kind of run by about 3 or 4 items which we've been focusing and that our work is most evident with. And first was our ability to continue our community engagement and listening. So over the past 2.5 years, I believe we've met and held certain community meetings on over 60 occasions. Most of those include some of our cultural focus group members of McKenna, which include lineal descendants of the area. We have a McKenna advisory group, which includes a lot of the old-time Kama'aina families of McKenna, the McKenna Homeowners Association, and additional groups. Particularly on over 30 occasions, which includes 17 site visits, we've met with representatives of Ho'oponopono o McKenna, Maui Tomorrow Foundation, and Maui Sierra Club. And these processes and these continued discussions have led to an expanded cultural impact assessment and also have led to, I think, over 50 mitigation commitments, which have been laid out in the social impact assessment, which I'm sure you've read. The second item was the stormwater. That's been a big issue for us. Some pictures on the screen here. Earlier this year, we had that Kona low storm. And on one of our adjacent projects, we noticed that all 19 of our retention ponds were mostly full. They were surrounded by some key line and LID design details. And this was important to us. We observed that these basins worked as designed. They were able to capture the water, not let it hit the ocean, and slowly percolate that water down into the ground, which eventually would recharge the aquifer. In addition to this, we were able to work with the county to reduce our parking requirement by 50%, which allowed us to reduce over 4 acres of non-permeable surfaces. And those non-permeable surfaces are typical of stormwater sheet flow and bad events. Third was a focus on nearshore water quality. We're able to take a look at our draft and make it easier to review and compare some of the data analytics. Fourth, we strengthened our commitment to the Wili Wili Protection Program and the native landscape restoration. This year alone, we were able to relocate 16 Wili Wili trees, and we've also been able to propagate 1,200 of the Wili Wili seedlings in Halila'au, our on-site greenhouse there on the right. In addition to those, we've also been able to propagate over 10,000 native species seedlings in that facility. And this work aligns with the Honua'ula Regenerative Plan, which was authored by Anna Palomino, which focuses on native planting, invasive species management, cultural stewardship, and long-term care of the land. This document was an appendice, or a new appendice to the cultural impact assessment. And finally, water use was a big issue for us. So we took a look, one instance, we took a look at the existing South Golf Course, redesigned it. We were able to reduce the irrigated area by 15 acres, which gave us a reduction of 20% in water use for that golf program. And so these changes, although brief, and we'll get into more detail later, these are all real changes. You know, these are efforts we made from the draft to the final. They represent additional consultation, mitigation commitments, better stormwater protection, clearer marine analysis, less paving, lower water use. We feel the final EIS is stronger because of this. Your commission's comments, along with the agency and public comments, were given to us to really strengthen this document. So we remain committed to the continued dialogue, responsible stewardship, transparency, and accountability as we move forward. At this time, I'll turn it over to Leah Hall, who leads our community engagement, and she can share with you all her
Leah,
great
you
work.
want to come up to the podium?
Yeah.
Please.
Nervous, I have to stand up. Aloha kako, mahalo nui commissioners for your service and time. My name is Leahi Hall, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement at McKenna. Community engagement is twofold for us. Brad has shared with you how we've nurtured engagement with those most Oh, thank you. Yeah, I swear to tell the truth. Totally. Thank you. Brad shared how we've nurtured engagement with those most proximal to us through our community advisory group and our cultural focus group. And these groups have been gathering for the last dozen years. And what I want to share with you folks a little bit about is what we've done in community engagement over the last 10 years. And what this focuses on is basically boils down to two focuses for us. One, what are the practices that worked for McKenna, the community and its ecosystem in the past? And two, how can we support them again today? So science is not separate from culture. I know you're looking at Halepili, but you're just going to kind of hang out with that photo for a little while. Science isn't separate from culture. Our community programming is designed to bring folks closer to Honua'ula ecosystem sciences, to make new memories, and ideally to fall in love with the many kinolau, or native species and environmental phenomena of Honua'ula. And it starts with our collaboration with our OEV resources and stewardship team, often referred to as ORS, our premier Honua'ula applied scientists. I'll invite you to imagine with me for just a moment an old golf hole and tee box with choke kiave. Well, they transformed it into what is now our Naulu farm. And here's the Hawaiian genius of it. You know how people say, as above, so below? The farm's design reflects and echoes the movement of the largest and most life-giving elements in McKenna, the seasonal and daily sun angles, and the wind current and cloud, thus rain potential, both called Naulu. And you know what? The design works. During the first 3 days of the fire's response, we were able to donate over 700 pounds of food from the farm. And during COVID, at least 100 pounds a week was donated. So together, some of our recent efforts to be good stewards include a collaboration to establish Kipaipai, supporting Honua'ula descendants and the greater community to care for archaeological preservation sites in the area, to amplify descendants as the storytellers of place through our Kaleo o Ka'aina series, signage at McKenna Landing, and a digital library. Some might remember we hosted a hukilao in 2024, and you'll eventually see a photo of the hukilao, the first in 30 years, where we were able to get bossed around by kupuna of the area from the shore, but then also clean, cook, and feed them the catch. From our quarterly Limu surveys, we hosted a Limu Press event this year, and over 150 original native species art pieces have been submitted by community to our Kinolau art exhibit. We completed the construction of Halepili, which you just saw, a hale that is kama'aina to the kama'aina, a space to learn and relearn what it means to be community in Honua'ula. And because good resource stewardship results in excess, we hosted Pili na Aina, a 3-part series propagating place-based natives, outplanting them in our preservation areas, and then reusing the excess through Hana no Eau. We also seek to be great hosts. We don't broadcast this, but for the last decade, we've worked to be part of the community by covering all costs for a variety of annual events, such as nonprofit dinner and golf fundraising events, MIL golf championships, stewardship gatherings, and school visits. Our commitments reflect the stories of place. And you know, the curious thing about place-based ka'aur myths is that they aren't just an old story about what happened one time a long time ago. They're actually timeless guides for how to live in a place, like do this here, this works. No, do that over here, it doesn't work. And it's our job to live them today, so we retell them. So you folks ready for a Honolulu story? A young shark from Puna, Ka'ehuiki, on a hero's journey of sorts, travels to Honua'ula to seek reception from 2 elder shark chiefs. And chiefs partly meaning their job is to care for the resources and the people. One of them is Kamohoali'i of Kaho'olawe, and the other is his pu'uku or steward, Ka'alamikihau, venerable shark of McKenna. While in Honua'ula, Ka'alamikihau of McKenna displays the do this works here, we work to reflect today. As an excellent resource steward, Ka'alamikihau is able to be a great host and prepare and provide food and fellowship for the visitors. And Ka'alamikihau also holds the Huewai Poni, the water calabash that anoints or consecrates. In fact, but this whole image, but there's a lady with a calabash and water being pointed out. So don't look the lady, but look the calabash with the water if you have water. Okay. So he has this the water calabash that anoints or consecrates, which is poured onto the young shark's head. And then Kamohoali'i bestows upon him the ability to transform into 100 kinolau. The young shark can now support a fully functioning ecosystem from his visit to McKenna. Like Ka'alamikihau, we seek to be great hosts and stewards, including the rebuilding of a relationship with kinolau in Honua'ula for a thriving community and ecosystem. Mahalo for the opportunity to share some of the ways we work to nurture community in Honua'ula.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Leahi. I realize I should have introduced you, even though it may embarrass you, as Dr. Hall. I will ask our lead planner, Mark Roy, to come up and join us. Mark, the chair will swear you in, and then I'll ask you to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Roy with Munikio Hiraga. I swear to tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mark, what's your role in this project?
We're the planning consultant preparing the environmental impact statement, or EIS, for the McKenna Malca project.
And we mentioned you're with Munikio Hiraga. How long have you been there?
I've been with Munikio Hiraga. It's actually 22 years now, so over 20 years.
Is it fair to say for this project, you're the team lead?
I am. I work with a team, but I'm the lead of that team.
Mark, I'd like you to start by providing the commission an overview of the project.
Sure. The project is referred to as Mākena Malca. It's proposed as a new low-density master planned residential community with related amenities, and it's located within the McKenna Resort area of South Maui. It's shown on this slide, identified by the yellow dotted outline.
How large is the project area?
The project area is just over 1,000 acres. It comprises 11 tax map key parcels, so TMK parcels. And then, as noted earlier, within that area, there are 473 acres that are proposed in this project for some form of residential development.
How many total units are proposed, including both the market and the workforce housing?
There are a total of 652 housing units proposed. This actually represents a 27% reduction from the 900 units that were initially proposed by the applicant as part of its EIS preparation notice. This change was made as a result of the community feedback that was received early on during the scoping process.
And so, Mark, just to pause there for a second, if we think back to the timeline that I showed earlier, initially 900 units were proposed. We went through the process of getting public comment, and then through the draft, it was reduced to the number we see today. Is that a fair summary?
That's right. It was reduced to 652 units, and those 652 units are comprised of 543 market rate units, and 109 workforce housing units that will be developed on site.
Mark, when a project of this scale includes workforce housing, there's sometimes a concern that the workforce housing will be pushed off to later phases. Can you help us understand the applicant's commitment to develop that housing?
Sure. They will be developed very early on. The applicant is committed to commencing construction on those workforce housing units as part of the initial construction phase for the project.
The project also includes golf courses. Can you help us understand the existing and the golf course and the plan to reestablish the currently dormant golf course?
Sure. Yeah, there are 2 golf courses. The project will incorporate both the existing McKenna North Golf Course as well as the currently closed McKenna South Golf Course. The South Golf Course will be renovated as part of this project. And actually, I'll note something that's been represented already as part of the presentation. The South Golf Course irrigation area was actually reduced by about 20% as a result of comments that were received on the draft EIS document.
Mark, we've mentioned that the project will also include support facilities. Can you summarize those for us?
Sure. The project will include about 135,000 square feet of operational support buildings. These include facilities for golf maintenance, things like staff offices, restaurants, and golf operations.
And finally, Mark, as part of the project, there will be other amenities provided. Would you summarize those for us?
Yes, the project will include various amenities, such as a community gathering place, hiking trails, programs to support connectivity, walking, bicycling, golf cart paths, beach parking areas for the public, specific areas reserved for conservation and open space uses, as well as, importantly, areas reserved for public beach access.
So Mark, let's turn from the description of the project to understanding how that project fits within the land use planning for the area. And for that, we put up a timeline on the screen. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about the history of land use planning for this project area.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. This slide summarizes over 50 years worth of land use planning for the McKenna region. There have been various plans contemplated over those many years, but the plans have always anticipated that this specific place would be a resort community.
Mark, on our next slide, we've put up the urban growth boundary, and I'd like to ask you two questions. One, help us understand what the urban growth boundary is and where it is set.
Sure. The urban growth boundary is set forth by the Maui Island Plan. The Maui Island Plan was adopted by the County Council, I believe, in 2012. So it's an important land use planning document for the island of Maui.
And Mark, is it accurate to say that the entire project area that's proposed for development is within that urban growth boundary?
The McKenna Malca project is entirely located within the urban growth boundary, with the exception of some lands to the south, Malca of McKenna State Park or Big Beach. And then also on the top side to the northeast, there's a small portion of lands that will remain as unimproved open space as part of the project. The slide on the screen here, sorry, it's just come up. The black outline identifies the project area, and the red shading identifies that urban growth boundary that I mentioned just now. Sorry, we've skipped to the next slide, but that was the previous slide.
Mark, the slide we have up now is for the state land use districts. Is it fair to say that most of the project is within the area that the State Land Use Commission has designated as urban?
Yes, most of the project area is comprised of lands identified by the State Land Use Commission as urban. These are shown in red on this slide. There are also areas within the State Agricultural District. These are shown in white on this slide. And again, the project outline on this slide is shown in a different color this time, but it's a blue line that outlines the project area.
And so, Mark, will the project require, at least in part, an amendment to the state land use districts?
Yes, to a limited extent. The proposed uses are located within the urban, or the proposed uses located within the urban district are consistent with the urban district designation, the existing urban district designation. There is a portion of lands designated as agricultural, as I mentioned just now, just on the top of the red area on this slide in the northern part of the project area. This will require a district boundary amendment through the State Land Use Commission. So in order to establish the proposed uses on that white area, it's about 272 acres in area, there would be a petition that would be filed with the State Land Use Commission. It's called a district boundary amendment, and that petition would request to change those lands from an agricultural designation to a rural designation.
Designation is a lower intensity designation than the urban. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so, Mark, then as we turn to the community plan, all of the project area that is going to experience active development is within the growth boundary, and all of the urbanized portions are within the existing urban areas. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And turning to the community plan, Mark, how are the project, or how are the areas for the project comprised and designated under the current community plan?
Sure. So the current community plan is called the 1998 Kihei McKenna Community Plan. Under this community plan, so the 1998 plan, actually shown in yellow on this slide. So the project area is shown in yellow. The majority of the McKenna Malca project is designated already for single family, multifamily, or park golf course type uses. There are some smaller areas identified for some supporting public, quasi-public, and commercial uses.
Is the project as proposed consistent with those community plan designations?
Most of the project is under the existing community plan. There is a portion under the existing designations that may require a community plan amendment as the project moves forward, but this really depends on the status of the current efforts to update the South Maui community plan.
And so the South Maui Community Plan, I believe the commission wrestled with a year and a half ago now. Time flies. That's currently with the county council.
That's correct.
And is the project consistent with the community plan designations under the proposed community plan that's pending before council?
It is at this time, yes. The applicant has been engaged with that process to update the South Maui Community Plan, and will be requesting to the Maui County Council that the land use map for the McKenna area be adopted as recommended by the Maui Planning Commission and the Community Plan Advisory Committee. Should this plan be adopted in its current form, that would mean a community plan amendment would not be required for this project.
Thank you, Mark. Turning from planning to zoning, what are the primary zoning designations for the project today?
So the majority of the development parcels for this project around the North Golf Course, so the existing McKenna North Golf Course, were actually zoned for residential use back in 2009. So quite some time ago. That action was approved by the Maui County Council through an ordinance. It's ordinance number 3613. And around the golf course, those areas are either zoned A2 apartment or R3 residential. There are some areas designated open space or open zone land or dry land forest within the project area, some of which will be preserved as part of this project moving forward. Some of which, again, kind of referring the commission to the top part of the golf course, this time shown in green on this slide. Those would need to be rezoned to allow for those rural residential uses that I mentioned earlier.
Mark, is it correct that the project is anticipated to be developed in 2 phases?
That's right, 2 phases.
Could you describe those phases for us?
Sure. Phase 1, so shown on this slide in red, encompasses lands around the, shown in blue on this slide, encompasses those lands around the lower reaches of the North Golf Course. These, as I just mentioned, have land use entitlements in place. So they have state land use designation, community plan designation, zoning, all in place. They are, however, located within the special management areas, so the SMA. So in order for the applicant to be able to move forward with phase 1, they would be filing a request for an SMA use permit that would come before this planning commission.
The second phase?
Yeah, phase 2 is shown in red on this slide. If we could maybe go back. Thank you. It utilizes those lands around the top of the North Golf Course that I mentioned just now. These will require some form of land use designation change to be consistent with the urban growth boundary. So it will require a few different land use amendments, a district boundary amendment from the State Land Use Commission, possibly a community plan amendment depending on the status of the South Maui Community Plan, and then also a change in zoning application to the Maui County Council.
Mark, I'd like to talk about the EIS process in a little more detail than my earlier summary. Let's focus it here. How does the process begin in terms of public engagement?
So it starts with public scoping meetings.
And was that done here?
It absolutely was. So there was initially some consultation with the planning department. Following that consultation, the applicant published what's called an EIS preparation notice. It's the first step in the EIS process. That was published 2 times, June 8th, 2024, and also June 23rd, 2024. This essentially allowed for a 60-day review period, and within which there were 2 separate public scoping meetings held within the Kihei area.
And through that process, did the applicant receive comments from the public?
Yes, it did, and those are discussed within the final EIS before this commission today.
In broad terms, how were those comments incorporated into the size and scope of the project?
So the comments were used to very much inform how the draft EIS was put together. The draft EIS included over 20 technical reports. In addition, and in response to the public input that was received, and as was mentioned earlier, the applicant did decide to make a 27% reduction in the number of housing units to reduce the size as well as the potential impacts of the project. So essentially, these comments were really important. They informed both the scope of the project as well as the content of the EIS that's before the commission today.
Once that draft EIS was prepared, what were the next steps in review?
After the draft EIS was completed, it was published by the state. It was then presented to this commission as well as the public for comment during a 45-day review period, a public comment period. Once that public comment period closed, the applicant reviewed and considered all substantive comments that were received and undertook quite a substantive work effort to supplement the technical reports, the analyses, and prepare written responses to those comments as provided for under Chapter 343 of Hawaii Revised Statutes. Essentially, that allowed for the final EIS to be prepared.
And so as Mr. Diaz explained, we're asking the commission to accept the final EIS. The planning department had an opportunity to review the final before it was presented today to the commission. Has the department recommended acceptance of the final EIS as meeting the technical requirements under the statute and rules?
Yes, it has. I believe that the department's memo is a part of the record for today's meeting.
So Mark, we've put up on the screen, I think our next slide, the key components of the final EIS. And as I've emphasized, the EIS, or this portion of the review process, is not an approval of the project. Is that fair?
That's right. It's a disclosure document.
And as part of that disclosure document, can you summarize for us what information needs to be presented?
Sure. So the content requirements for an EIS document are actually set forth in Chapter 343 of Hawaii Revised Statutes. So they're very specific. They include things such as information about the project, the existing environment, potential direct and cumulative impacts that the project may have, proposed mitigation measures. This is an important aspect to address any impacts that are identified. An EIS must also include a reasonable or a consideration of reasonable alternatives to the project and the impacts from those alternatives. It also includes the applicant's responses to substantive comments received during the draft EIS comment period. So the final EIS incorporates those comments that were received, and the applicant provides responses to substantive comments. And just to summarize, the changes between the draft EIS and the final EIS are identified in the final EIS document through redlining, as well as its supporting technical reports.
So as part of the information you explained is required, we included alternatives. And I won't ask you to go through all the alternatives, but we've listed them on the screen. Is it fair to say the applicants or the EIS reviews a number of alternatives from the preferred action to no action to different land planning alternatives and another location?
That's right. And those are contained within the EIS document.
You mentioned the changes made to the density in response to the comments on that first stage, that EISPN. Were other changes to the scope made in response to public comments on the draft?
They were. We've identified a few of the more significant changes on this slide that's on the screen right now. These relate to things such as South Golf Course irrigation, water use for the project, native landscape restoration, parking reduction, as well as social impact mitigation measures. We'll be happy to go into more detail on some of these aspects as part of the presentation today.
Mark, as Mr. Diaz mentioned and you emphasized, there were a number of technical studies done as part of the review. We've listed, I think, 20 technical studies on the screen. Were those updated as necessary following comments from both the commission, agencies, and the public on the draft EIS?
Yes, that's correct. So any technical report that required an update based on a substantive comment that was received, those are actually shown in red on this slide. So it identifies that quite a few of those reports were updated.
And just to emphasize that point, Mark, the red marking, does that track all changes between or reflect all changes between the draft and the final?
That's right.
I'd like to talk just about a few of the reports. We have some of our consultants who will present, and so we'll put those aside for the moment, but I want to go over some of the other studies with you. Was a traffic impact study prepared for the project?
It was. So a licensed traffic engineer was utilized for a traffic impact analysis report, and the name of that company was SSFM International.
For this project, how will access be provided?
Residents will gain access to the McKenna Malca project from the existing McKenna-Alanui Road through various access points.
As part of the project development, will traffic mitigation measures be included?
It certainly will. These measures are documented within the traffic report that's part of the EIS document. I would note as well that the project is also responsible for a financial contribution to widen Pi'ilani Highway from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from Kilohana Drive to Wailea Ike Drive, including signalization improvements to those intersections.
And with these measures, is the project anticipated to have an adverse impact on traffic conditions?
No, based on the TIAR, or the traffic impact analysis, with implementation of the mitigation measures that are proposed or recommended, the project would not create significant adverse traffic impacts.
With respect to emergency evacuation, is the project, will the project include emergency evacuation and access?
Yes, it will. The applicant will provide emergency muster and parking areas, as well as evacuation routes on its property. In addition, the applicant is working with neighboring landowners, the Maui Emergency Management Agency, as well as others, to establish an emergency access route from McKenna-Alanui Road.
Does the EIS include an engineering review of drainage and wastewater?
It does on both counts.
And what is the project doing to address stormwater runoff?
The project plans to implement a comprehensive 3-part strategy, as I think it's shown on this slide. This is comprised of low impact development measures. These are practices that minimize the amount of impervious surfaces and use natural systems to filter and recharge stormwater into the ground. It will also utilize keyline design. Keyline design is are methods that slow down the speed of drainage or water that spreads runoff across the landscape to maximize infiltration into the ground. There'll also be a comprehensive program of best management practices, including bioretention basins, native vegetation, and vegetated swales.
Does the proposed drainage for the project meet county standards?
Yes, it does. It actually exceeds them. The project not only meets all county drainage standards, but it improves drainage conditions compared to today's conditions. With the mitigation measures that are proposed, there'll actually be a 10% reduction in peak stormwater flows compared to today.
Turning from surface water to wastewater, is there adequate sewer capacity for the project?
Yes, there is. The project will utilize the existing McKenna wastewater reclamation facility, which has confirmed it has more than adequate capacity to meet the needs of this project.
The technical reports, Mark, also include a water supply study prepared by Akinaka and Associates. For this project, how will water be supplied?
Through 2 different systems with different groundwater sources. So first, there'll be a private system utilized. This comprises primarily of 3 existing brackish wells that draw groundwater from the Kamaole Aquifer system area. This will provide potable or drinking water to the residential market units, as well as non-potable irrigation for the project. The second system is from the Department of Water Supply's Central Maui system, or the CMS. This will provide potable or drinking water to the 109 workforce housing units, primarily from the Iao and Waihe'i aquifers.
For both sources, did the water study utilize the Department of Water Supply standards for calculating demand?
Yes, it did.
And for both service areas or both source areas, is there adequate supply based on those standards?
Yes, based on the findings of the report, that's correct.
As part of the project, does the applicant intend to implement any measures to decrease the demand on water resources?
It certainly does. So firstly, the project will use R1 reclaimed water for irrigation purposes. It will also utilize a program of different conservation measures as part of the project's sustainability strategy, as well as its LEED certification process for residential units of a certain size. By doing so, this will decrease the project's water demand below what was calculated and considered for the water analysis.
Mark, turning to our last subject for this part of the presentation, water quality and marine resources. Does the project studies or the technical studies that support the EIS, do they address potential impacts to marine water quality?
Yes, so ACOS, who is a water quality expert, has prepared a water quality assessment report documenting over 25 years of water quality monitoring throughout the McKenna area. This information essentially serves as a baseline for the project. ACOS will continue to perform water quality testing on a quarterly basis during both construction as well as the operational phases of the project. The purpose for this is obviously to monitor for potential impacts. ACOS has also prepared a marine biological survey report to complement prior surveys, and similarly, this will provide a baseline for the project too. So these were two pretty important reports for the draft EIS and the final EIS, and both of those reports are contained within the EIS document today.
Will the project take any steps to mitigate any potential impact to the ocean or to marine life?
Yes, the project will be undertaking a variety of measures to address potential impacts from stormwater runoff, irrigation, and fertilizer use. As I mentioned previously, the project will obtain all necessary permits. It will develop a stormwater pollution protection plan, as well as implement best management practices during construction. It will also implement low impact development, or LID, and keyline design features that will result in a net improvement in surface water runoff. The applicant has also developed a comprehensive set of best management practices, specifically aimed at monitoring and limiting use of water and fertilizer within the golf courses.
Mark, with these measures in place, is it anticipated that any potential impact to marine water quality and the marine environment will be mitigated?
Yes, and on a move forward basis, the applicant will also continue to monitor water quality and the marine environment during both construction and operational phases of the project.
Mark, based on your 22 years of experience as a planner, does this EIS, these 8,000 pages, meet the standard for acceptance in accordance with Chapter 343 and HAR 200.1?
Yes, the final EIS has been prepared in accordance with the requirements of HRS 343, Chapter 343 as it's referred to, as well as its implementing regulations, so the EIS rules. And as mentioned at the outset of the presentation today, it really serves as an informational document about the project, its potential impacts, its mitigation measures, and really will serve as a supporting document for all of the future permit applications for the project moving forward.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your time. Mark, if I can turn from you to Heidi Guth. Thanks, Mark. Heidi, the chair will swear you in and then you'll introduce yourself.
Hello, if you could please introduce yourself, state your name, and swear to tell the truth.
Aloha no, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Heidi Guth, and I swear to tell the truth. And it rhymes. It's going to be a good
That
day.
wasn't in the script. Heidi, how long have you been, or let's start here. What was your role in this project?
Actually, my team and I, we prepared the social impact assessment, which is one of the reports that was suggested during the EISPN scoping process.
And Heidi, can you introduce your company and then tell us how long you've been doing the kind of work you're doing today?
Sure. I founded Kai Ho'oulu LLC out of Mauna Lua on Oahu, and we seek to help develop collaborative solutions with Indigenous and island communities. And I've been doing this type of work for a little more than 24 years.
Heidi, this will be a little bit of a theme today, but is it true that you're also my law school classmate?
Yes, it's true. And you did much better than I did because I paddled better than you did.
That's still true, Heidi. So Heidi, you mentioned the social impact assessment. What is a social impact assessment?
Social impact assessment, or SIA, systematically analyzes how a proposed, this is my cheat sheet, helps me when I'm nervous, how proposed development project may affect the social environment of a community or the human part of the environment. For example, it examines possible impacts on demographics, people's senses of place and community, their interactions with natural and cultural resources, and quality of life. It identifies potential positive and negative social effects and recommends measures to enhance benefits while minimizing adverse impacts.
Can you help us understand the methodology that you followed in preparing the assessment?
Sure. We conducted background research on McKenna's social history, demographics, and current community conditions, and we implemented a targeted comprehensive community consultation process using an anonymous online survey. After analyzing the resulting quantitative and qualitative data, we found opportunities for project mitigation.
And as part of that engagement with the community, did you find that you've had a good response rate?
We did. We achieved answer saturation, meaning that the answers became so repetitive that no new responses could be expected from additional surveys. A majority of the responses came from people who had lived in Maui for 21 or more years. 43% of the respondents came from South Maui, where the proposed development would be located, and about 22% identified as Native Hawaiian.
If you could summarize the primary comments that you heard through this work about the project.
There were some strong concerns that the development would not be good for local people, the land, or other resources of Maui. Respondents cited concerns about limited resources being made worse by the development, particularly regarding water, affordable housing, and traffic. Respondents consistently emphasized that the needs of the area's lineal descendants, Native Hawaiians, and local people, as well as the needs of the area's natural and cultural resources, should be prioritized in development decisions.
As part of that exchange, did the community members also see a potential for mitigation?
They did, and many of them provided suggestions. However, respondents were skeptical about whether their suggestions would be honored and whether the mitigations would outweigh the perceived negative aspects of the project. Their suggestions, concern, and lack of trust informed a lot of the specific mitigations within the SIA, including ongoing and long-term community engagement.
Let's take a closer look at some of that, Heidi. What mitigation does the SIA evaluate?
You can see on the screen there are 13 comprehensive mitigation topics based on input from the respondents that should create lasting community benefits. These include broadly striving to build and maintain community collaboration and trust, elevating the values, history, and needs of lineal descendants and other local cultures and communities, and generally being a good and caring neighbor.
Heidi, I understand that as part of your methodology, you also conducted focus groups with key constituencies. Can you help us understand the purpose of those focus groups?
Sure. We conducted interviews with affected community groups of rights and stakeholders to prioritize and refine the mitigations identified in the draft SIA. Each focus group prioritized their top 3 of the 13 mitigation topics, and then that group collectively evaluated whether the mitigations in their most critical 3 topics or areas of concerns effectively address those concerns. If they felt the mitigations did not address those concerns, then the group collaborated on refining them. To ensure transparency, a trained objective facilitator typed in the group's edits in real time via track changes in a shared Word document over Zoom.
So fair to say a very interactive process.
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of this process? What did you come away with?
Well, the applicant adopted many additional mitigations, a total of 50, which is up from 32 in the draft SIA. And because of the focus groups, almost all of the mitigations were amended and now include active accountability, including ongoing reporting to the community about implementation and monitoring.
Does that mean that there will continue to be engagement with the community through the life of the project?
Yes, there needs to be, and that continued responsiveness, transparency, and follow-through will be critical to developing and maintaining the trust within the community throughout the life of the project.
Based on this work that you did through the draft and then into the final, what is your assessment of the potential social impact of the project?
Because the applicant has continued to develop their reciprocal relationships with McKenna and with the communities that care about it, when the comprehensive mitigation framework and community benefit programs are further implemented, this project should provide a significant net positive impact for the McKenna area while addressing community concerns and prioritizing McKenna's unique sense of place.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate your time. Don't go anywhere, or at least not leave the room, because there may be questions at some point.
Absolutely.
I'm
Thanks
going to
for
ask,
all your help.
you bet. I'm going to ask Matt Clark and Dr. Cahill Watson, remember the doctor this time, to come up to the table, and I'm going to have to kick Mr. Anderson out. Chair, if you would swear in the witnesses.
Absolutely. Gotta get that button right. If you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth, please.
Matt Clark, I swear to tell the truth.
Trisha Kahoolani Watson Sprout, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
We're presenting archaeology and cultural impact together because of the relationship between those subjects. But I'm going to start with Matt and ask you to describe your role in the project, where you work, and what kind of work you did for this McKenna project.
Yeah, my name is Matt Clark. I'm an archaeologist. I'm the director of ASM affiliates. I've been an archaeologist for 27 years. I've spent almost 26 of those in Hawaii. I received my master's degree in heritage management from Hilo in 2017. I've served as the director of ASM's office in Hilo since that year, 2017. And I've been the director of ASM's Maui office since 2022. I also currently serve as the chair of the County of Hawaii Cultural Resources Commission.
And Matt, fair to say that over your years working in the field, you've worked on a number of projects on Maui Island.
Yes, quite a few.
And coming to your role in this project, is it right that correct that ASM prepared the archaeological literature review and field inspection for the project?
Yes, I served as the principal investigator for that work, and it took about 3 years to complete the survey and the review.
Did previous archaeology help inform your assessment?
Yeah, there was at least 26 prior studies that we reviewed as part of the assessment, and they were conducted, I think, between 1974 and 2021.
And Matt, is it accurate that those collective studies covered the entire 1,043 acres of the project area?
Yes.
And in terms of your field inspection, did you walk every bit that it would include some degree of ground disturbance?
Yes, we walked roughly over 900 acres of areas where potential development could occur for the residential and golf course.
And through that work, could you help us understand the categories of historic properties that you identified?
Yeah, we identified 2 main types of historic properties, pre-contact early historic Hawaiian sites related to habitation, agriculture, and related uses, as well as historic period features related to ranching and later homesteading.
Earlier today, we heard from Brad and Leahi about the preservation areas. What conditions helped inform the location and size of those areas from an archaeological resources perspective?
Yeah, during the initial survey, we identified over 76 acres of land that was mostly untouched by prior development or land disturbance and had an intact landscape, an archaeological landscape with many features connected to one another by this undisturbed landscape. And we recommend those be withdrawn from development consideration.
In addition to the preservation areas that you and Brad and Leahi have talked about, will the project have other areas without ground disturbance?
Yes, it's a recommendation of the study that the development avoid impacts to cultural resources to the extent possible and to create large open space preservation areas.
And Matt, we've talked a few times about where we are in this process. Is it fair to say that from an archaeological review or historic resources standpoint, there will be a further process under Chapter 6E?
Yes, the Chapter 6E will require that all work will be reviewed by the State Historic Preservation Division.
Matt, we're at the final EIS stage. You've been with us, as you said, for a number of years now. Were you able to make updates to your report based on comments that were received on the draft EIS?
Yes, we updated. The primary comments we received were about the relationship to the preservation area to other preservation areas in the McKenna region. So we updated that information and tied them into those, how they're going to fit in and create a larger preservation area.
Matt, based on your experience on Maui Island and throughout the islands for all these years, does the level of archaeological review at this point in the process meet the standards for Chapter 343 and the implementing rules?
Yes.
Thank you, Matt. I'm going to turn to your right and ask Dr. Watson an important question. Are you also my law school classmate?
I am, and we added it up. We've known each other over half our lives, which I'm not sure if it's impressive or depressing. I'm leaning towards depressing.
At least both. Well, we're not in school anymore. Where do you currently work?
I work for Honua Consulting.
And what kind of work do you do?
So Honua Consulting is a company I founded right after we graduated from law school, in fact, that looks specifically at cultural resource management, conservation, and as will be relevant to this, I've done work around conservation and wildlife planning, particularly related to traditional ecological knowledge.
How long have you worked in the field of cultural resources?
As long as we've known each other, so I think half my life at this point. So probably 20, 25 years.
And so, Kehal, I know that for this project, you prepared the cultural impact assessment. Can you help us understand what cultural impact assessment or CIA is?
Yes, so a cultural impact assessment comes from a law that was passed in the year 2000, which amended HRS 343, the Environmental Impact Statement Law, to ensure that those statements also take into consideration impacts to cultural resources. So the purpose of a CIA is specifically to look at whether or not a project will impact cultural resources and traditional and customary practices.
Your report also includes what's known as a Kapa'a analysis. Can you help us understand what that is and how it's conducted?
Absolutely. So the same year that Act 50 is passed, 2000 by the state legislature, there is a state Supreme Court decision that comes down. This is Kapa'a. Sort of the only importance there to know is that one is statutory and one is case law. So the state Supreme Court provides a three-part test that state agencies or county agencies are required to do in assessing whether or not traditional and customary practices and Native Hawaiian rights are being impacted. As it's been explained sort of throughout this presentation, we're at the beginning of what's a very long process. So Kapa'a is actually required during permitting, so during the entitlement process, not really 343, but we like to provide it at this stage for consideration before the bodies. So it's here and it's in it, but it really comes into play at the future steps down the road.
We've talked a lot today about process and methodology. What methodology did you and your team use for the CIA?
So this CIA was also largely conducted in part by Kepa Malley, who's my mentor and who we work with very closely. So it includes primarily lots and lots of archival information. I really loved libraries as a kid, so I managed to make a career out of it. So we go through archival research, mo'olelo, historical documents, both in Hawaiian and English, previous studies, biological studies, then ethnographic data, so interviews with area descendants. So we put all of that together, and then we put it into the report that you have before you now.
And based on all of that work, both the archival and the current work, what historical or traditional practices have commonly occurred in the area?
So as with our approach is probably a little more, I would say we like to defer on the side of identifying resources. So McKenna is an amazing, amazing place with extraordinary history. So of course, you're going to have the entire history of what you would have seen in a traditional environment. Habitation, farming. We like to include things like clothes making, kapa, use of plants for la'au lapa'au. So ceremonial practices. This is such an important spiritual place. So all of those sort of pre-contact activities, you would have seen all of it, plus post-contact. So my methodology includes looking at pre-contact versus post-contact. So I still think something like Paniolo, which is heavily influenced by post-contact foreigners, is still considered a customary practice, even if it is not exclusively traditional per se. So in particular, of course, the Paniolo traditions of this region are also significant along with everything else.
In your engagement with practitioners and community members, help us understand the kinds of concerns that they raised.
So we saw a lot of overlap in the concerns that were presented to us from cultural and lineal descendants through the ethnographic data that you saw in the SIA. So again, sort of loss of the ability to conduct traditional practices. So that's where my background in indigenous epistemologies and pedagogy. So like, how do we transmit knowledge, right? It's not enough to just practice something. Do you have the ability to take your kids and your grandkids to the shoreline and teach them how to do hukilau or things like that? Again, just access to place, potential impact to marine resources resulting from the development, sort of just that cumulative impact of displacement. And then the blue on the screen you see is whereas we had identified Paniolo traditions as part of the existing environment, between the draft and final, we conducted 3 additional interviews during which particular concern was raised about impacts to Paniolo traditions and practices. That's why it's blue.
Well, sticking with the blue theme, our next table, I know that as part of your work, you also identified marine species of concern to cultural practitioners. Can you just summarize for us what you found?
Yes, so this was another addition between the draft and the final report, was we did go back based on comments from this commission to look specifically at resources that are of significance and importance to practitioners within the coastal environment. So this is a select table. There are full tables in the CIA that, again, in the final CIA. But these are sort of ones that practitioners particularly identify concern with because they'll gather or utilize, or like in the case of Mano, they'll have mo'olelo associated with these resources. And then we identified and recommended a number of conditions or mitigation or minimization to avoid potential impacts to these resources.
And so Mark summarized some of those for us in his review of the water quality studies. Is it fair to say that that mitigation of impact is also important from a cultural standpoint?
It's very important from a cultural standpoint. And I think, as Heidi says, the efforts the applicant has made to sort of build that relationship with community will help sort of continue to refine to ensure that these measures are maximized for the benefit of the community and the resources.
Your updated CIA also includes a new regenerative plan. Can you tell us about that plan?
Yes, it's awesome. I didn't write it, so it's kind of weird that I'm saying it's awesome because I didn't write it. So Auntie Anna Palomino. So this report, again, has parts from people like Kepa Malley, Auntie Anna Palomino. And this regenerative plan is really amazing. I've done a lot of, I realize I'm going in and out, ahupua'a restoration through my conservation work. So this plan in particular was sort of developed with practitioners and descendants of the area as to sort of a long-term vision for the preservation and restoration and regeneration of this ahupua'a and landscape. I've seen management plans and restoration plans before, but this idea of a regenerative plan, I think really incorporated cultural elements I've not seen in a sort of typical conservation restoration plan. So I find it incredibly exciting because it's very forward thinking and thinks long term about what sort of regeneration you can do for this entire landscape. It's very cool.
Okay, how based on your experience, and I think that includes your work for Aina Momona as well, do you really believe that recovery or regeneration is possible here?
I do, and I know firsthand from the work we do on Molokai, it is not easy. It's certainly not something that happens absent intervention and resources. So I think it is possible, but I think there needs to be steps and intervention and resources and people to achieve it. And I think absent that, I don't think it is on a path for regeneration on its own.
So does that mean we need to have a lasting commitment from the project to continue these efforts?
Absolutely. And it needs to be a solid commitment and it needs to come with perpetual funding. But I do think if those things are put in place, it is very possible, and it's an amazing landscape. The Willy Willy there are perhaps some of the most amazing I've ever seen.
I know we're not at the permitting stage, but has that perpetual commitment been made by this applicant?
It has been made, and I think it is really critical through the incredible work that Heidi has done. So yay, our law school class, to sort of get the community actively engaged, because we are seeing that projects like these become, they multiply because other people see the work that's done. So there really is an incredible network that this project and its OEV resources team is a part of that is working with other locations to work on techniques and help scale this work island-wide or statewide.
Focused on changes from the draft to the final, like the regenerative plan, are there any other updates that you'd like to highlight?
No, I think in particular, some of that marine work, the additional interviews, again, giving us guidance on how we can work on the Paniolo landscape questions, the regenerative plan again. And I do think there's going to be additional work ahead. Like Matt said, 6E is still ahead. So I think there's a number of things that would come as next steps that are also really important. So I think we'll see through this iterative process that all of this will just continue to improve.
Based on your work, including the mitigation commitments, some of which we'll put up on the screen here, what is your overall assessment with respect to the potential cultural impacts?
So there's absolutely potential for impact. I think, again, between what Heidi put forward, I mean, like those are, I think she put 50, which is a wonderfully high number. I think there are a number of recommended mitigation commitments that we have, much like Heidi's conclusion. What I do? No, nothing. Okay. So that if those mitigation commitments are are done and locked in and implemented, there's potentially a net benefit, which I find really exciting.
So, Kehao, based on all the work you've done and your professional training and experience, do you believe that the CIA meets the standards for an FEIS under Chapter 343 and the rules?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Matt, I'm going to ask you to take a seat in the back, and I'll bring up our last presenter to join Kehao, Rick Barbosa.
Now it's 2 Portuguese up here. Good luck to you.
I know, I'm already behind schedule, and I feel like I'm in real trouble now.
Sorry.
Chair?
Welcome. If you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Aloha, my name is Rick Barbosa, and I swear to tell the truth. I did not go to law school with anybody here.
We've known each other long.
Nor did I even go to law school.
Important disclaimer. Rick, tell us a little bit about the work you do today, including your work with native habitat restoration.
So I co-founded a company called Hui Ku Mauliola, where we strive to improve native plant communities through propagation and making them available to the public, landscaping and habitat restoration. And I've been doing this work for about 25 years. My education background is in zoology. I got a degree in zoology from UH with a focus on ecology and native ecosystems. Yeah.
And Rick, I understand you did the biological survey for this project. Over your years of work, have you done other biological surveys on Maui?
Yeah, I've been doing biological surveys for about 12 years, about 30 of them, and 5 of them on Maui.
And how would you describe the ecosystem of the project area?
The ecosystem at the site is classified as a leeward lowland dry forest.
And from your work over the years and your other experience, are you familiar with that type of ecosystem?
Yes, I have done a lot of work within the lowland dry forest on Oahu, and I've also explored that area and adjacent properties on Maui for a long time.
And help us understand the purpose of a biological survey.
So the purpose of a biological survey is to document the species that are present and to assess the extent and current condition of native plant and animal communities, and to identify threats to their survival, and to help develop restoration recommendations to accompany the recovery plan.
What was the process you followed for the survey for this project area?
So initially, I reviewed past surveys of the area and adjacent properties. And then I took that information just to get an idea of what to expect. And then I overlaid a map into GPS. I did a perimeter survey first. And then after that, just to kind of identify boundaries. And then after that, broke the area up into sections and used a team of, on average, about 3 people to do site walks to do the survey and complete the survey. In addition, that was mainly for the plants as well as any fauna, but in particular for bats and for owls, Hawaiian owls. I did also early morning surveys as well as dusk.
Sticking with the plant side of it for just a moment, how many plant species did you document?
There are 170 plant species total, 26 of which were native. And of the 26, 4 were endemic species, so only found in Hawaii.
Were any of those species endangered?
No.
Based on your survey work, what did you find was the most prevalent type of vegetation?
Primarily understories comprised of non-native grasses and herbaceous shrubs, and a canopy comprised of mainly kiawe as well as wiliwili.
Are these non-native species a particular fire risk in this environment?
Yes.
Is it fair to say then replacing these non-native invasive species with more managed landscapes and fuel breaks will reduce the risk of fire?
Yep.
I know, Rick, from some of our other conversations that the invasive species help deter the propagation of native species as well. What other conditions are making it difficult for native species to propagate in the area?
Beyond the alien grasses, it would be axis deer that kind of prevent seedlings from establishing properly.
And so will the applicants plan to manage the deer population, help improve the ability for native species to flourish in the area?
Yeah.
And we've talked some today about the willy trees on the property. From your perspective, would you describe the extent and condition of the trees?
The overall population is pretty solid, except there was only one plant that I saw that was a seedling amongst 1,000 acres, which isn't conducive for a sustained population over a long period of time. And there are close to at least, well, around 100 plants, mature plants that were either dead or in a state of not being able to recover.
And so based on your experience, Rick, do you believe that it's possible to sustain this population without active management?
Yeah, without active management, I don't think the population would be able to sustain this.
And on that subject of active management, has the applicant committed to increasing the population of willy trees?
Yes, the applicant has committed to tripling the number of willy trees that exist.
Turning from there to faunal species, from plants to animals, did you identify the nests of any endangered species during your surveys?
I did not.
I know you conducted the early morning and the evening surveys as well. Were you able to identify any bat species?
I didn't physically see any bats. However, there was a survey that was conducted previously by Bob Hobdy that through acoustic sounding identified bats being present.
And is taking the potential then for bats to be present as the project committed to implementing mitigation measures? And if those are implemented, do you anticipate any impact to the species?
Yeah, the general rule during for the protection of bats is if there's any tree removal above 15 feet, to not do that during the months of June to mid-September, and the applicant has committed to do it.
As part of your survey, did you also search for the black-burned sphinx moth?
I did.
I think you told me you tried really hard to find one.
I did.
Did you find one?
I did not.
Rick, I understand that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has published protocol for addressing the tree tobacco plant, an invasive, sometimes habitat for the plant. If the applicant follows that protocol, do you anticipate any adverse impact to any moth species that may be present?
No, I don't think the removal of the tree tobacco would, cause any harm to the sphinx moth.
Do you propose, or have you proposed any other mitigation measures to protect animals that may be present on the property?
Yep. So I was recommending, like I said, to not trim or remove any trees that are 15 feet taller during the pupping season of bats, which is from June 1st to September 15th. Also to avoid using barbed wire fencing, which can ensnare bats. And also if there are any nests that are discovered, to maintain a 100-foot buffer, especially for ground nesting quail, and cease work until they either leave or contact DOFA if nests are discovered, so that they can do their work accordingly. And then if it comes to mitigating for seabirds, to use fully shielded lighting and avoid nighttime work during the fledging season, which usually occurs right after the pupping season of bats from mid-September to mid-December, and implement permanent seabird-friendly lighting.
And so the applicant is committed to all of those mitigation measures, which I understand are pretty standard for this area. Is that fair?
Yes, those are standard recommendations by both U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the LNR.
And Rick, Cahill mentioned the regenerative plan and explained the potential for there to be a net benefit. From a biological species standpoint, do you see the regenerative plan as benefiting the area?
I do.
In what ways?
It kind of provides a unique opportunity to have both commitment from the applicant to restore natural populations of willy, but then also incorporate that within their landscape. So overall, you get kind of a win-win situation.
So then, considering the regenerative plan, the mitigation, and the avoidance, what's your overall assessment regarding the potential impact on biological species from the project?
I find that as a net positive impact for biologicals, for the biology of the site with native species.
Rick, based on your years of experience, does the work on the biological survey meet the standards for a final environmental impact statement under Chapter 343 in the rules?
Yes.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Chair and members. That concludes our presentation. We look forward to the public testimony and to your questions.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your presentation. You did go over 45 minutes.
I did go way over 45 minutes. It was mostly Cahill.
Just wanted to mention that. But with that, since we did run a little bit long, take a 10-minute recess so everybody can stretch their legs and do what they need to. So it is 1:57. So meeting will be reassessed until 2:10. Sorry, I had to do math there. Meeting recess till 2:10.
Thank you, Chair.
We are on agenda B1, and we are at the point of public testimony. So do we have anyone in the gallery?
Chair, we have one person, Kay Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Aloha, my name is Kay Anderson with Wailea 808. I swear to tell the truth. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I will be addressing the reverse osmosis component of the final EIS. The key issue is not only what is included in the EIS, but what is missing. Before approving this final EIS, the decision makers need a complete RO plan addressing energy, brine, disposal, environmental impacts, and safety. First, the EIS does not identify the energy source needed to operate an RO system. RO treatment requires substantial reliable electricity. With project use Hawaiian electric grid, power solar with battery storage, wind, geothermal, or another source. Hawaii has committed to 100% renewable electricity by 2045. If solar and batteries are proposed, the EIS should disclose the size and location of the solar facility, acreage required, visual and environmental impacts, battery location, and fire safety measures. Battery storage is a critical issue because batteries could create fire risk and require a clear emergency response plan. Second, the EIS does not adequately identify how the RO brine or a highly concentrated saltwater discharge will be disposed. Possible options include ocean discharge, beneficial reuse, or deep well injection. Each option has different impacts and permitting requirements. If deep well injection is proposed, the developer must identify a well location, depth receiving formation, injection volume, water quality, and monitoring plan. This requires site-specific hydrologic and geologic information. Brine disposal can affect nearshore reefs, marine life, groundwater, and drinking water aquifers. Brine is denser and saltier than seawater. If discharged to the ocean, it can sink and spread along the seafloor, potentially affecting coral, lemur, fish, larvae, and other marine organisms. It may also contain chemicals used in pretreatment and membrane cleaning. In Hawaii, groundwater generally flows from Malca toward the ocean. Brine injected underground may eventually reach nearshore waters through submarine groundwater discharge. The greatest concern is contamination of drinking water aquifer and mitigation toward potable wells. For Maui, the UIC line is an important boundary between protected drinking water aquifers and coastal exempt aquifers. The EIS should identify the proposed disposal location, its relationship to the UIC line, distance from the existing and future drinking water wells, groundwater flow direction, and potential impacts to nearshore marine resources. In summary, the final EIS lacks the information needed to evaluate the proposed RO system's environmental and public safety impacts. Approval should be deferred until the developer provides a site-specific plan addressing the energy source, battery and fire safety, brine disposal, hydrogeology, groundwater, and marine impacts, and monitoring with an opportunity for you and the public to review. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Does the applicant have any questions for the testifier?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for the testifier?
Can the applicant speak to what she just, because I think that testimony was provided.
So we're doing public testimony. We can ask questions of the applicant once we're done with public testimony.
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Do we have anyone else signed up for testimony?
Not in person, but online. I have Dick Mayer.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if you could please.
My camera's been frozen.
Can you
That's
unle-
okay. We can hear you, Mr. Mayor. If you could state your name
I know,
and
I
please
would
swear to
like to
tell
s-
the truth.
I'd like to have the same courtesy that people who are in the room there have, be able to be seen. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to comment on several things. One is the
Again,
South Maui.
If you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Dick Mayer, certified, say the truth.
Thank you.
The South Maui Community Plan has a very strong statement that says, and require adequate interregional highway capacity, including widening of Pi'ilani Highway to 4 lanes. And then importantly, prior to the construction of major projects south of Kilohana Road or Mauka of the Pi'ilani Highway. They did a TIR. That is irrelevant. The law right now requires that that highway be made into a 4-lane highway. Further implementing that present thing, the fact that there's now another community plan being updated is not the important thing. We have to go with what the law is today. And when you approve the document, it has to comply with the present law. Ordinance 3613 that was approved in 2008, and it was referenced several times, that for Pi'ilani Highway, this project, McKenna Malca, will have to provide a pro rata share of the construction of that thing. As you well know, Wailea 670 just went through and they got out of having to provide that pro rata share. Therefore, now the pro rata share is much higher, and the EIS should make it very clear what that amount will be, how it will be calculated, and how it will be paid, because that highway has to be done prior to any construction on Wailea 670. That ordinance 3613 also says there should be no construction traffic that goes through Wailea. So that means that all the construction traffic for this project that's being proposed has to go up above, from Pi'ilani Highway, above Wailea 670 into this project. And I want to make sure that that criteria is there. That's the law right now that you have on the books. And lastly, not 2 other items, the swimming pools. There's been no mention, a lot of talk about water, but no one mentions a prohibition on swimming pools. 600 plus houses, no matter how many of them, there could be a very big impact on the water supply. Given the dry area down there, the evapotranspiration of those swimming pools means that there'll be a constant need for more water for that activity. And that's particularly true because there'll be so much pressure to have a swimming pool, because what the McKenna beach, the beach that these people would probably go to, will be so overcrowded. Let me finish my sentence, please. Because of the adjoining big developments that are now being adopted, Wailea 670, 1,100 units, Lead Core 975, the golf course 900, and now McKenna Resort 3,600 at the end of Pi'ilani Highway. Those people will not want to use McKenna Beach. They won't be able to park there, and they will want swimming pools. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the the applicant?
No, Chair.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony. You mentioned ordinance 3613. There was some reference to traffic being above Wailea and the pro rata share of developing the 4-way highway. Can you just clarify what part of ordinance 3613 that is in?
Yes. Well, the Wailea Resort folks in 2008, that's now 18 years ago, went before the county council to seek a rezoning of much of the land that's now under discussion. At that time, it was a very contentious multi-day meeting, but in the end, the county council placed 44 conditions on the McKenna Resort for these lands that you are now discussing. And I want to make sure that you, in adopting this EIS, have considered what are the impacts of those 44 conditions on the land. And in particular, the ones I mentioned are the pro rata share of Pi'ilani Highway, which I see no indication that these developers are willing to pay for that. And that will greatly affect all the residents of South Maui. It will affect many of the workers will go to work in Wailea and now in McKenna, because they will not be able to easily get through if that highway is not widened. So that's it's ordinance 3613, and it's cited many times in the EIS document, but nowhere do they say that they're going to actually do this prior to, as it's required, prior to getting the project built.
Okay, and you said something about traffic above. Can you clarify that?
Yes.
Was another condition?
It was a condition that condition number 12 out of the 44 that said that the construction of the Wailea Malca area could not use the Wailea lands. In other words, they couldn't come down Wailea Ike and then through Wailea Alanui onto the McKenna property. They would have to continue on Pi'ilani Highway above Wailea 670 and through Wailea 670 actually, and then come down into their property. So that should be a condition. It's in the ordinance right now, 3613, and I would hope that you make sure that the EIS considers the impacts of that on Wailea 670 and also on this project.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lind.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. So several months ago, I recall that we voted on, I think it was 5-0 on a road. You're talking about the road extension into that stops right there, and the mayor signed off on everybody paying for it. And I think we approved it, a 1 mile stretch into the project site. Is that the one you're talking about? I'm not.
The one I'm talking about is the highway from Kilohana, just where you come to Wailea, from Kilohana to Wailea Ike. There's about a 2 mile segment there that is required to be 4-laned, and that's been on the books for a long time now. That's the one I'm talking about, and there are 3 companies that were expected to pay for that: Wailea 670, McKenna Resort, and Wailea Resort itself, and they were each supposed to put in a pro rata share. Wailea 670, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Chipchase, was able to get them out of that requirement. It's now been thrown on the public. I would hate to see McKenna Resort now getting McKenna Malca getting out of its requirement and throw even more of a burden on the public to pay for that road, which they're obligated to pay for.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any further testifiers?
Chair, there's no one else signed up.
Then I will be closing public testimony in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed.
Wait. Sorry, I think somebody just left a message that they're in the chat online that they're requesting to testify.
Okay.
Manuel, sorry, can't pronounce your last name.
Kuloloyo.
Aloha, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. Please state your name and swear to tell the truth, please.
Aloha, my name is Manuel Kuloloyo, born and raised on the island of Maui. I swear to tell the truth. Ready?
Please proceed.
Upon seeing my former professor, Dick Mayer, I remember as a student submitting a feasibility study created like an EIS, and it was for the development of a small draft harbor at Oneuli Bay. Oneuli is between Pu'u'ola'i and Maluaka. I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if you gave me an A+, but I know you asked me, are you serious? But I wanted to show him that the son of a radical can write an EIS. In fact, Mayor Hannibal Tavares filed it in your planning department, okay? Take a look. I wasn't gonna say anything today, but as a young man whose cousin was chased off of Maluaka Beach, the creation of the Hui Alanuia McKenna, and how we saw state lands being fandangled. My only hope today, each and every one of you commissioners, that you read every page of this FEIS, because as a Kama'aina of McKenna, I deserve it. I expected more than a 3-page staff report. But I'm prayerful and hopeful that you will ask the questions, that your questions back in December will have been answered bullet by bullet. I was prayerful and hopeful that every one of you would have been able to be there at the Maui High Tech Park when they did the initial scoping session. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Cal, for holding another one at, I think it was Lokelani Elementary. Powerful, powerful testimony that no CIA, no social impact analysis can ever cover in any FEIS. So if I can
30
testify
seconds.
against the United States Army FEIS, that's why I'm testifying today. That at least you show me, Chair, that every one of you can read them because we deserve it. And don't be like the other commissioners for another commission that gave us Maui, what we tolerating, unfortunately, today. Okay? Because this is like AMFAC, Kapalua, AMB Wailea, Maui Lani, and now it's McKenna. This is a biggie. So I'm watching from afar. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant?
Hi, Manny, Cal. No questions. I know you're always watching.
Any questions from
Cal,
the commission?
in all my years, you did a great job, Cal. Love you.
Thank you, buddy. Same.
Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Do we have anybody else to testify? Then I'll be closing public testimony in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. With that, we will move to questions from the commission to the applicant.
Can I ask?
You ask again.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could just address the testimony that was submitted.
Yeah,
by
happy.
Anderson. Thank you.
Happy to, Commissioner. So and we can certainly call the engineers up to provide more detailed analysis or answers, but the FEIS discloses the power source. It's MECO as the power source. We have a substation, and it discloses the intent to reuse the RO concentrate in irrigation, which is what has been done in other projects that have an RO system, which is a pretty common private water system treatment, because often the water does come up at a level that can't be consumed. And so through the RO process, you can remove the chlorides and make it to a level that it is consumable by humans. You look to reuse the concentrate, blending it with water for irrigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair.
Actually, may I ask a question of the department, or maybe Mr. Hopper? Oh. Are these clarifying questions?
I think you can ask me anything, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I guess I want to make sure that my questions are relate to what task I have today. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't want to confuse how I think about the project and what's being proposed versus what I am making a decision on.
I understand.
So today you're the accepting authority, and you're deciding whether the EIS meets the criteria in the Hawaii administrative rules for the acceptability of an EIS. Broadly, this was covered in your staff report on page 2, acceptability criteria. It cites HAR section 11-200.1-28B and sets forth 3 sort of broad criteria. Within that, there's number 2, for example, talks about the content requirements described in this chapter have been satisfied. If you go to the administrative rules, it gives a long list of all the things that have to be in an EIS. Broadly speaking, you are, as an accepting authority, deciding whether the process was followed properly. The EIS contains disclosure of all of the things that are required to be disclosed, including alternatives, and that the comments that were submitted to the draft EIS have been responded to satisfactorily. That is to say, you're accepting the EIS. There's a challenge. You're accepting or denying the acceptance of the EIS. The denial can be appealed. The acceptance can be appealed. That's sort of a threshold to continuing on with any other permits the project would need. This is a disclosure document, so that if it's possible to approve the acceptance of an EIS, but vote against the project, for example. If you believe the project doesn't meet the criteria of a permit, theoretically, you could have an adequate disclosure document for just about any type of project, even if it had significant impacts. So broadly speaking, I think that's the guidance I can give you. If you have a specific question on part of the criteria, we can go into the administrative rules section and go into what the language is on what the document has to set forth. But that's broadly speaking what we're looking at today.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Does that clarify your question, Vice Chair? Okay. Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Commissioner Doikos?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I guess my first question is just regarding water. Since that's such a major topic in this area, we've had projects come before us. Department of Water said there's no water available. Like, I don't think it was this specific one, but others in South Maui. So this is a large document, several large documents. I'm trying to track the water. It seems like a portion of that is coming from the county, the Aquifer. A portion of that is coming from the Kahoolani well. And can you talk a little bit about the sustainable yields of both and how this project is mitigating the potable water? I know there's a lot of mention of net positive to the community. So weighing the alternative of not building this, how does that impact water, potable water versus building this, and that impacts on potable water and how that's being mitigated?
Sure. I can talk a little bit about that, Commissioner, and I'll ask Roy Hardy with Akinaka to come up and talk a little bit more about it. But just to set the context for Roy, remember, Commissioner, this is a disclosure document, and so we're not balancing different considerations at this point or imposing conditions. We're looking at disclosures. Did you disclose impacts and potential mitigations? The water sources that you mentioned, the county system, which draws from EAL and from other sources, would be only for the workforce housing units, those 109 units. And that's important for those units because using the county system helps control costs, keeps them at the predictable county level, which is usually, if not always, lower than a private water system. And you don't suffer some of the unexpected increases for maintenance or other costs that can be associated with a private water system. For the balance of the units, and likely for all of the irrigation, that will come from wells on site from the Kamaole Aquifer. That is, as mentioned in the summary that Mark gave, is expected to be drawn at levels that is well below the sustainable yield for the aquifer, even considering other projects in the area. So that sort of broader look at things. And with that context, I'll turn to Mark to see if he, or to Roy Hardy rather, to see if he has anything to add. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Cal.
As a reminder, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
My name is Roy Hardy. Work for Aquifer and Associates, and I'll tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. So, kind of a lot of questions wrapped up. Any specific one that you want to address first? Sustainable yield.
I guess, and if I state anything inaccurately, please correct me. But so there was a table that showed 12.43 MGD maximum yield, but the aquifer sustainable yield was 11. So can you just help me wrap my head around that?
Okay. Yeah, I think what you're referring to on that 12.4 number is the peak demand, which is really more of an engineering water system type of number, so that you can deliver water, from an aquifer or whatever resource. Could be surface water as well. But that is the demand when you start considering things like pipe sizes, meter sizes, pressures, storage size of storage tanks to meet peak demands, such as fire flows for safety, protection of property, times of the day when people all come home same time and they're all turning on the shower and so forth, and you have a peak demand. So the system has to be designed to meet those peak demands. But that peak demand is subsumed within the average demand, which I think is the lower number in that table. I can't see that, but so the average demand is much lower, and it's based on a 12-month moving average. So we're looking at, and what that means is a 12-month moving average is you're looking at whatever particular day. You could be looking at it today and looking back 11 months to get a full hydrologic cycle, the winter, summer, spring, fall, that kind of thing. So you can observe what the trends are. And so the average number is the more appropriate number to use when you're comparing against a sustainable yield of 11 million gallons per day, rather than that 12 number.
Okay, that's helpful. And the Kamole system, again, so this 11 million gallons, that was a determination of sustainable yield, but has it recently, is it now a groundwater management area? Is there concern about that number? And so it's been designated a management area by Seaworm, so they want to reevaluate. Is that a concern at all?
I believe when you're referring to a designated area for Kamaole, which is what this project resides in, the area, there's been a petition, but it has not been designated by the Water Commission yet. And when you just to provide some context, when you designate an area, and that's a decision of the Water Commission, the State Water Commission, which, by the way, I worked for 33 years there, and I helped set most of these sustainable yields throughout the state in these aquifer system areas. But in water management areas, it's determined there's a number of criteria and processing in these petitions, whether or not the resource is threatened. I think in the report that we wrote up, we were asked to address that petition, which we did. My opinion is I don't think it's threatened at this time, and that includes all the projected cumulative uses, the HHL reservations, added on top of all the existing uses, and you would still only come up to about 83% of the sustainable yield of 11 million gallons per day. There are provisions in the water code where when you get into the 80% range, you start holding public information types of meetings, to inform the community. But that's when you actually start pumping at that level, because right now Kamaole is only pumping about 31%, I think, about a third of the sustainable yield. So existing conditions are far below the sustainable yield right now.
Okay, great. Good information. And there was mention of pools. I assume all the pools have been factored into those peak draws or average draws calculations.
You mean pools in terms of residential pools?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, those could be factored in, and I think those are more or less consistent with the standards that were used. The water system standards, we use those. That is across every county has it. Although for Maui, it has been updated recently, the new ordinance. But I think the old duties that are used in the old water system standards they're higher generally than the new method that's being used by Maui County.
Okay, last question. I'm glad you got the expertise because it's very helpful. When you're monitoring Kamaole for sustainable yield, how do you monitor that? And if you find that you're overdrawing, what's like, this is a private well and you guys, can you just explain how that monitoring happens? And if there is overdraw, what's the response to the overdraw?
Yes, one of the responsibilities, a major responsibility of the Water Commission, and they are the only entity in the state that has the legal authority to require everyone who owns a well, that includes the county, private, and military otherwise, if they are pumping, they need to report on a monthly basis their water use, things like water levels and their chlorides. All those are criteria to help monitor the health of what's coming out of the well. But by virtue of that, what's going on in the aquifer, so that information comes in. That's why I was able to say that the present pumpage, based on all that reporting in Kamaole, is about a third of the sustainable yield. In addition to that, the commission does have monitor wells, which are just sentinel wells. They don't pump. They usually they're away from pumping areas, so you kind of get away from interferences and see how the aquifer is responding as a whole. And in Kamaole, they actually have one on Waiahuli up in near the DHHL division, the upper highway, which they've been monitoring. You can see these things on their website too, and they show the water levels and chlorides and so forth. And so if there are any concerning trends, obviously the commission would probably be the one coming into petition designation, like happened in Iao, because Iao had all that water use being reported. This is prior to designation. And they also had a number of deep monitor wells, and the trends were concerning, and the commission was the one that was pushing to designation. So that's how the commission enforces its duty to protect the aquifer.
Okay, so there's regular reporting. CWRM is evaluating those reports until there's a concern, and then they may step in.
Yes,
if I understood you correctly.
Or interested, person from the public can petition.
And I lied, I did have one, because you mentioned the RO, I forgot. Is that, so if the chlorides are high and above whatever potable, then the RO, is that part of the same system? The RO is going to kick in to remove that, to provide additional potable?
Yeah, the purpose of the RO is to bring down the salinity or chlorides. The water in Kamaole is generally brackish, but not much, not very brackish. So you can get a pretty good recovery on that. So yeah, you can't drink it just straight from the aquifer from many of the wells, simply because the chlorides are above the secondary EPA guideline of 250 parts per million. You try to do the RO to get it below that number.
Okay, and is that connected to the sustainable yield? Because if your chlorides are too high, but you're doing RO, how does that?
Good question, because a question that often comes up. The definition of sustainable yield in the water code and what the commission does is the amount of water that can be withdrawn that has some utility as determined by the commission. So having said that, sometimes you have aquifers that there's a sustainable yield, and it's really based on what naturally gets into the ground through the rainfall and subtracting runoff and all those things to come up with a number. But it doesn't go straight to the question about potability based on salinity. So some places you have, say, like in the Eva Caprock or here in Kahoolani, where it's very dry, you have sustainable yields, but it doesn't really say it's for potable need, potable quality. There could be a lot of water for irrigation purposes, like in the Eva Caprock or Kahoolani. I mean, you had all the sugar back in the day. Elevated chlorides or salinity, but still a sustainable yield that has some utility for things like irrigation. So it's not, long story short, it's not directly tied to chlorides, though it can be, like in EAL, because EAL is a primary source of potable water, and the trends were showing that chlorides were starting to get up to that 250 limit. And the reliance on that aquifer for potable needs was great. So that's why the commission stepped in.
Great, thank you. Very helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Unfortunately, we don't take comments from or questions from the audience at this point. I apologize for that. Commissioners, any further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Land.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. the water person. In the strikeout on page 5000 of the report, it says something like the DHHL reservation raises the authorized plan use in the Kamaole ASA to at least 54% of the 11 MGD. Which indicates that the utility of the Kamaole aquifer is still not threatened and could provide reasonable and beneficial irrigation water on a sustainable basis. So in the future, DHHL is entitled to more water, but then on the graph on this next page, it shows that the water is going down, and it says this indicates a decreasing trend of 0.7. The math, I'm not good at that. However, a trend analysis of the daily data collected continuously since November 2018 show a linear regression rate for the past 7 years, indicating the trend is most likely on the lower range from the reported initial USGS data point. Can you talk more about that? Please?
Yeah, I think, age 5,000 doesn't pop in my head, but I remember what that was referring to wasn't really the DHHL reservation. It's not related to that. What it is related to is the Waiahuli well, which is in the DHHL land, which, by the way, they're planning on drilling 3 wells right next to that monitor well, which I don't know if that's a great idea, but nevertheless, to your question, the trends of the water levels, how they've been moving and changing over time. I think there was an initial USGS report that was showing water levels were declining at this rate. But with time, the commission has been going out and monitoring. And if you use the more recent data, the trend isn't as bad. And I forget the exact number, but it was pretty small, like 7 thousandths of a foot per year, if I recall. So, with water levels at 10, 20 feet above sea level, it's going to be a long time if at that rate water levels would decrease where it'd be of concern.
Okay, thank you. So right now, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
So I don't know where to start, but like if water is not a problem, maybe this is for the applicant. I know that there is this, well, I know I'm not saying water is not a problem because I believe that water is definitely a problem, but like what's being represented is that it's not really much of a problem. Can you talk a little bit about the reduction in the golf course, the South Golf Course, because that was done to reduce water usage, right? Is that what the primary goal of that was for?
I'll let Roy talk about the technical aspects of it, and I may bring Brad back up to talk about the community engagement component of it. But reduction in size was principally in response to community concerns with respect to water use, and so that's one of many measures that we're taking to reduce overall use of water. Includes how we water the golf courses. We have a requirement to be LEED certified, and so there will be water conservation measures incorporated throughout the project, including in the workforce housing units, which is not exceptional, but is highly unusual to have that degree of responsibility designed into an affordable housing or workforce housing project. And so that was just one of many efforts to reduce water consumption, which I think is responsible even if you're within the sustainable yield.
Okay, so it's not like we were approaching some number that was too high for the development and needed to reduce it. It was just, that was a response to community concern.
And overall, I'm not sure if that was me or not, although I lost my mic, so am I all right? There we go. That was not because we needed to in order to fit under a cap. That was in part response to community concerns and in part consistent with the responsibility to manage water resources where you can, even if there is available supply. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Vice Chair, I remember at our last December hearing, there was a comment about, I don't remember who brought it up, but in discussion, we talked about link style courses, and there's golf courses on the mainland that reduce their turf area for kind of a link style that jumps over which fairways, which are typically sod. And so that was kind of one of our efforts to see how we could reduce the sod area and take it down. And that's how the 15 acres were able to be reduced. And then the net of that was a 20% reduction in golf course irrigation. But it stemmed out of a conversation at our last hearing in December. Yeah, thank you.
You can proceed.
Freshwater question? Oh, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Go for it.
I have a linked freshwater marine water question. So the Huiokawai Ola, which I know many of you are familiar with, they've been monitoring coastal water quality in West Maui and South Maui for probably 10 years now, and had a conversation with them recently, maybe a month or two ago, and they showed me this like alarming trend in South Maui that showed that coastal water salinity was increasing. And I thought to myself, oh my God, could that actually be true? Could we be drawing so much fresh water from our aquifers that we're actually changing the salinity of our coastal ocean in South Maui? And I thought, oh, there might be another explanation for that. And then I read this and I found the same trend. The same trend is being found through the water quality report in here. And I thought to myself, well, yep, we must be drinking so much water out of our aquifers that we are actually changing the salinity of our coastal ocean. And then I read something else in the document, and I didn't really totally understand it, and maybe you can elaborate, that the supply of groundwater to the coastal ocean would be reduced by 20% by the project. And, oh, am I not? Sorry.
Yeah.
Please don't make me repeat myself.
Correction.
So I won't remember what I said. But I guess my question then is, what I didn't see was what is the impact of reducing freshwater volume by 20% to marine resources? And I understand that it's relative, because if you don't know how much volume of freshwater is being supplied to the coastal ocean, you know, if it's a lot, then well, either way, a 20% reduction is a lot. So where is the discussion on the impacts of that in the EIS, and can you also tell me about how that's being evaluated?
Yeah. Okay. No, the water resources report I did in the EIS does actually get to that question, and it's not 20%. It's more on the order of 8 to 13%. And there's a range there because there's a range in the recharge numbers that we use for sustainable yields. Sustainable yield is only a part of recharge. The recharge number are the important ones, because every gallon of water that recharges into the aquifer area, every gallon is going to find its way eventually to the coast. It's going to flow downhill. Water flows downhill, and it's going to discharge at the coast, somewhere on the coast, sometimes near shore, sometimes offshore. We're finding very far offshore. So I think your question is, what is the impacts of that? And
yeah, I mean, we know freshwater is important for coastal ocean resources. So if you take away the freshwater, the vibe from those marine resources, what are the impacts of that 8 to 13%? Sorry, I went higher by 7%.
Yeah, no, it's fine. A lot of numbers. But actually, this is a concern, and it was the impacts. Getting at that, it's a very difficult answer to that very good question, because salinity is just one criteria in what's known as the groundwater dependent ecosystem issue, or GDEs. That's something that's discussed in the report, and it's also something that where I came from, the Water Commission, they've been struggling with that very question in Kahoolani on the Big Island, which was the subject of a petition for designation. Commission didn't designate it, but were concerned about that issue and directed the staff to study that. It's been going on for a long time, like almost 20 years, when the initial issues started coming up from the National Park Service. And you have other criteria. You have invasive species, pollution from the land, stormwater runoff, overfishing, and there's all these things that can affect what's going on in the ocean. You have the daily tidal fluctuations twice a day. Low tide, you have more fresh water leaking out because, the water level's lower, water flows downhill. So you have a little bit more fresh water coming out at low tide. At high tide, holds back that water, keeps it in. So you have this changing environment, at least in the near shore. And many of the species, I'm no biologist, but from what I've learned, they've adapted over, millions of years to these big swings in salinity. So it's not just one number, it's changing all the time on a daily basis. So anyway, the commission has been struggling with this question. And what my only recommendation to help try get at that $1 million question is to see and look towards what the commission has been doing there. And it's in the report. And in what they've held symposiums where you get the traditional and customary practitioners together with the biologists, marine biologists from UH and the science of the West together and talking and sharing knowledge. And that is, that's been going okay. But what the commission has been doing now is switching to this, what they call adaptive management plan, which I guess is kind of, in my opinion, a fancy word for science. which means is you look at the data you have in front of you, like salinity. Okay, but you have all these other constituents in there. What about them? And come up with your hypothesis. And then you have to start measuring, monitoring, like the commission monitors through monitor wells, the aquifer. That's a little bit easier. You don't have all this biological things going on the ground. But at the ocean, it's different. So you have to monitor. And then what you see from the data you're observing, does it match all your hypotheses? If it doesn't, then you got to start. You go back and it's a circular thing. You come up with your hypothesis, look at your data, does it match your predictions? If it doesn't, go back. The ultimate goal of that, obviously, is to come up with and fine tune and find what particular constituents or identify triggers, like say salinity. Is there a level that is, black and white, not a good thing? For salinity, that's very difficult. That's the $1 million question.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is, was there an effort to connect the impacts of the 8 to 13% reduction in freshwater to these groundwater dependent ecosystems in the ocean to there's a water quality and there's the marine biology report, right? These should be working together. Was there an evaluation on what the impacts would be to those ecosystems and the mitigation efforts for that? That's what I was having a hard time finding.
Yes, Commissioner or Vice Chair, and there was an effort to do that. So to look at the extent to which that 8 to 13% reduction in groundwater discharge may affect salinity. And so we can turn to Katel for that. But before I do, I just wanted Roy to emphasize this point, that in making that calculation, he did not account for additional groundwater recharge from irrigation and from the stormwater basins to be located on the project. So and Roy, you can say, is that right?
Yep. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. So that's a very conservative.
It is a conservative number.
The actual amount is certainly going to be less than that.
And if I can embellish on that, the 11 million gallon per day sustainable yield also doesn't include all the return irrigation from whatever source, whether it be wastewater reuse or water coming from the central Maui service area or the wells themselves on the property. So those numbers are very conservative. So the 8 to 13 is probably overestimating the impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Roy.
Thank you.
Al, if you were listening to the Vice Chair's questions about nearshore salinity.
It's not really about the salinity. The salinity is the indicator, right? The thing that I'm worried about is the groundwater, the freshwater that these ocean resources need to be healthy. Just to clarify that.
Understood. Al? Might have to come back to Al.
We can come back to Al. Any other questions, Vice Chair?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lind.
Yeah, I wanted to jump on that 18 to 13% topic too, but maybe not as Dr. Kello kind of well explained, but more on like the subterranean paths of this species. Like the Opai ula. We have, we're in East Maui. We have similar systems. We have more water than any part of the island, all locked in our aquifers, and then it pops up in springs and wind up on Appa and on a lower level on the southern coast. And so this water pops up. So I'm just wondering, like, is there any connection? I didn't find anything about Opai ula and the ponds down there, or the connection between like on an analysis about monitoring the systems. So maybe if you could explain more about that.
I don't know if that's a question for Roy. Okay, how?
Yeah, it has to do with the species, like the species. Oh, if after Cal, I have to add one more question, but go ahead if you can answer that.
Hi, so it's Rick and I back up here, and I promise we'll try to be short. So that's an excellent question about the connectivity between the water quality and the species. So to your question about monitoring, I think the idea is going to be, one, there's been extensive water quality monitoring. Additionally, there is work with practitioners on monitoring limu species, but specifically to your point, Commissioner Lind, there absolutely will be biological monitoring of marine species, particularly detailed monitoring pre-construction that will occur throughout and ongoing throughout the project in the event that if there is indicators that marine species may be impacted by whether it's project activities or just some of these changes in variables, then I do think the project is prepared to make adjustments as necessary to reduce any potentially perceived impacts. And I'm not a quality science person, so Rick's with me and is going to correct me if any of that I said sounded stupid. So go ahead, Rick.
That sounded great.
But so on a side note, I have a question. Part of the study in your presentation, in the document we read, you wrote that pig hunting is not a Native Hawaiian tradition or practice.
Well, I don't think I said that because I think it is.
It is. Okay. I thought I read something about not being.
So it is certainly a position of some people that it is not, but it is one personally and professionally, I believe it is, but there's also an ICA decision from Kauai that confirms that point. So yes, absolutely hunting is, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Just to clarify, I think Kehal just answered my question. Yeah.
Yay! I don't know if I did that on purpose, but I'm happy to take the win.
What I needed to hear was that we acknowledge there may be impacts. There are monitoring to these specific ground-dependent ecosystem resources, and that in the event there are any changes, then the project then makes those changes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Effects, yeah.
That's what Al was going to tell you, but I'm glad that Kehau's my multi-purpose player.
Questions from the commissioners to the applicant. Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on the water monitoring. Obviously, there's a lot of complexities. You're monitoring, you're trying to get a baseline. We've talked about the salinity changes. We've talked about the nutrient levels. Can you kind of share with me what it looks like where you would detect a change, a significant change, and how would you determine that's from your project? And would you stop construction? Just help me understand how you think you can pick up a signal from the baseline before the project goes and when the project is happening. It might be quite easy to just say, well, that doesn't mean it's us. That could be the wastewater injection. That could be runoff from this property. How do you differentiate all of that?
I'm going to defer to Al because I think we have him, but I'm just going to stand here in case we don't. There he is. There you are. Okay, Al.
Hello, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth and take yourself off mute, please. Still can't hear you.
Yeah, Al, take yourself off mute. Al. Okay. Yeah, click on the microphone icon, Al.
Okay, I've got the microphone now. So
yeah,
my
good job.
name's
Thanks, Al.
Again, if you could please state
my
your
name's
name and
Alan
swear to tell the truth.
Katel, and I promise to tell the truth.
Thank you.
And I know the question is about salinity, and it's the fact that there's a reduction in fresh water coming into coastal waters. We actually did some calculations based on Roy's
Al, sorry, Al.
information.
It's actually a different question.
Remember if we did salinity.
Al,
can you hear me?
Not.
Al,
the problem I have with going with salinity,
Al, darling,
is
Al, I know. I might need
I'm a little
Candace in her
confused
red
'cause I've
dress.
got
Al?
information coming from three
Al.
different sources.
Al? Sorry, it's a different question, Al. Sorry. Maybe. But really a
Am
more
I-
attractive,
Okay.
like, okay.
Am I on now? Testing.
But wait,
One,
but it's a
two,
different
three.
question. Al, the question, Dr. Doikos, if you could please repeat your question. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Katel. We hear a lot about coastal water monitoring, and you've spoken about detecting a change from baseline. If we detect a change in baseline, we will make modifications. I don't think I've ever seen that happen on any project. So because it's so hard to pinpoint a signature to this particular project, right? There's a lot of influence in that coastal zone, freshwater, runoff, nearby construction, you name it. How do you guys determine that you will be able to adequately monitor for that signature and determine it is your signature? And how would you mitigate? What happens when you say, wow, this is us and this is not good, we've got to make a change? What happens then?
Okay. Well, I think there's not a simple approach to look at this. I have made the calculation for salinity, but I don't have it available right now. We actually did some calculations for nitrate in coastal waters, and we showed how that nitrate would, under Roy's conditions, would be reduced in the marine environment. So, and I think that Lindsay has that figure available. The other thing I want to say about salinities, particularly in the nearshore coastal waters, let me start with Roy's stuff. Okay, he said that we're getting an average of about 9 million gallons of groundwater into the coastal waters every day. And I know that he measures his distance for that is about 5 miles of McKenna. So if you start dividing everything, you can find out that what's coming in from the groundwater is approximately a little over 1 cubic meter of groundwater along 5 miles of shoreline. And that comes in about that comes in once a day as an average. At the same time, what we've got going in the coastal waters is we have a lot of flow there, and the flow averages on the order of about 1 cubic meter per minute of flow. So I can't do the rest of the calculations in my head, so that's an approximation. But what it does demonstrate is you got an incredible amount of mixing of the salinity with the coastal waters when it's moving, as it moves up and or down the coastways. So it is a big problem to try to pin it down, but that's sort of the best I can do, because most of it's going to be mixed away very quickly in the waters off of McKenna. And I'm sorry I don't have a figure to show you on that. And Lindsay, do you have the one for the nitrate, the flow for the nitrate based on Roy's numbers?
She does, Al, and so we could put that up, but Commissioner Doikos's question was really, how will we monitor going forward or what is the monitoring protocol going forward to determine the relationship between the project and any changes that we see?
Well, and Roy may know better than I, but I don't know of any measures where we can go and try to distinguish that mixing. Well, we could do it theoretically, we could do it using the example I just gave, but being more particular about it. But like Roy said, there's so many problems going in that nearshore area that nobody pays very much attention to it, except for that study going on down on the Big Island.
So if I may, Dr. Doikos, as a fellow fan of charismatic marine megafauna, I do think there are potentially isotope studies that could be done on limu and algae, and I'm looking at Dr. Kealoha. And so I do think there are certain monitoring protocols that we could potentially put in place that would give us indicators that would be our best guess as to things, right? So we recognize there's ocean acidification, there's many, many variables, but I do think there's potential monitoring protocols that can be put into place, again, in concert with others in the community, that would be able to give us key indicators that the project activities are potentially a direct source. And then in that case, there are steps that could be taken. So again, I think some of this is evolving, but I think specifically to your question and Dr. Kealoha's question about potential project impacts on marine resources, there are protocols we can put in place that would allow the project to take steps if there is an indicator that there's direct linkages, if that makes sense.
Well, that's true. We could use N15 perhaps. I think I just need to think about this some more. We could also use certain dyes to measure the amount coming out in groundwater and how fast it mixes with the coastal waters.
Wonderful idea, Al.
thanks,
Thank
Al.
you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the commission? Vice Chair.
Okay, so
Hang on, Al. We're waiting for another question.
okay.
I have two more questions. Yeah, I have two more questions.
Okay.
Well, I'll start actually. One is about affordable housing in the SIA. The other one is there was a mention of a beach carrying capacity in the presentation that I only I didn't see it detailed in the documents, but I was but I guess my question is, we just had this big McKenna project application that came through for McKenna Beach. There was a condition in that application for that project to do a beach carrying capacity study. Then you have the big McKenna project that's being proposed, and then you have your beach carrying capacity study. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, how all of these different components are going to be working together.
And just to clarify, it's the McKenna State Park.
McKenna State Park, yeah.
There's the condition of doing a beach comparison. So
Okay.
just to clarify, because I think there was probably some confusion out there.
Is this part of Dr.
Al,
Kealoha's
this isn't your question. This has to do with people on the beach, not things in the water.
Oh, okay.
Just stand by. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate it very much, Al. And I appreciate you being here today. And I hope he doesn't mind. For context, Al wanted to be with us today as he was on the draft, but his wife was in a car accident. And so he's caring for her too.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate it sincerely, Al, your time today. Just hang on and I'll see if we'll see if there's another question related to water quality or marine resources.
Okay.
Help
Thanks,
me,
Cal.
Vice Chair, understand the relationship that you're talking about between the McKenna State study and our study.
Yeah, can you tell me about? I think I need that one. Can you tell me briefly about your study? And I don't know how this project should be working with the McKenna State Beach Park beach carrying capacity study that is going to be conducted, but it seems like you guys should be talking.
That second part I can talk about. We'll bring Sorab with Farron Pierce, who conducted the study, to tell you a little bit about our study. But it does make sense to me that and I did watch the McKenna State Park proceedings, and so I understand that part that you're talking about. It does make sense to me that they would want to have the data from our study and to understand our project in order to produce a better result for their project. And so I'm happy to commit us to providing that information to the state so that they have the benefit of that and can consider it when they prepare their study. So that's the easy part. Let me see if Sorab is available to talk a little bit about our study.
I am Cal, when you're ready.
I'm ready. Take it away.
Well, just a kind of high level, I want to,
sorry, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that. Sorab Rashid with Farron Pierce, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify just the term beach carrying capacity. The study that we conducted for this project was what we wanted to look at was what was the potential effect in terms of additional beach visits that would occur with the provision of these additional residential units. And so I wanted to clarify that the term beach carrying capacity, in my mind, refers to what is the beach kind of capable of serving. And the study that we conducted for this project, again, was if we're going to add X number of dwelling units, then how many additional beach visits by people would occur with the provision of those units.
Okay, thank you. I actually saw that. I saw all of that documentation. I was thinking of a deep beach carrying capacity in a different way, but so I guess I don't really need a whole overview.
So you're good. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks
I thought that there was a separate beach carrying capacity study done. That's why I didn't find it in the documents.
Yeah. So then I think you're actually looking at Heidi Guth rather than Sorab. So I'll redirect it to Heidi.
Aloha, Vice Chair. I hope I'm going to answer this the way you're asking. We attached the Sorab's beach capacity study to ours, but then we also said that a lot of the included input, like in the focus groups and from the survey that we did, it wasn't just talking about additional people that would be coming because of this growth, but that we're already over capacity for a lot of people in the McKenna area. So one of the mitigations that we have that got moved into the final EIS was that the applicant shall use best efforts to work with relevant state and county entities to develop an analysis process and definition for a carrying capacity study for the beach areas of McKenna Landing and McKenna Bay, and for McKenna Bay's marine environment as a whole, prioritizing natural and cultural resources, advocating for limiting the number of people on specific beaches and in the water at any given time, and sharing the analysis and results publicly. So we still we agree with you that it's a need that's out there and that it should be collaborative and not just piecemeal.
Style of beach carrying capacity in for the state's conditions. So I think that working together on this and sharing resources and information is a good idea.
We agree.
Thank you. You have one more question?
I have only one more question.
Why don't you talk into the mic closer?
It's for you. That's why I wanted to ask it now before we lose you. But you showed this. I'm doing it. You showed a slide and you had the based on the results of your social impact analysis, it had all of like the concerns about that people had. And that very first one was affordable housing. And I guess my question is, I see kind of the other efforts to mitigate impacts in the EIS. But the affordable housing problem I don't see mitigated, because the number of houses that are being, the number of affordable homes that are being proposed is still the minimum, I think. So how was that concern mitigated?
So in the social impact assessment, any mitigations that we offered are outside of any that you would find in other attached reports, et cetera. So it's really with the social element in there. So it doesn't have anything to do with additional numbers or counts of housing, because that would come in another report. What we focused on was the specific asks that weren't represented anywhere else, was that we would explore, and these are mitigations that are in the FEIS, explore on-site perpetual rentals and perpetual fee simple sales to ensure that affordable housing will be a consistent offering that will not sunset into market rate housing. Design the workforce housing with island values and a McKenna sense of place in mind, including architectural, cultural, and environmental considerations, and encourage employees of McKenna Malca to submit applications for on-site perpetual workforce housing and to provide them at the earliest possible opportunity with information about how to apply. So it's really more the social context than the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions from the commission?
I just have a real quick follow-up question.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I don't even know if I can ask this question, but at what point, if it does, because I was going to ask a question similar to that, I don't know if it was answered, but just remind me, does Chapter 2.96 get triggered in this development?
Yes, it does. So Chapter 2.96 is triggered, and we will meet the requirements of it. Just to pause on that, you can always meet Chapter 296 through one of three ways. You can develop your own housing, and I believe it's within the community plan area, so you can go broadly. You can pay an in lieu fee to the county, or you can purchase credits from projects that overbuilt. DHHL is a common source of those credits. This project is satisfying it through the first method, building, but it's not just building in another part of a broader project district, or the community plan area rather. It's building on site. And so those 109 units, I think is the right number, will be built on site, and that's how the project is satisfying 2.96.
And 2.96 is 25% of the overall scope, is that correct?
25% of market. If you do affordable housing in perpetuity as a rental, then I believe it drops to 20% of market.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
I got one more, if that's okay.
You can go, and then
Thanks.
and Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you. Just going back to the traffic impact survey or study, I heard one of the testifiers mention several projects that are coming up in that area. Were all those studies done with those projects online, or just with that McKenna project specific, what it does to the traffic that's currently there, or was it incorporated with those future developments?
It incorporated the future developments, and just to use that as a launching off point to correct the testifier, the fair share allocation for this project, which is substantial for the widening of the highway, has not been diminished or increased or changed in any way. Was set by an ordinance. And so that will continue to apply to this project. What he's referring to, of course, is that the Honolulu project has reached agreement with the DOT to overbuild the affordable housing by 50 units in return for DOT taking only the Honolulu project's share of that roadway, nobody else's share of that roadway. So this project and another project continue to have their share, and so the testifier understands, it's actually much more expensive for Honolulu to build that housing than to contribute its fair share to the roadway. It's something on the tune of $15 million more expensive to do 50 additional affordable units.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, because it sounded like he said that it was being put on the public, which I don't think.
Inaccurate.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for sharing that.
Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on the traffic mitigation. So it's kind of hard to believe. What is it? Over 3,000 homes coming online, and there will be no traffic impacts. And it's all being sorted by road widening. Like couldn't see anything about share ride. There was something about the mass transit extending their route, but if that doesn't happen, how is all this traffic getting mitigated? Is it just widening roads?
The highway widening is a principal traffic mitigation. There are other mitigations in the traffic report. If you'd like, I can ask SSFM if they're available to talk in more detail about mitigation.
Yeah, that'd be great, especially focus on reducing car rides rather than just adding more roads, which doesn't always help.
Well, I think while we're waiting to confirm if they're available or not, I would maybe just expand that slightly, if I may, Commissioner Doikos. And this is more because I live in the area and drive down the road. McKenna Alanui is, in my opinion, not the best road. It's very narrow. It's one way each way. There's tons of curves, hills, blind spots. People drive very fast. They have put in some speed bumps or speed tables, but for me, it begs the question of, can that road actually sustain the additional volume? In my personal opinion, I would say no. I think that the road is unsafe, so to speak, as it is. Adding more traffic onto it, I think, adds significant risk. So I agree with the Pialani Highway expansion that is one mitigation, but it then goes down to Wailea Alanui and then over to McKenna Alanui. And that's where I think I see concerns of additional traffic coming through, which I don't necessarily think have been mitigated through the EIS. Not 100% you guys' responsibility, because obviously the Wailea is in the middle of all that. But and I think that's where you're going, Commissioner Doikos. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think ultimately, yeah, there are bottlenecks there that aren't being addressed, but also just this idea of more roads is somehow going to solve traffic. Look at Oahu, plenty of roads. So you really have to get at the true mitigation is reducing those car rides. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of that in the EIS.
Right. I mean, of course, the EIS is a disclosure document. So you disclose impacts and then you propose mitigations to those impacts. It's not a approval document where you impose conditions that are related to those impacts by nexus and proportionality. But I see we've got our engineer, traffic engineer on the line. Maybe you can talk to us, introduce yourself, be sworn in, I think, from the chair.
Correct.
And then talk a little bit about mitigation.
Thank you. So you could just state your name and please swear to tell the truth.
My name is Mike Packard, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
To address Councilmember Doikos's comment around the propensity for road widening, not addressing all concerns as it relates to traffic, you are correct. And what has not been talked about, but is a part of this project is the extensive sidewalks, paths, and trails that are being created within the development itself. In addition to that, there is proposed additional sidewalk connections and bicycle facilities being proposed along the connecting roads that are in the surrounding area. So from your point, this is providing the infrastructure to allow people to choose to walk, bike, and use other means to get where they're trying to go. When we do an assessment of traffic, it's typically around the peak hours of traffic, your morning and your afternoon commuter hours. Those are largely people going to and from work. It is not anticipated that those living in and around this area are going to have a detrimental impact on the surrounding traffic, largely because there is workforce housing being built on site and there are additional retail and commercial spaces being built to allow for the mitigation and use of other means to make these trips. As a part of our additional traffic assessment, we talked about the potential for the bus to be extended to connect into the development. That's something that would have to be worked out with the DOT, and about the fact that the development is proposing shuttles to take people to and from the beach to provide further alleviances of those traffic impacts. As it relates to the question along Wailea Alanui and Mākena Alanui, we can only speak to the fact that the additional traffic being added to those corridors is not going to create congestion or delay that's to a detrimental effect. The existence of the curves on that road provide that potential that it seems unsafe, yet those curves in themselves help to a degree to slow traffic, because it does provide that existence of uncertainty, whereas when we have straight roads, that can actually induce speeding, similar to widening roads induces speeding. We are proposing speed tables in certain places to help alleviate some of those speeding concerns along Mākena Alanui, in addition to mitigating some of the driveway accesses into and out of the proposed development.
Okay, just so I understand correctly. So the cumulative impact of all these projects, let's just go with the 3,000, let's assume a minimum of 3,000 vehicles, because we're going to have over 3,600 homes. So 3,000 vehicles. What I'm hearing is the way we will reduce the impact is there going to be some road widening. We do have some sidewalks where people can walk and bike if they choose to. And we're confident that is going to, and then you mentioned the shuttle to the beach. So those you feel confident that should have nullify the additional 3,000 to 6,000 cars. And I don't know if you have that number of vehicles anticipated in there. I didn't see it.
I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you it's not going to be an additional 3,000 to 6,000 vehicles. A singular unit does not necessarily equate to 1 to 2 vehicles on the road. As I mentioned, the impact and assessment is related to those peak hours of traffic. So that's assuming that each one of those units was thereby having someone driving to or from work during those peak commuter hours. And it is not expected that is going to be the case. And that's using national guidance and surrounding area reports that assess what averages are for an area of this type. As it relates to additional mitigation, we did multiple phases of assessment. So this looked at 2038, 2048, and 2058 as the project proposes to develop over time. We do propose additional mitigation at a number of intersections to improve operations and to mitigate anticipated impacts from the cumulative project proposal. As it relates to the surrounding area development, we take into consideration all of the anticipated surrounding area development that's on the books, that's intended to come to fruition during the period that we anticipate this project building out between. So therefore, it attempts to take all of the projects, their proposed mitigation, because they too, as we've spoken to, have agreed upon mitigation that they need to fulfill to be able to have their projects come online, in addition to the widening that's been that's discussed here. So from a holistic standpoint, these address the anticipated impacts related to this project in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lind.
Yeah, I just have one more, several more questions, but maybe I'll start with the one about, so in the project site, the R1, R2, R3 residential within the McKenna Malca zoning map, are you guys making, because I think several several months ago, we passed the ADU 2 units per lot, plus the main home, I think. I can't remember. Maybe the planning department can help me on that. But have you guys factored that into future water use and all those trends, that including sewer and all that stuff? I don't know.
Mark?
Will it be an issue, or because I know it'll be an entitlement once if they buy in the R1, R2, R3 residential, excluding ag land and commercial. It's not entitled to ADUs, I believe.
Yeah, so the expectation is it's mostly multifamily that wouldn't apply to, and we're not anticipating any additional ADUs within the single family areas.
Okay, thank you. I had to ask that question, but I have
Yeah,
another question.
fair question. Yes.
Regarding the agriculture, what do you call wait, let me pull it up. Keep marking this. I guess my question was I like the chain of reasoning. You know, the soil not primed, the alleged classifications E, the 88 acres, you know, no commercial farms, 510 to rural, and it's in the urban growth boundary. But and then you guys state something about there's no water for irrigation, but you guys are irrigating it already, and so how is that mitigated with ag land? I mean, I guess I have a problem with that as a farmer, but not really, that's not my property. But you know what, if you can kind of tie it in all together to explain to me how that's mitigated when you take from the ag use and intensify it land use wise.
We're not losing any active ag land, Commissioner, so I'm not sure what the mitigation would be.
Because it's 510 acres of ag land, and the last update was 1977. The system was designed and compiled in 1977, the ALISH system. So I understand what you're saying. So I just wanted to bring that in the document. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Doikos.
Thank you. And I do want to apologize to everybody for the tree huggers just dragging these meetings on and on and on. But this is a tree hugger meeting. I just have my carbon question. Obviously, I'm going to ask about carbon and my wastewater. So just wondering in the EIS where it addressed carbon offsets. So embodied carbon, 40% of all the carbon we produce is from development. Is there any analysis on the carbon budget, embodied and operational, and how you might be offsetting that given our carbon reduction goals in Hawaii?
On that one, I need Lindsay to check the EIS so I can point you to the section addressing carbon. But if you have other questions that I can handle in the meantime, I'm happy to.
Yeah, the only other one, I think I've asked it several times, the wastewater. So one way to mitigate the wastewater that's currently going to the injection well would be to process it on site, treat it, process it on site, and reuse it, possibly as R1 or get it to potable quality. So was that investigated as a mitigation measure to reducing the additional wastewater that would be contributing to the injection well?
There's no injection well, Commissioner.
Okay. So it's an on-site wastewater treatment?
That's correct. It's the same one we reviewed on the H2 project, if you remember. It's the same system. And as we confirmed on that project, there's no injection well.
Okay, I'm starting to remember that. I think there was some confusion when I asked the question then. So there, it's being held, I think I recall the wastewater gets, can you help me understand what happens to the wastewater?
Yeah, I'll do my best, and then I can bring on the engineer. But as we explained there, and that was an interesting one because you asked the question, we confirmed it at the time, and then we called this client and confirmed it at the time too. but it's held on site and allowed to evaporate. There's no injection well.
Okay, maybe you can expand a bit on that. I'm just trying to picture wastewater in a giant hole.
Who do we have
evaporating.
available? Corey?
Yeah,
Corey, are you
I can answer
available?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Hi, Commissioner. This is Corey Matsuoka with SSFM. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the existing McKenna wastewater treatment plant, we are collecting the wastewater and then sending it to the wastewater treatment plant that's on site. There's plenty capacity there. And the water gets treated and solids are dried and removed from that plant.
Okay, where do the solids go?
The solids go to the waste,
Landfill.
Yeah, landfill.
Okay, and the gray water is
Sorry?
the gray water is held and evaporated?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner. And I believe Amanda Cording is available to talk about the carbon study. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Ready when you are.
Go ahead.
Actually, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth before you start, please.
Hi, I'm Amanda Cording, and I swear to tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner Doikos. So on the carbon issue, I think the way that we can best describe getting at it is we're not necessarily reducing carbon emissions through purchasing offsets, but what we are doing is just trying to reduce emissions through the use of renewable energy on the project. So we have rooftop solar slotted for all of the buildings, and as you're aware, the LEED certification is required for any building over 500 square feet. So that inherently has a calculation system built in where all of the buildings, will be taking that into consideration and doing their best. A couple of other measures, transportation has come up a lot in this meeting, and just reducing the amount of car trips through a more walkable design, so pedestrian friendly, golf paths, etc. And then part of it also is just through that natural infrastructure. So maintaining as much of the vegetation on site as possible. We talked about Wili Wili earlier in the project, and replacing some of the Keawe with Wili Wili, et cetera, just sort of really capitalizing on that natural infrastructure. So I think those are the main measures that we're looking at.
Okay. So normally this is a giant project, so I know it's difficult, but like on a living building challenge project, right? Or just meeting net zero LEED, right? LEED net zero carbon. You would model out, right? What's the embodied carbon in there, and we're going to offset that so that we're going to have no carbon impact. You mentioned LEED, but we don't know what LEED is going to accomplish, right? It could be anything, could have nothing to do with carbon. So you just mentioned a few ways that you're going to try to reduce that footprint, but overall, there's no accounting of what that footprint would be and what percentage you might be able to offset with some rooftop solar and some of these other measures. Is that accurate?
Yeah, carbon calculations would traditionally happen during that LEED certification process. So it's really, the two main sources, like you said, right? Energy efficiency within the building and transportation. So I would defer to the transportation engineers if they had any, substantive calculations ready for that. But I would say on the LEED side, that would be, architectural and then sort of the next phase. So knowing ahead of time that LEED certification is required sort of gets us like, yes, we will do the calculations, have the calculations been done for the carbon offset, not just yet.
Okay. And when you say required LEED, does it require you to be net zero carbon? to
We-
pursue lead?
No, I don't believe it. So like you were referencing the living building challenge, that would require net zero. I don't believe it's net zero in, off the bat with lead. I think there are, tiers that you would kind of go for depending on the target you can achieve.
And I don't know if this is a question for you, but any reason they didn't go for living building? Just say, hey, let's have zero impact. Let's just do all living buildings. And we can demonstrate what we saw in one of the slides, a regenerative design method. Any cost or?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So through the integrated design team process, we looked at all of the different certifications that were available. Living Building Challenge is absolutely one of the more rigorous, but honestly, at a scale of project this size, it becomes very both cost prohibitive and just completely unrealistic. For instance, a lot of the recycling requirements it was almost like a Hawaii infrastructure problem. It just couldn't support it. So the recycling, I would have to check back to see what the criteria was, but we did evaluate it, and I'm right there with you that, wouldn't that be amazing? But this particular scale, I don't think we're there yet to support living building, but the lead is an excellent first step, especially with the renewable energy generation and the recycling wastewater and, all of the other things that go into that certification process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind.
One more question. For the Pa'akai analysis, the O strikes out the Native Hawaiian rights do not appear to be currently exercised in our project area, but and then it says our practice in the nearby coastal areas implementing. I just wonder about the whole Pa'akai analysis in this. And so I just wanted to comment on that, because it seems like there's a lot of people that it seems like it hasn't been mitigated with the community there on a deep impact. You can take like putting a golf course in Hana at one time with the planning commission they tried to do, then it ruins everything, but I think maybe McKenna's past that stage, but I just wanted to add that to the record too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, I do have a couple myself.
Of course, Chair.
Of course I do, right? I get a little confused in one of the statements and presentations that it indicated that fertilizer was going to be used on the golf courses, but then it was commented that it will not be used. So can we just clarify, is fertilization being used on the golf courses, and will it be used in the future?
Yes and yes. And the method of application is spoon feeding it, essentially, rather than a blanket application.
Thank you. Next question is going back slightly to transportation. In the documentation that I was looking at, or that I looked at, and through the comments today, referencing sidewalks and paths and things, but from what I saw, that those were within the property, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that's also a closed off property. So those aren't really paths and trails available to the community. It's paths and trails and that benefit this property. So I think that's one is a clarification. That's a correct statement and understanding of mine. The second is that there was also reference to sidewalks being placed to connect outside of the property, but I didn't see, and if you can point me where it is, because there's a lot of documents, I didn't see plans that showed that connectivity and walking paths. But again, I could be very well be wrong in my review.
Not at all. I didn't hear the comment or the testimony that way, but I'll turn it over to Brad and he can talk about the connectivity within the project. Of course, we aren't proposing, other than mitigation, work outside of our project area. So I think that gets to your point that the work is intended to be integrative within the project area. But Brad, anything you want to add?
Sure. Yeah, like Cal was saying, we do have an extensive array of golf cart path, walking path, public trails within the project itself. And the intent of the project is to keep people within the gates, offering amenities like golf and restaurants in there, hopefully reducing some of the traffic on the roadways. To your comment about the pathways outside of the project, so we do have, I don't remember what exact map, but it shows the extension of the pedestrian sidewalk and bike lanes that end kind of at the end of Wailea Golf Course on the Malca side of the road, and those will extend all the way down to Big Beach, mile and a half maybe of pedestrian and bike lanes. So those will be improved.
That's great news, because one of my questions or requests of McKenna State Park DNLR was to actually have walking paths built from at least Malawaka down to Big Beach to do some additional offset. Cal, if you could just at some point send me where that is in the documents, that'd be great, because I'd just like to take a peek at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Question on the LEED certification. It's been stated and read in the documents as well that it's only for 500 square feet and above, which understanding there's obviously caps. Can you highlight what buildings or group of buildings are in that 500 and less square feet category?
Mark, is that you or is that Amanda? Are there any buildings that wouldn't fall within or would fall below the 500 square feet?
Thought about this. It could be a pump shed or a golf maintenance building that, but nothing that I've come across and have thought of yet.
Okay. And I guess my clarification to that question was, I wanted to ensure that it's not workforce housing that is going to potentially end up within that 500 square feet or less.
No, oh, sorry, geez. No, that's not the plan.
You're gonna fall over on that one.
Brad almost took me out. It's just to keep the focus on that for 1 second. Remember, it's a zoning condition too, the LEED certification. So there's no intent to evade, or we couldn't evade that zoning condition.
It was more, I wanted to make sure that the affordable housing wasn't smaller than 500 square feet.
Understood.
Because that's not really affordable housing at that point. That's a box.
It's New York housing.
Like I said, it's a box. And I guess my last question, actually I have two questions. I'm going to go back to the sidewalks and things with inside the property. The word public has been used multiple times. How is the public have access to that, or cultural practitioners to get to the preservation areas? If this is a blocked off gated community, it's not really public at that point. It's privatized, which is great that you want to maintain people on the property. But using the word public doesn't fit what I just heard.
I think that's maybe a combination for Brad and Kahool, but there is access.
Yeah, so part of the plan, we have a 100-acre Wili Wili conservation easement on the Malca side, and there's a Na'alahele trail that will go up through that, and that initiates, will eventually initiate down by Keavalai Church, going through an adjacent development up through Mākena Alanui, going Malca. Yes, it is private property, and yes, we will have a pedestrian gate there with the marked trail going all the way up. The second area is the Mākena Ulupalakua Trail, which follows the old road going up Malca, and that initiates over by, it's on the M2, M3 parcel where our Hale is right now. And similarly, that actually will not have a gate nearby or along the water, along the Mākena Alanui. That's kind of the community center that'll have the affordable housing project, and there also will be a trailhead there that will take you Malca.
And I'm assuming that proper signage will be appropriate that's there, that people will be able to have access and know about it, and it's not hidden. And
correct.
Okay. And then I guess my last question is around the restoration of the second golf course. Knowing that golf courses are not a favorite topic of anybody,
except golfers,
since obviously I'm not one, around just fertilization, amount of water being used. What is the rationale for the redesign? We have 3 golf courses that are adjacent directly next to the existing one, plus then add the other one. It's not that many golfers that are here. It seems that, in my opinion, that's not the best use of that open space, and keeping it potentially open space is a better alternative. But I guess my question is, what is the rationale of the need to have that additional golf course and the impacts that having a golf course has to the community?
I'm gonna ask Brad to answer that from a business standpoint. From my standpoint, from a representative standpoint, remember we have to keep in mind the stage that we're at. And so we have to analyze all potential impacts. If you didn't analyze the potential impact of a golf course through this document, there'd be no opportunity to seek approval of it. And it is the restoration of the golf course that was previously there is consistent with the zoning and planning for the area. And so from an environmental review standpoint, it makes a whole lot of sense to review the potential impacts from restoring that golf course. That's really the appropriate thing. And if we think of Honolulu, since that's come up a few times, recall that did have a golf course analyzed as an impact that was removed, obviously reduced the impact of the project through that, but you can't ever go the other way. And so they've taken the appropriate step here. Brad, from a business standpoint, maybe talk to Chair a little bit about how we approached it, or why the McKenna Malca project is looking to incorporate the restoration of that south golf course.
And just for clarification, I do realize that that's more of a permit question, less of an EIS, but so I just want to make sure that I will say I struggled through this because lots of my questions are much more permit. So apologies for that, but if you can't answer, great. If we need to wait for the SMA, that's fine.
I'll give my best answer. So our company is founded on, it's a golf community. Golfing, the original intent when our company was brought on in 2013 was to eventually bring back that south course that I think has been closed for about 15 years now. That's always been in the business plan. 5 of the 18 holes have continued to be irrigated. And you mentioned Wailea having 3 courses. I've seen recent planning that they may be losing some courses as well.
Correct. Which again, I have another question that's much more SMA, but I will hold that. I think that's all I have at the moment.
Just wanted to get a little clarification on the deadlines the commission has here. I believe we're going to lose this room at 5 o'clock. Generally, for an EIS, the commission has 30 days from submission to make a determination, or else the EIS is deemed approved. I would check with the applicant on the submission date, but it's generally 30 days from that date. And then there can be a request by the applicant voluntarily to extend by an additional 15 days. But since we're into the last about 50 minutes of this process, I just wanted to raise that and get that clarification, and let the commissioners know that, and sort of get that clarification from the applicant and the department on the deadlines, and go forward from there, since we're reaching that time.
Thank you very much. I guess from the department, do you have the timeframes?
Yes, Chair, I do. So let me see here. Just to be super thorough, Hawaii Administrative Rule Section 11200 1-28. Let me see here. E2B basically gives the commission, as Mr. Hopper stated, a 30-day period to make a determination on the FEIS. And that 30-day period starts from when, let me see what it says here. When the final, within 30 days of the final EIS submission to the agency. So this was submitted to the department along with the State Environmental Review Program on, let me see here, August 3rd, so a week ago. So 30 days from that is September 2nd. This commission only has one meeting in between today and that 30-day period. Now, if the applicant were to grant another 15 days, then you would have one more meeting, which is on September 8th. But just so the commission is aware, so your next meeting, there are 2 items. The first item is the Ka'anapali project that you folks reviewed prior and then deferred it and wanted them to come back. So there's that 5-lot subdivision. Also, the same day that McKenna State Park was scheduled, there was also Outrigger Ka'anapali was on that agenda, and of course they weren't heard. So that project is also on your August agenda. And then if the applicant were to grant 15 days, the next possible meeting would be September 8th. However, that's going to be a pretty busy meeting. There's EC PAIA resolution from the Maui County Council. There's also another resolution from the County Council for the Maui Research and Technology Park, basically changing some of their zoning requirements. And then an item from Greg, I don't recall what it's for specifically, but he also has an item. So the September 8th meeting is already pretty booked as it is. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, since I think that Chair, maybe you had a question.
I just have a really quick question and then I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Just speaking about the golf, that actually made me think about something. I'm not a golfer either, but my family likes to golf, my dad and my brother. No matter how bad I tell them golf courses are for the environment, but and I know a lot of our community likes to golf, and I saw the question in the EIS about, people asked about, because it's not open to the public, right? And there was a response about community events here and there. But I guess my question, and maybe this comes up later, but like the affordable units, has there been any discussion about whether the people from those houses are going to be able to participate in the golf course? Did they get access to the golf course?
Would it be accurate to say, Brad, that they wouldn't be members of the golf course, or would it be accurate to say that it hasn't been anything that's been considered yet?
If you could, I'm sorry, if you could speak into the microphone, please.
I'll answer for him.
Okay, thank you.
He says it hasn't been considered yet, Vice Chair. Typically, the AOA dues are used to offset the cost of the golf course, and then that would be a pretty significant burden to impose on the affordable units. But as of today, it's not been discussed.
Okay, thanks. Maybe that can come up later.
No further questions. I think, Vice Chair, you said you had a motion you wanted to make.
Do I need to hear the department's recommendation first?
Yes, we should. Thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you for reminding me. I don't care who does it. Come on up.
Good afternoon, members of the Maui Planning Commission. My name's Kurt. I'm with the Planning Department, and I also will tell the truth. The recommendation is the department has reviewed the final environmental impact statement and concludes the document meets the criteria for acceptance. The department is requesting, therefore, concurrence by the commission to accept the final EIS.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to move to accept the EIS.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I mean, I guess I'll just say that I do think that all of the comments that we had as a commission were addressed in the document. So I really do appreciate that. And the presentations today were really thorough. I have a hard time believing that 4,000 new units in the McKenna Wailea area are not going to have any impacts to our environment, our traffic, our cultural resources. But I do think that the EIS kind of crossed the T's and dotted the I's. And so that is why I have moved to accept the EIS.
Thank you. And would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, you know what? In respect to Mr. Kulaloya, and he had said, I hope everybody on top of this panel had read that 8,000 pages and then some. But, to be honest,
I mean, I read them all. How much I retain, I don't know. Don't ask. But when you read them all, and we're going to defer this thing, I'm going to forget by the time the next one. So that's why I think that you guys did a great job as far as being thorough and updating everything and giving us the information needed. And that's why I came to the conclusion of seconding this motion moving forward.
Thank you. Any discussion with the commission? Commissioner Doikos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I do agree there, there are aspects of this that have gone above and beyond many other projects. But as somebody who's immersed in living, building, and surrounded by folks that mitigate all the impacts, unfortunately, that's my bar. I've raised it at every meeting. Just there are ways to reduce traffic. There are ways to address stormwater waste. By the way, stormwater is one of the ones they hit. Without this project being built, there is more runoff. So that's a net positive contribution. So that's how I look at everything else. Carbon, and so there are gaps in this EIS. There's no carbon budget or mitigation on that. The landfill, some may not feel there's a nexus there, but these are all aspects of regenerative design that eliminate major impacts, especially cumulative with everything going around. So there are aspects I certainly applaud, but overall, I know I have a high bar, but when you're doing majority, high-end homes, there's a sliver. I have to weigh the public trust resources. Are they truly being mitigated for the benefit of the public? And I know this isn't the SMA application. This is just the EIS, but I think it's lacking in some of those. So just to restate, the carbon area, the waste mitigation, how they're going to monitor the impacts to the shoreline, carbon, and even the solid waste that's going to landfill. There are ways to mitigate that. I don't think it was incorporated into the EIS. So I would be inclined to defer and get a little more of that tightened up. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Lin?
Aye.
Commissioner Doikos?
No.
Vice Chair Keloha?
That is 5 votes. That means the motion has carried. Thank you, everybody. And to the applicant, I do also want to echo my appreciation for taking our comments and responding to them, and I think incorporating what the community also provided as feedback. I think that those are important elements that have not happened, at least from my time on the commission, to the extent that you've taken the initiative for. And I think that needs to be duly noted. And I just say thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, members. I appreciate your time, your questions, your attention today, and for forgiving me for going over.
I didn't say I forgave you.
Oh. That's for another meeting.
That's a different discussion. With that, we will go to agenda C1, 2, and 3. With that, is there anyone for public testimony? No one for public testimony. Therefore, it will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. And Department, if you could please take care of items C1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Chair. Items C1 and C2 is the SMA minor permit report and the SMA exemptions report for July 17th through July 31st. And we are here for any questions. Okay, seeing none, I kind of went over this already, but I'll go over it really quick. August 25th, next meeting, 2 items. You have the Kaanapali 5-lot subdivision that you already reviewed. It's coming back to you. And also Outrigger Kaanapali, they're doing some various renovations, etc., to their hotel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the commission. I know it was a long day, but I appreciate everybody's attention, comments, and feedback. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.